A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Hollywood, Camel Cigarettes presents the Screen Guild Players. Our stars, Joseph Cotton and Vanessa Brown. Our play, Shadow of a Doubt. Our host, Camel Cigarettes. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. Try a Camel in your T-zone, T for taste and T for throat, where you judge any cigarette. See how your taste welcomes Camel's rich, full flavor. See what your throat reports on Camel's cool mildness. Tonight, Camel Cigarettes present the Screen Guild Players in Alfred Hitchcock's famous screen hit, Shadow of a Doubt, a nerve-tingling story filled with suspense. It stars Joseph Cotton in one of his greatest roles as Uncle Charlie, with Vanessa Brown as his lovely young niece. The Camel Screen Guild Players in Shadow of a Doubt.
I guess you all know the Merry Widow Waltz. But have you ever heard it played in church? It's strange, isn't it? But then everything about this story is so strange. Right from the beginning. I suppose the beginning was that day at home. You see, we live in Santa Rosa, a little town in Upper California. A very little town where nothing ever seems to happen. And, well, I guess that afternoon it had me down a bit.
Now, Charlie, that's no way to talk.
What's the matter, Charlie? Don't you feel well? I'm perfectly well, Mother, but I've just been thinking, that's all. Now, I've come to the conclusion that I give up. I simply give up.
Give up what?
Dad, have you ever stopped to think that this family's just gone to pieces?
We have?
Of course we have. We just sort of go along, but we don't get anywhere. Oh, I don't know, Charlie. The bank gave your father a raise last month.
The second raise in 5 years.
Money. How can you talk about money when I'm talking about souls? What we need is someone to take us out of this rut. Have you any suggestions? Well, I was thinking that... Mother, I'm going to wire Uncle Charlie. Oh, darling, you're not going to ask for money. Well, of course not. Money wouldn't help. I'm going to invite him to a visit.
Now, Charlie, you can't ask a busy man like that to come all the way from the east, even if you can reach him. You know he moves around so much.
I'll reach him, all right, and he'll come to me. I'm named after him, and we're the only relatives he has. And besides, you know what? What, dear? I can't explain it exactly. It's just a feeling. I mean, well, I think he wants to come.
Hello? Postal Union? Will you take a telegram, please, to Mrs. Joseph Newton, Santa Rosa, California. Here's the message. Surprise. Coming out to visit. Stop. Arrive Thursday and try and stop me. Love to all. And a kiss from Charlie from her Uncle Charlie. Right. That's right. That's the signature. Uncle Charlie. How much? Yes, I've got the exact change right here.
That was the message they handed me when I went into the telegraph office to send my wire to him. It was almost as though he'd heard me calling 2,000 miles away. And then almost before we knew it, he'd arrived. Tall and slim and such a boyish smile. No wonder Mother was so crazy about her brother, even seeing him so seldom. At dinner that night, he was completely charming. And generous, too, with all the lovely presents you brought?
Little something to you, Joe. I hope you like it.
Well, say, I never had a wristwatch, Charles.
Well, you've got one now. Here, Emmy. This is for you.
Oh, perfume. Oh, Charles, how nice. And taboo is my favorite. Mother, it's just wonderful.
And I expect to be paid for it, too.
Huh? Paid for it.
Oh, Joe, he means that banana cream pie.
Oh.
I'll go and bring it in.
But wait, Emmy, wait. I'll give you a hand.
Gave them quite a start, didn't I?
No, Uncle Charles. You've made us all very happy.
Not yet, not all of you. Here's your present, Charlie.
Oh, I didn't mean that. I don't want a present. Please don't give me anything.
Nothing? Why not?
Well, I can't explain it, but it would spoil things if you gave me anything.
You're a strange girl, Charlie. Why would it spoil things?
Because we're not just an uncle and a niece. It's something else. I know things about you.
You do?
Yes, I know that you don't tell people a lot of things. I don't either. And I have a feeling that inside of you somewhere there's something nobody knows about.
Something nobody knows?
Something secret and wonderful. I'll find it out.
It isn't good to find out too much, Charlie. Now, open your hand. There you are.
Thank you.
You haven't even looked at it.
I don't have to look. No matter what you gave me, it'd be the same.
Yeah, let me show you. It's a ring. An emerald ring. A real one.
Oh, it's beautiful. And you have something engraved on it. That's different.
I haven't, but I will if you like.
Well, yes, you have, Uncle Charlie. It's very faint. See it on the inside? T.S. from B.M. Why, it's someone's initial.
Can you imagine? That jeweler rooked me. He told me it was new. I'll take it back, Charlie. Give it to me.
Oh, no, it doesn't matter. I like it this way.
Charlie, you don't want to go around with
Here it is, Charles. Here it is. Your favorite dessert, if I remember. You see, Uncle Charlie? I was meant to keep it.
Yes, I suppose you were.
You see, now it's something special between you and me. I'll never give it away to anyone. Why don't you go inside and rest?
I need a little exercise, Emmy. Work off that meal.
Oh, you're not used to helping with the dishes.
Nonsense. Where do I put these dry glasses?
Just set them on the cupboard. We'll be done in a jiffy. Charlie, be careful. That's a good set, you know. Maybe you better not sing. I can't get that tune out of my head. Maybe somebody told me what it is. The waltz? Yes, but which one? Oh, your father would know. Too bad he had to go to that meeting. It's the funniest thing. Sometimes I get a tune in my head like that, and pretty soon I hear somebody else humming it, too. I think tunes jump from head to head. Uncle Charlie, do you know what it is?
Why, no, I don't.
I know it's a waltz. And it's Victor Herbert.
Yes, the Blue Danube Waltz.
No, wait. I know. It's the Merry Widow.
I'm sorry. One of the good ones, too.
Oh, nonsense, Charles. We have plenty of glass. Mother, should we chase him out before he smashes the rest? That's a good idea. Charles, you march right into the parlor and sit yourself down.
All alone? But that'll be fun.
No, it won't.
Huh.
I mean, not if you read our evening paper. It's awful.
Come in.
I brought you some water, Uncle Charlie.
Oh.
In case you get thirsty during the night.
Thank you, Charlie. Very thoughtful. Why, so you've got the evening paper, too. Think read in bed?
No, I'm going to leave it in Dad's room. He'll want to look through it when he gets home.
Hardly worth it, I'd say. Well, pleasant dreams.
Uncle Charlie. Uncle Charlie, I know a secret about you don't think I know.
What secret?
Remember I said you couldn't hide anything from me because I'd find it out?
Oh.
Well, I know there was something in the evening paper about you.
About me? In the evening paper?
Mm-hmm. You read the paper and page 3 is gone. It was something about you, wasn't it? And you didn't want us to see it. But now that I know, you might as well tell me.
I guess you've got me, Charlie. Well, it wasn't about me. It was someone I used to know.
Well, why don't you tell me? You've got that page right there in your pocket. I can see it sticking out. I think I'll just take it.
You stay out of my pocket. It's none of your business.
Oh, to tell you, you're hurting my wrist.
Charlie. Charlie, I didn't mean to hurt you. I was just fooling. That story wasn't anything. Just some gossip. Not very pretty either. Not for you to read. Forget it, will you?
Of course, if you say so.
That's the girl. Good night, young Charlie. Pleasant dreams.
I guess I did forget about that paper. Anyway, for a while. You see, the very next day, those survey men phoned, and they said we'd been picked as a typical family, and could they ask questions and take pictures and everything. Well, you can imagine we were pretty excited. All except Uncle Charlie. He seemed more annoyed, and he went to his room, and he shut the door, and he wouldn't come out. And then when the survey man came over, I had to answer all the questions. You see, Mother was straightening up the kitchen for the pictures, so I showed them both around the house. The upstairs, too.
Mighty pleasant little home, Miss Newton.
I've been hoping we could do it over, Mr. Graham.
That's typical, too. Whose room is that?
Well, that's mine. But my uncle is using it now.
Miss Newton, could I get a picture? You know, typical girl, typical room.
Well, my uncle's resting, Mr. Saunders. I really don't want to disturb him.
Oh, naturally. Say, is there a back stairs?
Oh, yes, right down the hall.
Then I'll bet you 50 cents your uncle is out.
We're just trying to get Mr. Saunders in there to take a picture. Isn't he, Mr. Saunders?
That's right.
Besides, I know my uncle's in there.
I'm still betting he isn't. Want to take me up?
All right. Uncle Charlie? Uncle Charlie, may I come in?
You see?
Why, you were right. He's gone. Funny you should do a thing like that.
Maybe you don't know him as well as you think you do.
Well, of course I do. I know him very well. Are you trying to tell me I shouldn't think he's so wonderful?
Well, not exactly. Someone's coming up the back porch today. Huh? I always say the more the merrier. Miss Newton, is that your uncle?
Oh, yes, it is. Uncle Charlie.
Guess I got a picture of the hall. Right?
What are you trying to do with that flashlight? Blind me?
Uncle Charlie was taking pictures in my room.
I'm not in your room, and I don't like to be photographed. I'm afraid I'll have to ask you for the film, sir. I must insist. Give it to me, please.
Okay, Fred. Give him the film.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Oh, that's that, I guess. Let's go.
He was so strange. I don't understand.
I think I could help you out on that.
You could?
Sure. Suppose you have dinner with me tonight, then we can sit in the park and have a nice, long talk. I thought it would be unfair to keep pretending, and so I thought I'd better tell you. This job of mine isn't always easy, Charlie.
Then you're really a detective.
Charlie, listen.
You're not on a survey at all. You lied to us. You just wanted to get into our house.
Listen, Charlie, you've got to trust me.
When you've done nothing but lie. Well, you probably didn't even want to take me out tonight.
But I did. Honestly, I did. You don't know what it's meant to me to take you out, talk with you, get to know you.
Just part of your job.
Don't be silly. When I came to this town to find a man, I hadn't counted on you. I hadn't counted on your mother or your family.
Find a man? What man?
We're not even sure if he's the right one. We won't know till they check that picture we wired east. The one we took of your uncle.
But you gave that one back.
No. We just gave him an empty roll of film.
Another trick.
Now, Charlie, please.
My uncle hasn't done anything. He knows it would kill my mother if he did. Why don't you go away and leave me alone?
Because you're a nice girl, Charlie. Because no matter what, you're going to help me do my job. Charlie, now think. How much do you know about your uncle?
I know all I want to know. He's good and kind and generous. He came here and made us all so happy. He hasn't done anything to...
To what? To what, Charlie?
Nothing. You wouldn't understand. It's something I've got to figure out for myself.
Charlie, reading a newspaper in a public library. Don't you get it at home?
Oh, yes, Miss Conklin, but there was something a couple of days ago. I wanted to copy it and threw it away. A recipe.
Oh, well, I hope you find it. And will you please put the paper back when you do?
I'll find it, all right. can't be anything really awful. Oh, no. Murderer's thought. Police are conducting a coast-to-coast search of a man who strangled Selma Shanley, former musical comedy star. Wanted for the death of two other visitors. His long Mary Widow murderer.
In just a moment, Vanessa Brown and Joseph Cotton will return to the Camel Screen Guild microphone in Act 2 of Shadow of a Doubt. Most of us know pretty well what we want in motion pictures and radio plays. We like action, romance, and interesting and unusual characters. When those ingredients are properly blended, it produces a play that's a box office hit. In cigarettes, we know what we like, too. Most folks want all the rich, full flavor and cool mildness they can get. And that's why millions and millions of people smoke Camels. They learn through the experience of trying different brands of cigarettes that Camels give them the most in smoking enjoyment. Yes, millions smoke Camels because Camel's rich, full flavor and cool mildness give them just what they want in a cigarette. More people are smoking Camels than ever before. Experience is the best teacher. Try a Camel. Let your own experience tell you why more people are smoking Camels than ever before. And remember, Camels by the carton are the best buy. Camels by the carton save you money, help to keep you from running out. Camel Cigarettes now presents Act 2 of Shadow of a Doubt, starring Joseph Cotton and Vanessa Brown.
I don't know how long I sat there in the library staring at the paper and not seeing the scene. But suddenly I realized that I was cured. As though someone had drawn a blind across the sun. I tried to tell myself it wasn't true. But there was the ring. The ring he'd given me. The emerald with the faint initials on the band. Her initials. Selma Shanley. The woman my Uncle Charles had killed. I worked for hours that afternoon trying to decide what I should do. And after dinner I walked some more. I was just at the park when I heard him call.
Well, Charlie.
I hurried on, but he overtook me. I remember I was very
Hurry, Charlie. Slow down. I want to talk to you. Come on, let's sit on the bench.
No.
I said sit down.
You're hurting my wrist
Oh,
again.
I'm sorry, Charlie. I guess I got excited. Can't blame me, really, not when I see something coming between us two. Tell me, was it something those survey men told you, that fellow Graham?
It's got nothing to do with it. I hope he never knows anything about
Charlie,
it.
there's no way to talk. After all, I've been around a bit. I've been chasing around the globe since I was 16. I've done some pretty foolish things, too. Made some pretty foolish mistakes. Nothing serious. Just foolish. I mean, like... What's the matter? What are you staring at?
Your hand.
Oh, Charlie, now don't start imagining...
How could you do a thing like that? You're my uncle. My mother's brother. We thought you were the most wonderful man in the world.
What do you know?
I know I said I'd never give this ring up. But I can't wear it now. Not with her initials in it. Here, take it.
You think you know something, don't you? You think you're the clever little girl who knows something. What do you know about women like that? Have you ever seen them like I have? Every day in the best hotels, every day by the thousands, drinking their money, eating their money, losing their money at bridge, playing all day and night, smelling of money and proud of it. Horrible, faded, fat, greedy women.
But they're alive. They're human beings.
Are they, Charlie? Are they human or are they fat-breathing animals? What happens to animals when they get too fat and too old? What happens?
Stop it, please.
See, you don't understand. All I want is a little help.
From me?
Oh. I'm so tired, Charlie. There's an end to the running a man can do. This is my last chance. You've got to help me. I count on you, Charlie. You said yourself there was something special between us, and think of your mother and kill your mother. Charlie, give me this last chance.
All right. All right, you go away.
Where to, Charlie? Where should I go? Where do you want me to go?
I don't care anywhere, just so you go away from me. haven't got a thing in the house for lunch, and I couldn't go to the market myself, not with a cake in the oven. Charlie, I've never known you to stay in bed so late. I'm sorry, Mother. I didn't sleep very well. Your Uncle Charlie's been asking for you. He's on the front porch. Here's a list for the grocery, dear. I'll run along, then. The back stairs again? Charlie, why do you always go that way? Those stairs are so steep. Don't you want to tell your uncle good morning? I'll see you when I get back. It's shorter this way. Now, watch yourself here. No, don't worry. I know these steps. Sorry. What happened? I tripped. I think the step was loose. Heavens, Charlie. You might have been killed. Yes, I might have. But I wasn't.
Yes? Oh, good evening. Come in, Charlie.
I wanted you to know I almost had an accident this morning.
Yes, your mother told me. I was very worried.
When are you leaving, Uncle Charlie?
Please. My dear girl, do you know what I did today? I went down and put a little money in the bank where your father works. $40,000 in cash. Of course, there isn't quite 40,000 left there now. I gave 1,000 to the Children's Hospital and another 1,000 to the community chest. Made your father quite important.
When are you leaving?
You know, I've been thinking, Charlie, I want to settle down, live in a place where people know me, have some money in the bank, some sort of business, be a part of this family.
I see.
The simple thing is to be friends with me. I can do a lot for you, Charlie. I can do a lot for all of you.
Not you. You don't want anything from you. If you don't leave, I'll tell what I know.
Don't be silly, Charlie. Who'd believe you? A waltz running through your head. You don't like the initials on the ring, and you connect it all up with a newspaper clipping, and now you haven't even got the ring.
You haven't?
Ridiculous. I gave it to you. You see.
Uncle Charlie, I don't want you here. I don't want you to touch my mother, so go away. I'm warning you. Go away, or I'll kill you myself. You know what it means to live in terror? I did. I knew he would stop at anything. At any moment there might be another accident, and he'd be very sorry. And I'd be dead. My only weapon was the ring. If I could find the ring, I thought I'd frighten Uncle Charlie into leaving town. It was the next night that I got my chance. Mother had invited all our leading citizens to meet her brother, and while they were downstairs drinking Uncle Charlie's champagne, I was upstairs going full steam. It was rather late when I came down.
Can't I persuade you, Reverend Phillips, just like that?
No, thanks.
You know what the psalmist said, wine maketh glad the heart of man.
Your gift to the church has given us cause enough to rejoice. And besides, I'm afraid my parishioners aren't overly familiar with the psalm.
Well, I always... Oh, there you are, Charlie. What kept you so long?
I was looking for my ring, Uncle Charlie. Silly me, I thought I'd lost it. Oh, what an exquisite ring. It's an emerald, Mrs. Potter. A real emerald. Uncle Charlie gave it to me for a going-away present.
What's that? Going away?
Why, so? Isn't that what you said, Uncle Charlie? Didn't you tell me you were going away?
Yes, I did.
But Charles, I didn't hear.
I'm sorry, Emmy. I didn't expect it to happen so soon, but I got an important message, you see, a very important message. I'm afraid I'll have to leave in the morning.
Charles, I wish you didn't have to go.
That's the way it is, Emmy. You can't always do the things you like.
Well, they're going to stop. We'd better get off, Emmy. Charlie?
Well, goodbye, Charles. You're right, won't you?
Of course. Watch yourself on those steps.
Goodbye, Charles.
Goodbye. Oh, Charlie, you wait a minute. I want to talk to you.
He'll be starting in a
You
moment.
can stand right here on the platform. I want you to know that I think you were right to make me leave. That's for your mother and that's for all of us.
Oh, we're moving.
No, she's not very strong, you know. I don't think she could stand the shock. I remember once when she was a little girl.
The train's moving. I've got to get off.
Be still.
Let go. You're hurting my wrist. Glenn, let me go. Let me go.
Charlie. You know too much. No, not yet, Charlie. Not till we're going a little faster. Not till we meet the train that's coming down the other track. No mistakes this time. Each little detail in its place. I've checked it all, you see. There it is now. It's coming fast, Charlie. Almost time to say goodbye. Almost time to...
They're having a funeral now. The biggest funeral Santa Rosa's ever seen. They were all so shocked when I told them how it happened. How Uncle Charles slipped and fell beneath the train. The train the Merry Widow was. I told them that's what Uncle Polly would have wanted. I don't think I'll ever forget him. And they won't either. They'll always remember the time they heard the Merry Widow waltz in church.
Stars Joseph Cotton and Vanessa Brown will return to the Camel Screen Guild microphone in just a moment. When you're bowling, you like to try the bowling balls in your hand. Get the weight and feel of the different ones till you find one that suits you best. When you're choosing a cigarette, you try it in your T-zone. That's teeth the taste and teeth the throat. Try a Camel in your T-zone and see if your taste doesn't say, that rich, full flavor, that's for me. See if your throat doesn't welcome Camel's cool, mildness. Millions of people find the greatest smoking enjoyment in Camel's choice tobaccos, properly aged and expertly blended. Among them are many doctors.
More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarette, according to a nationwide survey.
3 leading independent research organizations asked 113,597 doctors what cigarettes they smoked. The brand named most was Camel. And now that our nerves have stopped jitterbugging, we bring our stars back for a final round of thanks. Joe and Vanessa, beyond the shadow of a doubt, that was one of the most exciting half hours we've ever had.
Well, Mike, when you get right down to it, these appearances with the Screen Guild players are pretty exciting for us, too. For after all, this is our show. It belongs to the motion picture industry. It's deeply satisfying to know that all the profits go to the Motion Picture Relief Fund and its wonderful country house and hospital. Vanessa, don't you feel that way about it?
Exactly, Joe, and more. Because the good work goes way beyond Hollywood. Each week, the makers of Camel cigarettes send freak smokes to men in servicemen's hospitals all over the country. This week, among other hospitals, free Camels are being sent to the United States AAF Station Hospital in Fort Warren, Wyoming, the U.S. Marine Hospital, Detroit, Michigan, the Veterans Hospital in Los Angeles, California. Happy smoking, fellas. Your free Camels are on their way to you now.
You've made a lot of those boys happy now. How about doing the same thing for our audience?
You mean next week's Screen Guild show? Oh, it's really terrific. It's a smash Broadway hit finally brought to the screen. Beautiful music, charming romance, drama, comedy. It's got everything.
Has it got a title?
Oh, of course. It's a brand new picture, up in Central Park. And it stars Deanna Durbin, Dick Haynes, and Vincent Price. Enough?
Yes, ma'am. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Shadow of a Doubt was directed by Bill Lawrence, adapted for radio by Harry Cronman, with music by Wilbur Hatch, and was presented through the courtesy of Universal International, now releasing Walter Wanger's Tap Roof. Joseph Cotton will soon be seen in the David O. Selznick production, Portrait of Jenny. Vanessa Brown will soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production, A Street with No Name. Don't forget, next week, Camel Cigarettes will present the Screen Guild Players and Universal International's current musical hit, Up in Central Park, starring Deanna Durbin, Dick Haynes, and Vincent Price. Be sure to listen. And listen to Vaughn Monroe with Colonel Stoopnagle and their guest, Connie Haynes, on the air for Camel Cigarettes every Saturday night over most of these CBS stations. This is Michael Roy in Hollywood saying good night, and won't you have a Camel? This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Studio One at CBS. The Columbia Broadcasting System invites you to Studio One for the second broadcast in a new series of hour-length versions for listening of celebrated stories, novels, and plays. We introduce the director of Studio One, Fletcher Markle.
Tonight, a comedy. Our plans for Studio One include many different kinds of drama derived from many different sources, but tonight we smile and present you with Topaz, a very remarkable gentleman indeed. His story was originally written in French nearly 20 years ago by Marcel Pagnol and comes to us in a translation by Ben Levy. But the atmosphere remains essentially French. Subtle, sardonic, often cynical, but with it all quite delicious. It need only be noted that Monsieur Topaz is a teacher at a private school for boys in a large French city, is innocent of mind and heart and relentlessly honest. However, what happens to his innocence and honesty and to Monsieur Topaz himself when he falls in with a company of rogues, one of whom, of course, is a beautiful lady, remains to be heard tonight.
From Studio One, CBS presents Topaz.
Wednesday, March 27th, 1928. That is tomorrow, boys. And tomorrow we shall have a general examination. And so to conclude this morning's class, we will have an oral review. I will give you some questions at random, beginning with history. The completion of the Sistine Chapel with frescoes by Michelangelo was an artistic high point of the Renaissance. Quite correct, Master Blondet. Now, let us cross the ocean. A basic American document concerning independence is known as the Declaration. Come, boys,
Declaration, sir?
Correct, Master Cordier. Declaration of Independence. Now, we will turn to ethics. If a man is dishonest, his conscience will express
Appointment, sir?
Not exactly, no.
Approval, sir?
Correct, Master Durand. Disapproval. So then, in order to succeed in life, we must be on. Come now, anybody? On?
On,
Right. And what else, Master Tronchbean? What else must one be? Honest and
Cunning, sir?
Quiet, boys. Attention and quiet. Master Blondet. One must be honest and
Cautious, sir?
No, Master Blondet. 0 for both of you. One must be honest and
Honest and kind, sir?
Correct. Come out. The boy talking. Master Durand, is it you?
No, sir.
Master Durand, think again. Honesty, boy, honesty.
I wasn't, sir. Wasn't me.
It wasn't I, boy, and you were talking. Ah, monsieur, you are foolish to mistake my kindness for weakness, my patience for blindness. I assure you, my friend, that the velvet glove conceals a hand of steel. You see my hand? If you resist it, it will break you. Yes. All right. Now, boys, let us consider the fortunes of virtue.
Topaz!
Oh, good morning, Headmaster.
I want a word with you before you go into lunch.
Very good, sir.
About that new boy.
Which new boy, Headmaster?
The new boy you want to come here, Madame Courtois' nephew.
Oh, him?
Oh, he.
He.
Do you think he is a desirable person to have at the school?
Well, I think so. I seem to feel he had a certain mental agility.
Well, what I mean is, will he follow the complete courses?
Oh, I think so.
With extras?
Well, I don't see why not.
Fencing, modeling, drawing, Esperanto, chorus, singing, and sunbathing?
I believe so.
At 120 francs a month?
Oh, yes.
The boy sounds to me a desirable member of the school. I will do what I can for him.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Tell the lady that each day lost is important to a child of his type. He had better come here at once.
Well, I am expecting Madame Courtois after lunch, Headmaster.
By the way, Topaz, here are your papers.
What paper, sir?
Your application for the degree of moral philosophy.
Have I got it? Have I been awarded the degree, Headmaster?
No, I'm afraid not. No.
I see. Well, perhaps another year.
Yes, perhaps, perhaps not. Who can say?
Who can say? Yes.
Was old Mooch pleased with you this morning?
Oh, now, Tammy's, as one of his teachers, surely you know that Mooch is never pleased. But he ought to have been, because I brought him a new pupil. And a very distinguished pupil, too.
Have you indeed?
Oh, yes.
Where do you find him?
Well, it's a small boy to whom I give private lessons at his home. He lives with his aunt, quite a young aunt, you know. She's coming to see the school this afternoon.
What's her name?
Courtois. Susie Courtois.
Married?
No, neither married, divorced, nor a widow.
What is she, then?
Well, I think she's an orphan, like me.
Oh.
But very wealthy. Oh, very wealthy. I wish you could see her in her home one day. Wonderful pictures and furniture and brocades and cushions. Cushions on the floor, my friend, on the floor.
Yes, that's so.
And her stockings. You should see her stockings. Silk woven, fine as a cobweb.
She's obviously an actress.
Now, why should you think evil of someone you've never met? Actress. I guarantee she's a woman with no accomplishments whatever. Of the great world. Yes, I have seen a middle-aged man at her house several times who wears the rosette of the Legion of Honor.
Oh, really?
Yes, a most distinguished-looking man. His name is Castel Banat.
Sounds like a thief.
Oh, he's not at all. He's a member of the municipal council. No doubt a friend of her father's.
No doubt.
But here is the curious thing. I don't know whether it's the surroundings or the scent she uses or what it is. I only know that every time I have spoken to her, I have never known what I have said.
At the time or afterwards?
Either.
Have you declared your passion?
Well, I hinted at my passion rather than declared it.
Wasn't that a little backward?
Oh, no, really. After all, she's a most elegant young lady, and I'm merely the tutor of her nephew. As a teacher yourself, you must realize it's a most trying situation.
Yes, true. However, you ought to be getting to work.
Getting to work?
Yes, preparing the ground. For example, by a significant look whenever you meet her. You know, the eyes half shut, the piercing gaze.
You think that's a good thing to do?
It was irresistible. Then you approach her. Lower your voice. Then go ahead.
Go ahead? How, quite?
Oh, force her to look into your eyes, and when she does, see that she reads there, unthinkable things.
Oh. Should I really try that?
Then you have reached the moment to be firm. Then you kiss her.
A kiss?
On the mouth.
Have you ever done that?
Yeah, 15 times, several women.
Well, that's very interesting indeed.
Did you say she was coming here after lunch?
Yes. She said she was going to come and look around the school. At the end of my lesson to little Gaston the other afternoon, she said that.
Oh, you better finish eating that custard then.
Oh, yes, I should say. Custard, is it? Why, yes. So it is.
Oh, Monsieur Topaz, there you are. Good afternoon.
Why, good afternoon, Madame Courtois. I was just coming along the hall to look for you.
Monsieur Larry-Bouchon has been taking you around.
Well, it is good to see you, Madame.
I wanted to have a look at the school before seeing the headmaster. Actually, my dear Monsieur Topaz, it's not at all what I imagined it would be.
Oh, dear, you mean you don't think it's a very nice school?
I think you are a very nice master. But the school seems to me to fall considerably below your standard.
Dear, I take it you will not send your nephew here?
I should be loath to shut up any child here. I hope my decision will not do you any harm personally.
Oh, no, Madame. No harm, really.
Now, as to Gaston, can you arrange to give him 2 hours a day at my house from now on?
2 hours? Well, unfortunately, that is impossible, Madame. My work here would not allow the time.
Oh, very well. We shall have to be content with 1 hour as at present.
I have found you at last, Monsieur Topaz. Larry Bouchon told me you had a guest. Monsieur, will you do me the honor of presenting me?
Oh, yes, indeed. Madame Courtois, may I have the honor to present Monsieur Mouche, our headmaster?
Enchanted, Madame.
How do you do? Monsieur Topaz has perhaps mentioned to you an idea I had?
He has indeed, Madame.
At present, it's still, of course, an idea, but I have a nephew.
A dear little chap.
Oh? Do you know him?
Oh, no. Monsieur Topaz has often mentioned him to me.
At the suggestion of Monsieur Topaz, I thought of sending him here.
It was a wise thought, Madame.
I've not, however, quite made up my mind. The child is delicate, and I wanted first to ask a doctor whether it would be safe to send him to a boarding school.
If you will allow me to say so, we make a specialty here of sickly children. 9 out of 10 of my pupils have something the matter with them.
That's very interesting. I'll let you know one way or another in a few days.
Whichever way you may decide, madame. I shall always be grateful to Monsieur Topaz, who has given me the opportunity of meeting you.
Goodbye, Monsieur Topaz.
Goodbye, madame.
Goodbye, madame.
I shall expect you at 5, Monsieur Topaz.
At 5, madame.
Topaz, we have another visitor this afternoon. May I introduce the Baroness Peter Vignol?
Oh, how do you do?
The Baroness wishes to inquire of your opinion on the work of her son Algernon, Monsieur Topaz.
Yes.
Yes.
Monsieur Topaz, I have just received a report for the term on my son. I have it here in my handbag, and frankly, I have not dared show it to his father. Here you are, look.
And my dear Topaz, I must remind you that the Baroness has no less than 3 children in our school, not to mention 3 others not in our school. I consider myself under great personal obligation to her, and should be extremely surprised if your report was not a mistake.
Oh, dear, well, I don't understand, I'm sure. These are certainly the marks I gave to the boy.
Let me see it again. Look, French, 0. Algebra, 0. History, 0. Ethics, 0.
Look well, Monsieur Topaz.
But there is nothing to look at. They're all 0. I will show you my notebook.
Listen to me, my friend. Anyone can make a mistake. Will you be good enough to look over this child's marks again?
Well, certainly. It won't take a minute.
I wonder, madame, will you be seeing your friend, the president of the academy, again?
Oh, I am seeing him on Wednesday. He is dining with me. He is a very old friend of my husband's, you know.
Yes, I know. I believe also he admires my friend, Monsieur Topaz. But somehow I don't know why he has hesitated to award him his degree in moral philosophy this year.
Ah, really? I must find out about that. I am sure I shall discover it was a mistake and that Monsieur Topaz shall have his degree.
You hear, Monsieur Topaz? The Baroness promises you shall have your degree next year.
Oh, well, that would be a great joy to me, madame. My degree in moral philosophy is my greatest ambition. I hope your prophecy is correct.
Good. And now have you found your mistake?
Well, I assure you no mistake is possible. Look, he's bottom in everything. He's bottom. Look here. Only the day before yesterday, another one. Mathematics. You see for yourself. Peter Vignol, bottom.
And why exactly was my son bottom?
Yes. Why was he bottom?
My son was bottom because the administration of your class is dishonest.
Dishonest? Oh, really? That's serious.
Oh, this is the first time my integrity has ever been questioned.
It is impossible that I could ever admit to my husband that his son could be bottom.
Madame, if you will allow me, I will try to explain it to you.
Well, I'm listening, monsieur.
You see, this child is a growing boy.
True.
He has reached an age when he oscillates between 2 characteristic moods.
Well, need we go into that?
Oh, yes. It's quite a revelation, headmaster. You see, at certain times he chatters and jingles coins in his pocket. At other times he giggles or gibbers without cause and throws stink bombs. That is what I call the active mood. The other mood is no less clear, a sort of depression. At those moments, he looks at me with a kind of thick, half-imbecile expression. And then he appears to be listening very attentively, and his eyes are wide open. Actually, madame, he sleeps.
He sleeps?
That's strange. You say he sleeps?
If I ask him a question suddenly, he falls off his seat.
He falls off his seat, madame.
I have met a lot of idiots, but never have I been so insulted.
But, madame...
A miserable teacher who dares to criticize the Peter Vignol.
Monsieur Topaz, it is unbelievable.
A half-starved wretch, scavenging for private lessons and academic degrees.
Oh, but I spoke in all sincerity.
Dear madame, Madame la Baronne.
Monsieur Mouche, if this professional libeler stays here any longer, my 3 sons shall leave this term. And as to this slanderous, irresponsible report, there. Gentlemen.
Madame! Topaz, you are a fool!
Oh, dear, I don't know what to say.
Well, I have something to say. You announced frivolously the arrival of a new pupil who does not arrive, and now you have stupidly refused to acknowledge a transparent mistake. You have falsified your paper.
Oh, Please, headmaster.
Say nothing more to me. Today you go. You are relieved of your duties in this school. You are sacked. Fired now. Today.
Oh, what?
And furthermore, I shall withdraw my recommendation for your degree of moral philosophy.
Is that all, headmaster?
That is all. You may consider this final.
Then I should go?
Yes, go! Go!
Yes. Yes, I'm going.
But, my dear Susie, you must think I'm made of money.
Instead of talking like a municipal councillor, my friend, perhaps you'll give me a light for this cigarette.
100,000 francs is not nonsense. I can't think what you do with all your money.
My dear Ferdy, I have a great many expenses. This month I'm sending Gaston, my young nephew, to boarding school. Naturally, it has to be the best.
Oh, what's the matter with his having that tutor, Monsieur Topaz? I thought you were satisfied with him.
I am, but he can't spare enough time. He's coming for the last lesson today. But that's beside the point. Unless I get 100,000 francs, I might easily be overcome by moral scruples. It would be awkward for you if I were to tell the municipal council that for years you've been amassing a fortune by persuading them to accept agreements with a dummy contractor who's really yourself.
What's this? You call Roger de Berville a dummy contractor? Oh, you know very well he exists. Oh, come now, my dear. Be reasonable. Oh, 100,000 francs. Oh, after all, honor among thieves.
Bertie, you're wasting your time.
Well, if you must know, I simply haven't got it. There.
Haven't got it? Why, the turnover on those street cleaning machines alone will amount to nearly 1 million francs. Now, don't let's argue. The issue's really quite simple. Ferdy, yes or no?
Yes.
Monsieur Roger de Berville is here, madame.
Roger.
Ask him to wait a moment, Morgan.
Very good, madame.
Why is Roger coming here?
I asked him to.
Some new business?
No, it's about the street cleaning machines.
Oh, but surely that's all settled.
Settled, but not yet signed, my dear.
Why isn't it signed?
Oh, Roger hasn't been able to sign anything. He had an accident and his arm's been in a sling for a fortnight.
All right, you can come in, but keep your eyes open. Roger, come in, will you?
Good afternoon, madame. Monsieur, how are you?
Very well. And you?
Much better, thank you.
Ah, then your arm's all right again.
Almost.
Good.
You can sign the papers?
I hope so.
Well, then we can go into the office immediately and complete this little formality.
After you. No, after you.
No, I insist, monsieur. I'll see you presently, Susie.
Monsieur Topaz is here, madame. He would like to talk to you, if it is convenient.
Oh, ask him to come in.
Madame.
Good afternoon, Monsieur Topaz.
Forgive me, madame.
Won't you sit down?
It's charming of you to let me bother you.
Not at all.
But this morning you asked if I could give young Gaston 2 hours a day instead of 1. If you still wish it, I am now able to do so.
Oh, that would have been nice, but unfortunately I just had a letter from Gaston's father saying that he's coming tomorrow to take the child away with him. What a shame.
Oh, dear, I see. Well, madame, I suppose that's the end of our association.
I'm terribly sorry, but I thought you said this morning that you hadn't the time.
Yes, that was true this morning, but since then I have acquired more leisure.
You mean the headmaster has reduced your hours of labor?
Yes, madame. In point of fact, he has reduced them to 0.
Oh, surely the headmaster doesn't pay you for doing nothing.
Oh, no, madame. He has reduced my salary to the same proportion.
You mean he's dismissed you?
Thank you, madame. That was the word I was feeling for.
Believe me, I'm really sorry. I don't think Monsieur Mouche knows a good man when he sees one.
Well, you're very kind, madame. Shall I give young Gaston one last lesson?
Yes, do, if you can be bothered with it. And in the meantime, if I run across anyone who's looking for a tutor, I'll make sure they get in touch with you.
Thank you, madame. I shall give young Gaston a little dictation on the subject of farewells.
Susie, for 2 weeks, our dear friend de Berville here has been unable to use his arm and consequently unable to sign his name. And now today, his poor arm is much better. But...
You needn't labor the point, Ferdy. Roger's demanded more money, right?
He's asking for 100,000 francs.
I've been offered 25,000.
Why are you asking for 100,000, Roger, when up to now your demands have been so much more modest? On that school radiator business, you had 5%.
True, I had 5%. but if you will allow me to say so, I was an ignoramus.
An ignoramus who pocketed 45,000 francs.
While you pocketed 85,000.
Am I the municipal council, or are you? Would the council ever have voted for radiators in the schools if it hadn't been for me? Never. Never in the world. And as for you, my friend, you didn't even know what radiators were. In your report, you wrote gladiators twice.
I don't want to argue with you. 100,000, and I will sign. Otherwise, I'm going.
Well, clear out then, and good riddance.
Monsieur, perhaps in your family one may clear out. In mine, one dignifiedly takes one's leave. Good afternoon, madame. Monsieur.
Oh, insolent blackguard.
You should have been warned by that convenient bad arm of his.
Oh, I'm too simple. I'm really too simple. Other people's dirty tricks always surprise me.
You'll have to find someone else to act as your dummy now. What about Charles Faubert?
Faubert? Splendid, an excellent fellow. No.
What?
I forgot. He's in prison.
What for?
No, that's sewer business.
How stupid. What we have to find is someone who does dishonest things honestly.
Exactly.
Freddie, if I found someone, how much would you give him?
I'd go to 50,000 on the street cleaning machinery deal.
And if he accepted less, would you give me the difference?
I don't see why not. Why? Have you someone in mind?
Yes. Topaz.
Topaz?
Mm-hmm. Mr. Topaz, I present Monsieur Castel.
How do you do?
I've just been speaking with Monsieur Castel here about you, and he's very anxious to do something for you if he can.
That's very kind of you, sister.
Oh, hello, fellow.
Tell me, are you particularly anxious to go on teaching?
Why, yes, of course, madame. That's my profession.
May I ask, how much could you earn teaching?
Oh, anything up to 1,200 francs.
A week?
A week? That's very amusing, monsieur. No, unfortunately, a month.
The position which Monsieur Castel had in mind for you would enable you to earn more.
A fixed salary plus a small commission on each teaching would average 2,000 a month, Monsieur Topaz.
A month? 2,000 a month for me?
For you.
Well, what would I have to teach for that?
You would have learned, monsieur, not teach. Have you any family?
Alas, no. I'm an author.
That is to say, of course, I'm very sorry, but it's fate, you know. And women. What about women?
Women, monsieur?
You have some wife or sweetheart?
No, monsieur. No wife, no sweetheart.
Oh, then with who do you usually associate?
Well, with my school colleagues. Sometimes I see an old army friend. He's a waiter in a cafe now.
Well, I shall ask you to see as little as possible of those good people. And you will have to live here, of course.
Here?
Do you mind, Monsieur Topaz?
Oh, no, madame, but what would I have to do?
Oh, my dear Topaz, if you will permit me so to address you, this is the situation. I am starting a new business agency, and you will be its director.
Oh, but, monsieur, director directs. Am I able to direct?
And why not?
Well, outside of a classroom, I'm not good at anything.
Oh, nonsense, my friend. You can sign your name, I imagine?
Oh, well, naturally, I don't say it's a good signature, but it is difficult to imitate.
Then we can make use of our friend Topaz straight away. He can be a cleaning machine.
Oh, yes, please do make use of me straight away. I don't say that I shall succeed at once, but I shall try. Madame, I shall try very hard.
Good. You sign this contract for the street cleaning machines while I sign a little check for you. One good signature deserves enough. There you are, Monsieur Topaz.
Oh, thank you, monsieur. So, pay to the order of Albert Topaz the sum of 5,000 francs? Why?
Oh, a month's salary in advance and your commission on the machines.
Oh, madame, you take me for a fool. But believe me, I'm not as simple as all that.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, it's clear even to me that this agency, these street cleaning machines, are just a cloak.
A cloak?
A cloak for what?
For doing me a charity.
Oh, my friend, you're wrong. I give you my word of honor you can be of the greatest possible service to me. Now, just sign here. Sign Topaz, Director.
Oh, it's too wonderful. Madame, it is with genuine gratitude and no small emotion that I herewith sign my name to this contract.
Excellent. Thank you. There's a simple way of showing your gratitude, my dear Director. That is by never forgetting that in business, the one golden quality is discretion.
Just as for the doctor, yes. I shall not forget.
Good. Now, I've just time enough to register these papers. If you don't mind waiting for me, my dear Director, we can have another talk.
Oh, certainly.
Oh, Susie, my dear, will you come along with me?
Good. Will you excuse me, Monsieur Topaz?
Indeed, madame.
No, we won't be long.
Yes, I'll just sit down here and catch my breath.
Pardon, monsieur, but can you tell me if Monsieur Castel is about?
Monsieur Castel?
Yes.
Oh, well, I'm waiting for him myself. He'll be back quite soon, I think.
I take it, monsieur, that you are a friend of his.
Well, I can't quite claim to be his friend yet. I'm merely his business partner.
Oh? Since when?
Oh, just a few minutes ago.
I see. I suppose you're mixed up in this business of the street cleaning machine.
Monsieur, in business, the golden rule is discretion. I do not know who you are.
My name is Roger de Berville, and I am well acquainted with the whole affair.
Is that so?
I know someone who'd actually have had your job if he'd been willing to work at sweatshop rates like you are doing.
Sweatshop rates? Monsieur, you do not understand at all.
Between ourselves, what's he paying you?
Well, that perhaps I can tell you since it concerns only myself. 5,000 francs.
You're joking.
Oh, joking, yes. You'd think so, wouldn't you, really?
Now, come, my friend. In business, sometimes it does pay to give the impression that one is a bit of an idiot. But aren't you rather overdoing it?
Monsieur, perhaps this conversation had better cease. I prefer not to be called an idiot by strangers.
If Costello let you take such a serious risk for a mere 5,000, you ought to be horsed with.
Monsieur, you seem to be accusing Monsieur Castel of dishonesty.
I'm accusing him of taking advantage of his municipal position to secure contracts and of supplying the goods himself at an outrageous profit under the cover of a dummy agency.
Oh, that isn't honest. In fact, it's the most disgraceful form of robbery.
Exactly.
Well, can you give me proofs of all these charges you've made?
You can see for yourself. Go down the passage and enter the first room on the left. Then you'll find a desk. On the desk there are various papers. Open a long yellow envelope that you will find in the left-hand corner of the desk near the wall.
Yes, and then?
Open it and read. That's all.
Ah, very good. I'll do it at once. But if you have lied to me about Monsieur Castel, I shall throw you out of this house.
Perfectly fair. I'll wait for you here.
Oh, it's you, Roger.
Yes, me.
Back again, eh? I see your arm is miraculously well. Where is Monsieur Topaz?
If he is the befuddled-looking gentleman who wasn't here when I arrived, then he's just stepped down the passage for a moment.
I see. And you, what are you doing here?
I came back to make my peace with Castel.
Nice of you, but I'm sure he's forgotten there ever was a quarrel.
Well, as you know, I could worry him with news items in the papers or anonymous letters, which might give his enemies something to work on. But I assure you I won't.
I shall try so hard to believe you.
What? You again, Roger?
Yes, but I was just leaving. Madame, monsieur, I bid you au revoir.
Oh, I never really liked Roger. I'm glad to be rid of him. Where's your Topaz?
Probably wandered off to see my nephew.
Well, for goodness sake, don't lose him. He's a gift from heaven.
Do you like him?
Like him? Oh, he's adorable. 1 degree stupider, and he'd be a moron. Ah, there you are, my friend.
Madame Courtois.
Yes, monsieur.
Do you know who Monsieur Castel is?
Who I am?
Do you know what I have just learned? Do you know, madame, that this man who enjoys your confidence and whom you honor with your friendship, that this man is a dishonest man?
I? Dishonest?
Monsieur Topaz, I don't think you know what you're saying.
Oh, on the contrary, I know only too well what I'm saying. Monsieur Castel is a professional grafter. There is only one place for grafters, and that is prison. I have the honor to bid you good day.
Where are you going?
To the public prosecutor.
Susie, do something.
Monsieur Topaz, just a moment. Ferdy, will you leave us alone for a little while? I may be able to explain things to Monsieur Topaz.
Probably. I speak French, English, German, and Spanish. But I doubt if I could make Monsieur Topaz understand me in any language. The language of the monkey house, of course, I have not yet mastered.
Monsieur Topaz, please. Do you want to ruin me?
Ruin you? Well, whatever happens to him, how can it affect you?
It will affect me.
Do you mean that you're his accomplice?
Not his accomplice, monsieur. The victim.
Oh, great goodness.
Let me tell you everything.
Oh, my dear, yes, of course.
Castel knew me as a child. He was a kind of financial advisor to my family. When I was left alone in the world, I put my whole fortune in his charge, and he undertook to invest it for me.
That rogue invests your money? Oh, goodness, it would have been better to lose your right hand.
Much better, I agree. But alas, when I was old enough to understand, it was too late.
Well, it's never too late to mend.
You see, I've become a party to his intrigues. And who but you would believe that I didn't know what it was about?
Oh, my dear, yes, of course.
Well, there's my whole miserable little story. Judge me if you will.
Who am I to judge? All the same, it wasn't exactly kind, knowing what you did to invite me into the same predicament.
Don't you understand why? Why I did it?
No.
What do you think a lonely woman does when she finds herself in the power of an unscrupulous brute? She looks for help, Topaz.
And you chose me?
From the first moment I saw you, I was struck by your forceful face. I thought I read in your eyes a promise of devotion. I felt if I only had a man like you near me, I should be guided, defended, perhaps even saved. Was I mistaken?
Oh, no, madame. Of course you weren't mistaken. What must I do? Tell me.
First of all, be silent. If you speak, I am ruined.
Yes, I shall be dumb.
Yes. And then you must stay near me.
I shall be at your elbow.
Also, you must regain the confidence of Castell. Prove your devotion to him until you find his weak spot. Then, without touching me, you can strike.
Madame, you are asking a great deal of me. More, perhaps, than you know. You see, you are asking me to become the accomplice of a cheat, to abandon all my most cherished principles.
You mean you don't think you can do it?
Oh, yes, I can do it. I'm going to do it. I promise faithfully that I will do it. Because, you see, forgive me for mentioning it, madame, I love you.
Topaz.
Have I offended you, madame?
Please.
Well, I know that I haven't known you long. I suppose it seems absurd, but really, I mean it. I love you.
You love me?
Yes.
Don't talk like that. Don't look at me like that. You're a fool. You're a fool, Topaz. You're the biggest fool I've ever met. But don't go away. Just be dumb and stay at my elbow.
This is Studio One at CBS, presenting as its second broadcast in a new series of hour-length dramas, Topaz, by Marcel Pagnol and Ben Levy. The story will resume after a pause for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System. The second broadcast of Studio One, Columbia's new hour-length dramatic series. We continue the story of Topaz.
Good afternoon, Monsieur Topaz. How are you?
As well as ever, thank you, Madame Courtois.
Where are you dining tonight?
In my room.
Alone?
Alone, Madame.
Won't you dine with me?
If you would excuse me, Madame, I would prefer to dine alone.
There's something the matter, isn't there? Do tell me what it is.
Nothing, Madame. I assure you, nothing.
Now, please don't fence with me. Surely you know I'm your friend. What's wrong?
Merely this, Madame. I know everything. 42 days ago, I came to this house. 23 days ago, I realized that you were making a fool of me. On Friday, the 13th of April, at 7 in the evening, I went to your house for dinner. I was waiting in the little drawing room, and I overheard a conversation that was for me very disagreeable.
About yourself?
Monsieur Castell was saying, "Darling, why did you have to invite that prize ass to dinner?" And you replied, "Because he is useful, and useful people should not be ignored."
Of course I did. Wasn't that the only way for me to answer Ferdy?
I was the prize ass, but I didn't mind that so much as his use of the word darling.
You've heard him use that word to me before.
Never before.
Well, Topaz, it all goes to show once more how little is to be gained by listening at doors.
Yes, but for you, I might still be happy in my own profession. I might even have achieved the height of my ambition, my degree in moral philosophy. But through you, I find myself in this nightmare of a situation.
You accepted the position with your eyes open.
Yes, but I wake up at night screaming while thousands of street cleaning machines come bearing down relentlessly upon me. And the giant sweepers whisper in chorus, "Topaz the crook! Topaz the crook!"
You brood too much, my friend. But you know, I'm glad you've learned the truth. I knew you'd have to sometimes, and I used to wonder what you'd do.
And now you've seen what I've done. I've got thinner. I've lost weight. I love you very much. Do you think...
No. Even if I wanted to, I shouldn't let myself love you.
Why?
Because you're timid, weak, credulous. I don't want a man who has to be nursed and wheedled and hoodwinked through life. I want one who's strong enough to protect me. You see, I'm tired of fighting my own battles. I want someone who can fight them for me.
Oh, well, if you really knew me, you wouldn't think I was so weak. I'm firmer than you think. I believe I shall tell you something I had intended to keep to myself. Something...
Good afternoon, my dear Topaz. Susie?
Hello, Freddie.
Good afternoon, monsieur.
Topaz, Monsieur Rebizoulet is coming this afternoon. And what's more, you're going to deal with him yourself.
Oh, is it a complicated business?
Oh, on the contrary. It is the first case you'll have to tackle on your own, and therefore it's an extremely easy one. Monsieur Rebizoulet is the proprietor of the Swiss Grill, that excellent restaurant in the Rue du Veau.
Oh, yes.
Very well. Last year, our city sanitary department erected a garbage disposal unit right in front of the restaurant. Now, as summer comes along and the sun gets hotter, there is an effect on the local atmospheric conditions in the immediate vicinity that is far from agreeable.
Is there?
In short, it makes the terrace of the Swiss Grill quite uninhabitable. The result is that Monsieur Rebizoulet's clients stay away. And this afternoon, therefore, he has come to ask us to have the objectionable thing removed.
Well, I should think so.
I told him I hadn't the time to see about it personally, but if he chose to speak to you, the unit would be removed. You will charge him 10,000 francs.
Oh, but, well, how can I make such a charge seem plausible?
You haven't got to make it seem plausible. All you've got to do is ask for it. Then I shall have the said nuisance dismantled and set up again opposite the Café Bertillon.
Yes, but what will Monsieur Bertillon have to say about that?
Exactly the same thing as Monsieur Rebizoulet. And the town is full of cafes. Amusing, isn't it?
Yes, monsieur.
Can't you laugh?
Yeah, Monsieur Castel, is it absolutely essential that I should receive Monsieur Rebizoulet?
Quite essential. You've been here nearly 2 months now, and it's high time you started taking an active part in things. I want you to develop into my assistant as well as my dummy.
Yes, you're very flattering, monsieur.
Yes, perhaps. Well, I'm going to leave you two. I've got work to do. Remember, Topaz, 10,000 from Rebizoulet.
Madame, I was just going to tell you something when Monsieur Castel came in. Something I've been hiding from you both.
Oh, what have you been hiding from us, Topaz?
Certain very clear evidence that I have acquired. Evidence which shows that the police are on our tracks.
The police?
Yes, it's true, madame. Let me read this article to you. It's in this morning's edition of the Public Conscience. Headline: Scandal at the town hall. It has come to the notice of the public conscience that there has been very serious corruption practiced recently in connection with a certain municipal contract. The dummy in this disreputable business is a miserable school teacher who was lately dismissed from his post. At the proper time, the public conscience will publish all relevant details.
You haven't mentioned this to Ferdy?
No, madame.
But how do they know what we've been up to? Must have been Roger de Belleville.
What does it matter?
I've got to tell Ferdy about this at once.
Pleasure, I think, of addressing Monsieur Topaz himself.
Oh, how did you get into my office?
That is of no consequence. I can perhaps do something for you.
You will forgive me, monsieur. I don't even know who you are.
My name, that hardly matters. Let us come to the point. You will certainly have read in one of our most important morning papers a rather strongly worded item relating to certain business deals that you've been negotiating recently.
You mean the one containing a reference to a to a school teacher?
That is the one, monsieur.
Yes, well, naturally I realized that the item was probably intended to refer to me.
And it is true, is it not, that you have been supplying the town with elaborate street-cleaning machines called Topaz patent sweepers?
Yes.
And that in supplying these machines, you are merely acting as a dummy for Monsieur Castel?
Yes.
The editor of the Public Conscience has himself made some very searching inquiries into the business, and in tomorrow's issue, he is proposing to reveal the whole case in detail to his readers.
Oh, yes, yes?
I brought you a proof copy of his article. It seemed only fair.
Oh, yes, yes. The Topaz scandal.
4 columns of irrefutable proof, you see. By tomorrow morning, 500,000 copies of that paper will be on the streets.
And with my photograph, too, my photograph.
And it's a bad photograph.
Oh, yes, dreadful. Well, it's very kind of you, monsieur, to have warned me, although I can't see that it will help me much. Goodbye, monsieur.
Is that all you have to say to me?
Well, what else can I say?
Perhaps I should have mentioned it before. But Monsieur Vernickel, the editor of the Public Conscience, is a great personal friend of mine. There is perhaps some message You would like me to give him on your behalf?
Yes, monsieur, there is. You tell him that he is utterly and absolutely right. You tell him that what he proposes to do is no more than his duty.
But, my dear young friend, is that all you propose to do about it?
Well, what else can I do?
But my friend, think. Honor is the most precious of our possessions, and to retain it is worth any sacrifice. Don't you understand? There is only one thing left for you to do. Only one way out.
Oh, dear. And if I did make that sacrifice, could you assure me that this article would never appear?
I could give you my word of honor.
Then the sacrifice shall be made.
Good. I congratulate you.
I have the means at hand here in my drawer. Go tell your friend the editor that the thing shall soon be done.
No, monsieur, not soon. It must be done now, while I'm on the spot.
Now? At this moment?
Why not, as you have the means at hand? Surely the sooner the better.
You mean here in front of you?
Why, how else?
Oh, good gracious, man. Are you actually prepared to stand by and watch one of your fellow creatures take his own life?
Take his life? Well, what are you talking about?
Yes, with the revolver from my drawer here.
What is all this? What's going on here?
Oh, this gentleman appears to have discovered all about us and is now insisting that I should kill myself in front of his eyes.
What are you talking about, Topaz?
It's not true. I wanted nothing of the kind. All I wanted was 25,000 francs.
What?
Be quiet, Topaz. Now, my ancient friend, tell me, does Vernickel know that I have anything to do with this business?
Oh, yes, but he told me to apply to Monsieur Topaz.
Very wise of him. This isn't the first time you've practiced blackmail, is it, my friend?
Oh, come now. That isn't very polite. Do I work like an amateur? I started with the Panama Canal scandal.
You did? Oh, that was a fine piece of work.
It was indeed. Deputies, ministers, all sorts of people, including the very best. I did business with nearly 40 of them, and I never heard a single coarse word from start to finish. And when I tell you that in those days I was extremely delicate...
Yes. Listen to me now. I want to tell you a little story about Monsieur Vernickel.
Yes?
He was an apprentice in the town of Melun in 1894, yes?
Yes.
He ran away with his master's cash box and was eventually condemned by the High Court of Melun to, 13 months imprisonment. Eh?
Yes.
And it would be rather trying for Monsieur Vernickel if his present position if these facts were dredged up and published with all the evidence which is in my possession. Would it not, monsieur?
Yes.
Then the matter settled.
If I may say so, very well settled, too. My congratulations, Monsieur Castel. I always admire the professional touch. Meanwhile, I can but withdraw gracefully.
I agree.
Good day, gentlemen. Good day.
There, that's that. Do you see, Topaz?
Yes, I see.
Whenever one of those turns up, just tell him to come back when I'm here.
Yes, I will. I will.
You know, Miss Topaz, Madame Courtoise is of the opinion that your sensitive nature is unsuited to this delicate work. Personally, I would put it more bluntly. You have neither nerve, strength, nor savoir-faire. In short, you are jellyfish.
Oh, but that is where you and Madame are both wrong. You mistake my repression for weakness. You may not believe it, but I have great possibilities. With a little encouragement, I might easily become a positive volcano.
Yes, and with that end in view, I have obtained for you something that will, I believe, realize your very limited ambition. Here, take it. Your degree in moral philosophy.
My degree? But how in the world?
In this world, everything can be obtained by a little friendly pressure. The president of the academy is an old friend of mine. I dropped in to see him last night. One thing led to another, and I playfully reminded him of some useful indiscretions of which, by the merest chance, I had retained a written record. And after a very friendly chat, he sat down and wrote out your degree.
My degree? For exceptional services, the said Albert Topaz is hereby endowed with the degree of Doctor of Philosophy.
Oh, and that isn't all. I've got something else for you at the same time.
What? What is it?
The rosette of the Legion of Honor.
The rosette? Oh, let me see it. Give it to me. Oh, Albert Topaz, Doctor of Moral Philosophy, member of the Legion of Honor. That is something. Now I am someone. Now I can act. When Monsieur Le Pisolet arrives, show him right in. I'll deal with him.
Nearly 4 o'clock. And I've been waiting here in his office since 2, and I told him I was coming. Oh, really, Susie, since I gave him the Legion of Honor, this Topaz has become intolerable.
Certainly, if he's been detained somewhere, he might at least have telephoned. Just as a point of politeness to me.
I don't know about politeness to you, but I've come here by appointment to settle our monthly accounts. He probably doesn't even expect to see you here.
Why not? Topaz has been working for us for over a year now, and I've been present at every single monthly settlement.
Well, it wasn't necessary for you to be here today. As a matter of fact, I've been on the point of asking you not to wait any longer for him.
Oh? Why?
Simply because I think it injures your dignity to be kept hanging around waiting for such a man. Or any man, for that matter.
Dear Ferdy, you're always so thoughtful.
Well, how about it? Aren't you going?
No, my dear.
Why not?
I'm not such a fool.
What do you mean?
Do you really think I don't know you by now, Ferdy? I know just exactly what's in your mind. You thought you could keep this Moroccan business a secret, didn't you? A secret from me.
What Morocco business?
Oh, drop it, Ferdy. We've known each other too long.
I haven't the least idea what you're talking about.
Oh, the least idea how important a big land concession in Morocco might be. Land full of marble quarries, lead mines, cork forests, isn't it?
Well, that's the first I've heard about it. Where'd you get the idea from?
It'd be rather difficult not to get the idea, seeing that an attaché from the colonial office is here every morning. Do you imagine I haven't noticed that map over there on the wall with its elaborate blue pencil mark?
Map? Map? What map?
Oh, Ferdy, please.
But I swear to you I've never seen that map before. I don't know a thing about any Moroccan business.
Then why are you so anxious I shouldn't be here when the accounts are being settled today?
All right, I'll tell you why. The fact is that Topaz has been getting so swollen-headed lately that he's inclined to presume. Mind you, I'm not the kind of man who's stupidly jealous of his own dignity. But the fact is that your presence does seem to lead him to overreach himself. If you stay, well, you might go a bit too far in provoking me, and I might be tempted to throw him out. After all, you know, it's your fault.
My fault?
Yes, you taught him to eat.
My dear, I've invited him to dinner a few times, that's all.
A few times, at least twice a week. It's the same old story, like my mother's chimpanzee.
Your mother's chimpanzee, Ferdy?
Yes. When she brought him, when he first came to the house, he was half-starved, miserable, and scared to death. A more affectionate little creature I never saw in my life. Then they gave him Brazil nuts, peanuts, walnuts, and coconuts. They stuffed him full of bananas. And what was the result?
I don't know, Ferdy. What was the result?
He became as strong as a boxer and smashed the housemaid's jaw.
Oh, I'm glad you're not a housemaid, Ferdy.
Don't be irritating, I beg of you. You just wait. Monsieur Albert Topaz is going to hear something from me this time, I can tell you. Where is he?
Oh, patience, Ferdy, patience. Whatever's keeping him must be very interesting.
Monsieur Topaz is here.
At last.
Ah, hello, Susie. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, but I simply had to stay and watch my horse win the third race, which he did in excellent style, by the way.
Congratulations.
Now, look here, you.
Just a minute. I must speak to my secretary.
Yes, Monsieur Topaz. Will you take the evening mail now, Monsieur Topaz?
No, later. Leave it with me. What appointments have I left for today?
At 4:30, Monsieur Duhamel, Minister for the Colonies. At 5 o'clock...
Transfer any other appointments to tomorrow. I'll see Monsieur Duhamel. That's important. You may sit down, Castell. Now, anything else, mademoiselle?
Your trainer telephoned and said he has forgotten to ask you if you intend to enter a horse at Longchamp on the 17th.
Tell him yes, but scratch the entry for the English Derby. We're not quite ready for that yet.
Very good, Monsieur.
And telephone the National Bank. Tell the manager I want to see him here tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
Yes.
Get my broker at 9 o'clock. Yes. I'm dining with Judge Lenoir. I should be at his house at 11:30 this evening. If anything of importance comes up, you can phone me there.
Yes.
I will look through my mail after I've seen the Minister for the Colonies. That's all.
Thank you, Monsieur.
Now, what can I do for you? I regret that my time is limited.
I've come to settle the accounts for the month of September.
Oh, yes. Won't that be rather dull for you, madame? I think you might prefer to read a magazine. There are lots over there on the table.
Thank you.
Now, my friend, figures.
Yes, let's deal with the figures first. I shall have something to say to you afterwards.
Good. I shall be delighted to listen. Now, let me see. For the month of September, I owe you the sum of 65,347 francs. Agreed?
Yes, that's exactly what I make it.
The Morocco business included?
Yes. What is all this about Morocco?
Morocco? Oh, that's a personal matter.
What do you mean by personal?
I mean that it's none of your business.
Not my business, eh? What exactly do you mean by that?
Which of those very simple words do you find it hard to understand? Cigarette?
No.
Now listen, Freddie. I want to tell you something. In the last 6 months, this agency, with my help, has brought you in a clear profit of 250,000 francs. which proves that even if it were to cease operations today, you would have done very well out of it.
And why should it cease operations today?
Because I have decided to keep this business to myself in future, and from now on, this office belongs to me.
What?
Any profits will be mine, and mine alone. And if I should have to do business with you again, I shall no longer do it for a commission of 6%.
You mean that you propose to appropriate this agency entirely?
I do. The agency bears my name, the lease is in my name, and I am legally in possession.
But it would be daylight robbery.
In that case, perhaps you would like to appeal to the court.
Listen, you. I've met a good many scoundrels in my time, but never before have I come across one as blatant and unscrupulous as you.
My friend, I am quite unmoved by your flattery.
Oh, I shall burst. I know it. Any minute now, I shall burst.
In the circumstances, is that all you have to say, Ferdy?
In the circumstances, I'm afraid that's all he can say.
Listen. Look here, Alfred, old boy.
My name is Albert.
Albert. I know very well you haven't meant any of this. I tell you what I'll do. I'll give you 10%.
I'm sorry, it wouldn't pay me. Besides, I've been watching you at work very closely for some time now, and frankly, I've been disappointed. You're a crook, I grant you, but in no sense a great crook. Your ideas lack vision, lack breadth. If I may say so, you will never have a real imagination. Stick to your cheap politics, Ferdy.
Susie, what did I tell you? My mother's chimpanzee all over again.
No good appealing to me, Ferdy. I can't help you.
Topaz, you're a bandit.
I agree.
You're a bandit.
Ferdy, dear, even in vituperation, you're falling a little short of my expectations.
Oh, you shut up. I'm not at all sure that you're not his accomplice.
You know perfectly well I'm not.
Quietly.
I don't know anything of the kind, though goodness knows I've made enough money for you in the last 2 years to pay at least for your loyalty.
You're a vulgar creature, aren't you, Ferdy?
Oh, vulgar, am I? Vulgar or no, you've been a pretty mess without me.
If you must shout, would you mind doing it in the outer office? I have work to do.
I'd like to remind you, my fine young lady, that when I first met you, you were wearing rabbit fur.
I haven't forgotten that.
And Lyle stockings, and I dare say cotton underwear.
No, never cotton.
And it was I, vulgar or no, that dragged you up from the gutter.
Monsieur, I cannot allow you to address a lady like that in my presence. Please leave my office.
Don't try riding the high horse with me, young man.
Do you hear me? Get out.
I've a good mind to break your neck.
Get out.
Yes, I will get out. Goodness knows I don't want to stay here any longer. But I shall come back, you beggar on horseback. At the moment, I prefer to laugh.
Well, I'm afraid he was rather rude to you, Susie.
Not for the first time.
No, I suppose not. But now that he's resigned from this agency, you won't be subjected to that kind of thing anymore.
You certainly have changed, Topaz.
For the good?
For your good, I suppose. Not for mine.
How's that?
Well, you mustn't forget I had an interest in the agency, too. In robbing Ferdy, you're robbing me. I used to get 8% on the turnover.
Oh, yes, I see. Well, it would be a pity to sacrifice that 8%.
I agree.
Then why don't you keep it?
I don't know the conditions yet.
Well, I owe a good deal to you, Susie. Especially in the way of advice. And, you see, I still lack something.
What?
The, outward and visible sign of success, to wit, the constant company of a lovely woman, a wife. I particularly want your advice on the choice I have made in that connection.
If your choice is already made, perhaps it's rather late to consult me about it. Who is she?
Guess.
Do I know her?
Very well.
Is she pretty?
Adorably. And what an instinct for clothes. The dress she wore yesterday was faultless.
Are you sure that she, in her turn, takes you quite seriously?
Well, possibly not. Who knows?
It might be, for instance, that she looks upon you as a man without a future.
Oh, she would be wrong.
All the same. My advice is that you should prove yourself a little more before approaching her.
Well, I propose for once to disregard your advice.
Very well. But I've warned you.
Susie, when you turn round, won't you turn round and look at me? Susie, I love you. Won't you say something?
What would you like me to say?
I should like you to say, I love you too, Topaz.
I love you too, Topaz.
Excuse me, Monsieur Topaz, but Monsieur Duhamel is here.
Who?
Monsieur Duhamel, the minister for colonies.
Oh, yes. Ask him if he'll be good enough to wait. I shall only keep him a minute. I'll ring when I'm ready.
Very good, monsieur. Great men of business don't waste their time on women.
Oh, that's a profound mistake. They do. Besides, this is no waste of time. You do love me, don't you?
Topaz, darling. What are you looking at me like that for?
What do you see in my eyes?
Why, a smile? A sort of smile?
Do you not read in my eyes unthinkable things?
No, darling, no. No, I don't.
Oh, well, then, Susie, I have reached the moment to be firm.
Of course you have, darling.
Yes.
This is when you kiss me.
On the lips.
Mm-hmm.
The Columbia Broadcasting System has brought you Studio One, a new series of hour-length versions for listening of celebrated stories, novels, and plays. Tonight from Studio One, you have heard Fletcher Markle's script and production of Topaz by Marcel Pagnol and Ben Levy. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Alexander Sendler.
Now, for your interest, may a producer introduce the principals of the cast. Featured in the title role tonight is the remarkable Monsieur Topaz,
Everett Sloane.
As Madame Susie Courtois,
Anne Burr.
As Monsieur Castel,
Sebastian Cabot.
As Roger de Berville,
Harold Deerenforth.
And as the Baroness,
Hester Sundergaard.
Next Tuesday night from Studio One at CBS, Henrik Ibsen's An Enemy of the People. A very powerful and penetrating story, arranged in contemporary terms especially for the series. Until next week, then, and Ibsen's An Enemy of the People, this is Fletcher Markle with a good night and thank you from all of us in Studio One.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Carol Lombard and Bob Hope in Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. This evening's class will study a simple equation. Bob Hope plus Carol Lombard equals a riot. And this particular riot is called Mr. and Mrs. Smith. I've been connected with the theater most of my life, and that's been long enough to bar me from the draft. I've seen many a bright star rise, but I've never seen more comedy stars than we have today, nor a time when they were more needed. Two top ones are here tonight, and they'll do their best to help us keep our national equilibrium by completely upsetting it for the next hour. The play is the story of a young married couple who suddenly discover, to their own amazement, that they aren't legally married. Carol Lombard and Bob Hope carry on from there, with Carol in the same part she played in the RKO picture, and Bob Hope as her lawyer husband. Personally, I'd like to have the right to sell tickets in any courtroom where Bob pleaded a case. But we're not selling tickets tonight. Our production of Mr. and Mrs. Smith is another gesture of appreciation to Mr. and Mrs. America for the way they've supported another production of ours, Lux Toilet Soap. Of course, we've generally spoken to Mrs. America when we've talked about that, but we had no intention of slighting her husband. It just seemed that Mrs. America would be more interested. But Mr. America has some very definite ideas of his own about soap, principally on the subject of lather. His letters are practical and to the point. And where Lux Toilet Soap is concerned, we're glad to report that Mr. America agrees perfectly with Mrs. America that it's just about the best buy on the market, so here's to both of them. And here's a play for both of them. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Bob Hope as David Smith and Carol Lombard as Anne, his wife, with Bill Goodwin as Chuck Benson and Jack Arnold as Jeff. Curtain going up. David Smiths took each other for better for worse, they agreed to live by a set of rules. Rule 4, Subdivision A, was by far the most radical.
I, Anne.
And I, David, do solemnly promise that we shall never leave a room after a quarrel until such quarrel is over and has been settled to the satisfaction of
me, Anne.
And me, David. Hallelujah.
In 3 years of married life, Rule number 4, Subdivision A, has been called into operation at least once every week. In fact, it's in operation right now.
Mr. Smith, breakfast, sir. Breakfast, Mrs. Smith.
Lily, what are they doing now?
I don't know, but they ain't opening the door.
Look through the keyhole.
She's under the bedclothes, and he's playing cards.
Still? That's what they were doing last night.
They've been in 3 days already. How much longer are they going to keep this up?
They went 8 days once.
Martha, he's coming toward the door.
Get away from there, quick.
I'm way ahead of you. David! David, come back, David!
Yes, Anne.
Oh, darling, I thought I was afraid you...
You thought I'd left without making up, huh?
Oh, yes. Oh, hold me close. Closer, David.
Closer? Honey, this is David, not Goliath. Say, what would you have done if I'd really gone out that door?
I don't know.
Leave me?
Mm-hmm.
Forever?
Mm-hmm.
For all eternity?
Uh-huh.
Even till they stop playing Amapola?
Uh-huh. Oh, David, as long as we live, we'll never change rule number 4.
Never.
You know, if every married couple have it, there'd never be a divorce. They ought to put it in the marriage certificate. By the way, where is our marriage certificate?
Oh, I'm using it for a bookmark. I don't want to lose my place in Esquire.
David, remember that 8-day session?
Uh-huh.
And the 6?
There were 2 6s.
2?
Yeah, one Christmas week and the other after the Yale game. We got home and the football game started all over again.
That was really 5.5 days. We started in the afternoon.
And now how about breakfast, madam?
Oh, kiss me first. All right, darling, breakfast. We've got respect for each other as persons. That's our big trick.
Yep.
Man and woman, all right, but person to person, that's important in marriage, too. You know, I think we'd be friends if we were both men or women, don't you?
Oh, sure.
Respect for each other as individual, that's what counts in marriage. And always to tell the truth, no matter what the consequences. You know, if we told each other just one lie, we'd have to admit we failed, wouldn't we, David? And what would we have left? Oh, a marriage like other people's. Doubt, distrust, going on with each other because it's the easiest way. Oh, no, not for us. Not after what we've had. You know, David, it was all my fault.
Oh, no, Anna, it was mine.
My fault, yes. A wife should conduct herself to please her husband. That's one of the rules I'm going to make.
Another one?
David, what's today's date?
Well, I'd better be running along, honey. The office must be loaded with...
David, it's the 15th. Remember rule number 7?
Anne, I think we ought to give that one up. We always get into arguments.
Well, if we ever give one up, that means we're giving up just that much of our wonderful relationship that we're letting down. You wouldn't want me to feel that, would you?
Yeah, but those questions you ask every month, like what I did that trip in Paris when I graduated from college. I was only 21, and I really thought I was buying a postcard.
I forgave you for that.
Oh, well, darling, I've got to get to the office.
Only one question today, dear.
Now I know what happens to the quiz kids when they grow up.
David, tell me, if you had to do it all over again, would you have married me?
Honestly, no.
What?
Oh, not that I'd want to marry anyone else, but a man gives up so much when he's married. Privacy and independence and Earl Carols. No, I think if I had to do it over again, I'd stay single.
Oh.
Now, honey, you wanted me to tell you the truth because we have respect for each other. We talk to each other honestly. Your feelings aren't hurt now, are they?
Oh, no, it's perfectly all right, perfectly.
I knew it. That's the last of those questions. They're always getting us in trouble.
Well, I'm not angry in the least.
Yes, you are. You don't understand what I mean.
David, if you want your freedom, right, I want to be the kind of a wife who clings to her husband when she's not wanted.
For heaven's sakes, I do want to stay married to you. I love you. I'm crazy about you. I'm used to you. How do we get into these things anyway?
My only hold on you is that you're used to me.
Honey, darling, you've got the whole thing wrong. You're my little girl. I'm crazy about you. Don't cry, baby. Don't cry. Oh, Snugs, look. Give Dream Boy a little kiss.
Oh. All right, Dream Boy.
And now, is everything all right?
Yes, Dream Boy, everything.
Is this as sickening to you as it is to me? Oh, no, honey, stop. I didn't mean to stop, darling. Don't cry. Before the government builds a dam around you, stop, please. Say you forgive me. Say it.
All right. I'll forgive you.
Fine. Can I go to work now?
Uh-huh.
Oh, goodbye, sweet. I'll come home early, and I mean early.
Morning, Mr. Smith.
Morning.
Good morning, David.
Oh, good morning, Jeff.
Well, it's been a long time, hasn't it?
Yeah, about 4 Band-Aids ago.
I was beginning to think I didn't have a partner anymore at all.
Well, you know how Ann is. You have to humor in those things.
You don't have to apologize to me, David. I envy you from the bottom of my heart. I wish I was in your shoes.
Yeah, she's a good kid.
Mr. Smith.
Yes?
There's a Mr. Deaver been waiting to see you. He won't tell me his business. He says it's something private.
Oh, send him in.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll leave you to your miseries, David. Lunch at the club if you can make it.
Oh, fine. I'll try, Jeff.
Mr. Deaver, sir.
Oh, Mr. Deaver, how do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, won't you sit down? Well, what is it?
Mr. Smith, were you married in Beecham in March 1938?
Why, yes, I was.
Well, you know, Beecham is on the other side of the river, and it was always incorporated in Brenner County. And you see, Brenner County is in Idaho. You follow me, don't you?
Well, more or less, but to be on the safe side, maybe you'd better drop pebbles.
Well, we in Beecham found out we didn't have the right to be incorporated in Brenner County because from the other side of the Bass River, well, we belong in Nevada.
Well, it sounds like a good idea. Taking Brenner County out of Idaho leaves more room to grow potatoes.
This is serious, Mr. Smith. You see, we just found out that anybody who got married between 1936 and now with an license in Nevada, well, it isn't legal.
Oh, well, what do you mean it isn't legal?
Now, I don't want you to get frightened or upset or anything. There's been kind of a mistake. You're not legally married.
What's that? You mean my wife ain't my... Or I ain't? Or we... You mean I'm draft bait?
Oh, you really are married and everything, but there's a little technicality.
Little, he says. It's a good thing I don't have a couple of little technicalities running around the house. Go on.
You're a lawyer, Mr. Smith. You know everything's perfectly all right, common law and everything. But we figured it'd be better if everybody kind of got married again just to be on the safe side.
Yeah?
And the Chamber of Commerce is sending me around to everybody to tell them. And we give you your $2 back, and you can use it to get another license. Here's your $2, Mr. Smith.
Okay, and will the Chamber of Commerce take over the payments on the ring?
Well, I'll be going now, Mr. Smith. Say, that picture there, is that your wife?
Uh-huh.
She's a striking woman.
You can say that again, brother.
Say, wasn't she Annie Krausheimer?
Annie Krausheimer. She lived right across from Beecham. That's how we came to be married there. Did you know her?
Did I know her? I guess she's changed some, huh?
Yes, she's changed a little.
Yeah, she once chased a dog catcher half a mile with a baseball bat.
Well, she hasn't changed as much as you think.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Smith. Tell her I asked after her, will you? Old Harry Deaver. She'll remember me.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Oh, hello, Miss Ames. Will you call my home, please? Ask the maid if I can please speak to Miss Annie Krausheimer.
You're sure everything's all right now, Anne?
Oh, Ma, that's wonderful. David called me just a little while ago. He wants to have dinner with him tonight.
Well, that sounds good.
And you know where, Mother? Mama Lucy's. You know, I didn't think he even remembered the name of the place. Why, we haven't been there since before we were married.
That sounds even better.
Oh, don't worry, Mother. You know what? All the time he was talking to me on the telephone, he kept calling me Miss Krausheimer. The fool.
Mrs. Smith.
Yes, Lily?
Mr. Harry Deaver is here. He says you remember him from across the river in Beecham.
Oh, Harry Deaver.
Bertha Deaver's brother. We'll show him in, Lily.
Yes, ma'am. Come in, please, sir.
Hello, Harry Deaver. This is quite a surprise.
Hello, Annie. Hello, Mrs. Krausheimer.
Hello.
I didn't know whether you'd remember me.
What are you doing in New York?
Oh, I'm here on business.
How's your wife, Harry?
She's fine, thanks.
How's Bertha?
Oh, she's fine, too. Married to a dairy farmer in Boise. Got 4 children. All girls. Got 4 cows. All girls, too.
Well, sit down, won't you? Will you have some tea?
No, thanks. Only dropped in for a second. Annie, you haven't changed a bit. I'd recognize you in a minute.
Why, Harry, that's the nicest thing you could have said to me.
Say, I did recognize you. Only saw your picture on your husband's desk and recognized you right off. He's a good-looking fella.
Well, what were you doing with my husband?
Well, here's the way it is. You see, Beecham is on the other side of the river, and it was always incorporated in Brenner County. Well, Brenner County is Annie, you aren't legally married.
Anne, this is horrible. Not married. So that's why he called me Miss Krausheimer.
Oh, it's nothing, Annie. You'll just get married again.
I should hope so. Well, now, Mother, don't get excited. Harry's right. The whole thing's very simple. David will marry me all over again.
And suppose he doesn't?
Well, he'll have to. If he doesn't, I'll get a divorce. That's what I'll do.
You can't get a divorce from a man you're not even engaged to.
Well, Mother, stop confusing me. It's all right, I tell you. Why, I always ask him if he'd do it again, and I say, David, if you had to do it all over again, would you marry me? Well, just this morning he said to me, he said, oh, holy mackerel, I'm a bachelor girl.
You're looking kind of cute tonight.
Oh, thank you, David. And thanks for the lovely roses you sent me.
Well, I always send you roses.
Yes, but these had stems on them. Oh, I just can't wait to see Mama Lucy.
Oh, dear old Mama Lucy.
Do you think we'll get the same table?
Sure, it's early.
Oh, it'll be covered with a checkered tablecloth, and there'll be a candle in an old Chianti bottle.
Yeah, just an old Chianti bottle in an old Chianti town.
And Rosa the fortune teller. You know, I even love the smell about the place. This is the place, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Either our noses have changed or there's a livery stable around.
Well, it's not exactly Chanel number 5. Well, let's go in.
This place has changed a little.
It looks sort of empty, doesn't it?
Oh, hello, Cat. I don't remember you.
You want something?
Yeah, is Mama Lucy here?
I'm Mama Lucy.
Well, you've changed a little, too.
She left. I don't know where.
Oh, well, wait a minute. We'd like to eat here.
Huh? You want to eat here?
Unless you've got some objection.
I got no objection if you got no objection. How would you like to sit?
Well, we used to come here years ago, and there were tables outside. Would it be too much trouble to have it the way it used to be?
Are you going to have the 45-cent or the 65-cent dinner?
Well, what's the difference?
With a 65-cent dinner, you get back your own hat and coat.
Sure. If it don't fit me. Sit down.
The tablecloth isn't checkered, but it's dirty enough to look like checkered.
The candle isn't the same stuff in a beer bottle.
It smells.
Oh, eat your soup, dear.
That smells, too. Say, there's something wrong with this soup.
It's just your imagination. There's nothing wrong with the soup.
No, then why are the noodles spelling out SOS? Here, Pussy, you eat some soup. Go ahead.
David, get that cat off the table.
I can't. I think it... Look, he won't eat it. Why doesn't the cat eat the soup? Animals know what's good for them. You notice he ate up the olives.
Well, why did you give them to him?
I wanted to see how many he'd eat before he'd ask for a martini.
David, eat your soup, please.
Oh, that cat knows something. Look at him. He's scared. A black lentil just crossed his path.
David, where should we go after this?
Home. Here, Puss, here. Come on, Stoop, soup.
Did you say home, David? Well, aren't we supposed to go someplace before we go home?
Well, altogether, it'll make it too late. So, you know, I'd give $5 to see that cat take a sip of that soup. Here, Puss, come on, soup.
David, listen.
Yes, hon?
Tell me what you do a day in the office. You know, just a simple day like today. From the minute you came in until you went home, what happened?
Oh, nothing. Just a lot of schmooze. It's dull as dishwater.
No, it isn't. I'm very interested. What sort of things come up in a day? Who did you see? Please try and remember.
Well, there was a fellow... Oh, look, the cat's going to eat the soup. No, he isn't. He's turning away. Doesn't that mean something? I want a stomach pump.
Nice cat, huh?
Yeah.
I'm unlucky with cats here. The third cat this week. Say, are you Mrs. Smith?
Yes, how did you know?
Your mother's in the kitchen. On the phone.
Oh, must be about our Red Cross group. I'll be right back, David. Hello, Mother.
Hello, Anne. Has he told you?
Well, not exactly.
What do you mean, not exactly?
Well, he's teasing me. He thinks he's being romantic about it.
Oh.
Mother, are you crying?
My poor baby. Thank heaven your father's dead. Listen to me now. Under no conditions, do you hear me? Under no conditions are you to...
Why, of course not, Mother. Don't worry. If worse comes to worse, I'll spend the night with you.
Well, don't forget.
I won't. Bye, Mother.
Is that your mother?
Yes, Mother.
Yeah, your ears look tired. You know, honey, I've got a little secret to tell you.
Oh, David, it's about time. What is it, dear?
You're a great kid.
Is that all?
Hmm?
Darling, it's getting rather late if we have to go anyplace, if you know what I mean.
Oh, I get it. Waiter, check. Champagne. Keep twirling it, honey. Get it good and cold.
David, why are we drinking champagne?
Well, you like champagne, don't you? Here, let me do it.
David, wait. I didn't think we were coming home so soon.
No? Get the glasses, hon.
Glasses?
Sure, you don't want to drink out of a bottle, do you?
David, you stop twirling that box.
Hey, look out! What's the matter with you?
You beast!
What?
You beast, you know we're not legally married. You were never going to tell me.
I was going to tell you. Honey, I was going to tell you later.
Later?
Oh, there's no need taking on like this.
You were going to wait until we had another fight and then throw me aside like a squeezed lemon.
In that dress, you're shaped more like an avocado.
I've given you the best years of my life, and you were willing to go on and on. I've always had a suspicion about you. So did my mother. Your forehead slants back too much.
Well, at least I've got a forehead. Anne.
Don't you touch me.
Oh, now listen, Annie.
You get out of here.
Get out?
Go on. You're not staying in this apartment.
Honey, we can't leave the bedroom until we've made up.
You're not in the bedroom. Get out.
If you'll let me explain, Anne, stop pushing.
You're going out of here. Take your coat.
Annie.
And here's your hat.
Annie, let go. Stop.
You'll never come back here. I never want to see you again as long as I live. Now get your hand out of that door.
Ouch! Annie, either let me in or throw out my fingers.
KNX 1070 News Radio.
Act 2 of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, starring Carol Lombard as Anne and Bob Hope as David, with Bill Goodwin as Chuck Benson. Bag and baggage, David Smith has been tossed into the street by his own wife, who now considers herself Miss Annie Krausheimer. Homeless and weary, David wanders into his club downtown. In the steam room, he sits wrapped in a towel, staring into the clouds of mist. Through the fog comes another half-draped torso, Chuck Benson.
Hiya, Dave. How goes it? Haven't seen you around the club in months.
Oh, hello.
Benson, Chuck Benson. Don't you remember me? We were in the golf foursome in last year's tournament.
Oh, yes. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Oh, I got a little kink in my arm. I think this steam ought to fix it.
Yeah, I had a fight with my wife, too.
Oh, it wasn't exactly a fight. We were drinking champagne, and it went to my head, bottle and all.
Yeah, sure, same old story. But you know what I don't understand? Whenever two people have a fight, the woman goes home to her mother. Well, every time my wife and I have a fight, I have to get out of the house.
Huh. How do you get back?
Oh, it's the simplest thing in the world. Ignore it. Ignore the whole thing. Next day, they're glad to see you. I know, brother. I've had experience.
Hey, you're right. Hey, I'll just go to the office. I won't even call her. She gets worried. Why don't I show up in the morning? By the time I get home tomorrow night? Thanks, Chuck. You're a pal. Hello, darling.
What do you want?
Now listen, Anne.
Miss Krausheimer to you.
Oh! Taxi lady?
Thank you. 36th Street and 5th, please.
Okay. Hello?
Oh, good morning, Mrs. Smith. Is this your cab?
No, I was crossing the street and the lights changed. Say, Anne, are you going to stop this silly farce or aren't you? I've got a lot of work piled up in the office. You let me come home. I'm willing not to discuss this anymore.
Very generous of you, but I won't be thrown crumbs by a crumb.
Now, listen, you're my wife.
Oh, no, we're not legally married, Ducky.
Well, then we're going to be legally married.
Sorry, I haven't time. I'm learning the words to the Hut Sut song.
Are you out of your mind? Why, think of my reputation. Well, why the laugh?
Oh, I thought of your reputation. Legally, we're not married.
Oh, all right, we'll get married. Does that suit you?
We'll get married. That's a nice snarling proposal. Listen, you had a hard enough job getting me to marry you before, and I didn't know you then. But I do now, and how I know you. If anyone asks you, you're no bargain.
Well, what's the matter with me? Am I a cheapskate? Am I a dope, a fathead, a rat?
Well, keep mentioning them. You're getting warm.
Well, name one thing about me you don't like.
One thing. My, aren't we vain? In the first place, I wish you'd go on a diet and get a little thinner.
Well, what for?
Well, I'd like my girdle back.
Indian giver.
And then what about that tar stuff you keep rubbing into your hair that smells up my whole bedroom?
Well, I'm only trying to keep my hair for you, and you're a fine one to talk. Going to bed with a head full of aluminum clips. Every time I woke up, I expected to find the government had turned you into an airplane.
Now, you won't have to worry anymore, dearie.
Well, I'm not going to stand for this, and that's my last word on it.
It's nice to have met you.
All right, I'm not going to support you. How do you like that?
Fine.
I'm serious. I'm not going to give you any money.
Fine. Never like asking you for money anyway. It was embarrassing watching you take off your shoe. You keep... Right here, driver.
I want you to know I'm doing this reluctantly.
Well, that suits me. Here, driver, keep the change.
Thanks, lady. You're not very practical. How do you think you're going to live? And your old lady, how is she going to live?
Look, Mr. Smith, you see that department store? Well, since yesterday morning, I've been employed in good standing. They pay me every Saturday. Goodbye, Mr. Smith.
Oh, wait, listen, Ann.
Good morning, sir. Are you looking for something?
Oh, yes, I am.
Can I help you, sir?
Yes, she's about 5 feet. No, I'll find it myself.
I might be able to save you a lot of trouble. I'm very well acquainted with the merchandise.
Oh, thanks, but I'd rather find it myself. You just run along and water your carnation.
You're embarrassed. Is it something in ladies' lingerie?
Yes, it's something in ladies' lingerie.
Well, you go right down the aisle there.
Now, don't tell me it's a game I'm playing.
Oh, it's perfectly all right, sir. Perfectly, sir.
Oh, there you are.
Good morning. Anything I can do for you?
Ann, are you crazy standing all day on your feet for $18 a week? Will you please do me a favor and come home? I've got a cake in the oven.
I'm sorry, sir. I think you have the wrong department. We have nothing here for you.
Are you walking out of here peacefully, or do I have to carry you?
The manager's looking. Can I show you something else, sir?
All right, I'll carry you. Here. All right, I'll drag you.
Get away from me!
You're coming home. You're nothing but a silly little...
Let go! You can't take me out of here. That's shoplifting.
Come on.
Miss Krausheimer, what are you doing to the customer?
I'm not doing anything. Look who's got who.
Sorry, sir, but I'll have to ask you to release our sales clerk.
You want to try to make me release her?
Well, if you're not pleased with this clerk, I'll be happy to get you another.
I'm pleased with her, and she's no clerk. She's my wife.
Your wife?
I am not.
Miss Krausheimer, we understood you were a single woman. As an aid to the unemployment situation, it is our policy not to employ married women.
Good idea.
I am not married.
She's married, all right. Did you ever see a single woman that could fight like this? Come on.
Mr. Fogel, believe me.
Well, we'll have to take this up with the head of the department.
No, we don't. This way.
Let me alone.
This is a showcase. Be careful. Oh, are you hurt?
No, but this is the first time I ever wore a corset for a hat.
Go, detective. Quick.
Now get out and stay out, and don't come back in this store again. That goes for the both of you.
Well, I'm fine. Are you satisfied now?
Listen, I have an appointment in the office at 2 o'clock. Are you going to make up with me?
No, I'm not going to make up with you ever.
For heaven's sakes, Ann, what do you want? I had a chance to get out of our marriage, didn't I? But now I want to get back. Doesn't that convince you I still want to be married to you?
I'm very flattered, but I don't want to marry you. Thought the whole thing over, and I'm not interested.
Well, what's the matter with me?
Well, I don't like your temper. You're too jealous. You're always knocking people down.
Oh, now, wait. If you're referring to last New Year's Eve, that midget had no right to...
Move along there. Move along.
Just a minute, officer.
You heard what I said. Move along. You're blocking traffic.
Why don't you go someplace and steal an apple?
Go on. Hit him, why don't you? Knock him down. Go on.
Madam, I wouldn't advise your friend to hit a cop in this town.
But I'm on your side, officer. I don't even know this man.
Oh, you don't, huh?
She does so. She's married to me illegally.
Run along, buddy. Go visit Columbus Circle.
Listen,
you run before I run you and beat it.
Oh, bully.
The KMX Drama Hour continues with the second part of tonight's presentation. Every night at this time, it's an hour of outstanding entertainment from radio's golden past. Stories of adventure, mystery, and comedy. Yours for the listening on KMX 1070, an Infinity station.
I postponed the Amanda case for you, David, and I set back the Duffy hearing.
Oh, that's fine. Just fine, Jeff. Thanks.
David, I'd like to ask you to do something.
Oh, well, what is it? Anything?
Well, I'd like you to drop in at your own home tonight after dinner.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I've taken matter in my own hands. I've asked Anne to have me to dinner. She's fond of me, and she knows I'm fond of her, and, well, I think I can straighten it out. I hope it is something I can straighten out.
Oh, why, certainly. It was nothing. One of those little domestic squabbles. It was really nothing.
I imagined it was that. Why, you're too fine to do anything, Shoddy.
Oh, thanks, Jeff.
I want you to just drop in unannounced at about, shall we say, 9 o'clock?
Oh, Jeff, I can't speak. It's just like my Adam's apple had 4 sons.
That's all right, David.
Jeff, you're the best friend a man ever had. We've been closer together than Gene Autry and his guitar.
Well, we're partners, David.
You're the best law partner a man ever had.
We were school chums.
And you were the best fullback Alabama ever had. I always said Hinkle was a greater back, but I was wrong. Hinkle couldn't touch you.
Thanks, David. Thanks.
In here, Mr. Smith.
Oh, thanks.
Mr. Smith, madam.
Hello, David.
Oh, hello, Jeff. Oh, hello, Anne. How are you, dear?
Talk to my lawyer.
Your lawyer? What lawyer?
Anne's asked me to represent her in this matter, David.
Well, what for?
Oh, I've been telling her she doesn't need a lawyer.
Oh, well, I'll say she doesn't.
Because as I understand the facts, you two aren't legally married at all.
There you are.
What?
So there's nothing for the court to decide.
This happened before in Peterson versus Peterson, and Jeff says even the Supreme Court threw it out.
Jeff, what's the matter with you?
He said you were lucky this isn't the South and that I'm not his sister.
What?
Now, David...
Why, you hillbilly ambulance chaser? You Blackstone blackguard. Wait till the Bar Association hears about this.
If I open the window, they will.
There's no need losing our tempers.
We're married, if not legally, then morally, and there is such a thing as common law, you know.
I don't deny there's a kind of common law relationship between you.
Thank you.
The whole thing, Jeff.
However, the woman is given the benefit of any difficulties arising out of such a relationship. For instance, should you die, as a wife, she is entitled to share in the husband's estate.
Well, why should she wait? I'll give her 1 room of furniture and my pivot tooth now.
Furthermore, should the woman care to halt this relationship and marry someone else, she is entitled to do so. Peterson versus Peterson, Adams versus Kelly, and Gimbel versus New Pennsylvania Coal Company.
I didn't know they were going together. You're supposed to be my best friend, and you tell her a thing like that?
David, I have never taken advantage of our friendship by word or deed. And it's only because you're standing here that I can now ask Anne, would you care to have dinner with me tomorrow night?
Where, Jeff?
Anne, don't go with him. Come to dinner with me. I'll spare no expense. You can name your own drive-in.
Where shall we go, Jeff?
Anne, I'm asking you to come to your senses and marry me tomorrow. If you have dinner with him tomorrow instead, well, this is final. We're through.
What time, Jeff?
All right, we're through, Anne. From now on, we're just friends. Just ships that pass in the night. And if Jeff is ever with you, make sure he's convoying.
Well, that's not necessary. The Store Club all right, Jeff?
Anywhere you say. I'll call for you at 8.
That'll be fine. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Anne.
Good night.
Well, David?
Comparing yourself with Hinkle as a football player. You couldn't carry Hinkle's water bucket.
Sorry you feel that way, old man. Good night.
On second thought, maybe you could, you 2-quart drip. Elevator boy, ma'am.
Sure enough?
Sure enough, elevator boy. Fooled you, huh?
Yeah, but the boy's name is O'Brien.
Oh! My nose!
Well, what's the matter?
You hit my nose with the door.
So I did. It's bleeding, too. Good night.
Well, now, I'll tell you. When a man comes to the club for one night, that's nothing. When he comes back all week, that's trouble. Go ahead, Dave. Take another drink.
Hey, Benson, are you sure this is good for nosebleed?
Oh, best thing. I always use it, but then I don't know. I use it for everything. Oh, that reminds me. I got to make a call.
I'm kind of a dummy, you know.
Uh-huh.
The worst thing I could do is chase her. Let her have a week or 10 days without me. After 10 days with her mother, even I'll look good.
Uh-huh.
She's used to me. She can never even get to sleep until I get home. I'm just her big box of Ovaltine.
Hello. Hello, Gloria. Well, hiya, Gloria. Oh, yeah, and I'm kissing you back. Huh? Jimmy? This is no Jimmy. This is Jackie. Wonderful girl, Dave. Society girl. Real class. Say, Gloria, how about tomorrow night?
Atta girl. Listen, I got a friend. How about Gertrude? Oh, you like Gertrude, Dave.
Me, Gertrude?
Oh, this is a great fella, Gloria. Society fella, real class. Put Gertie on.
Say, I don't think I better.
Now, don't be a sap. She's beautiful. Hello, Gertie. Listen, I got you a great little dinner partner for tomorrow night, but he kind of needs cheering up, you know what I mean? Okay. Here, she wants to talk to you, Dave.
Oh, me? Well, hello, Gertie. Hey, she's kissing at me.
Kiss her back.
Well, I don't know her.
Oh, it's off her laugh. She's a great kid.
Oh, well. Huh? Well, how can you tell you're crazy about me? Oh, it's just an average voice. Yes, I used to sing a little.
Give me the phone. What did I tell you, Gertie, huh? Great fella, huh? 8 o'clock? Where shall we make it, Dave?
A stork club.
How about the stork club? Okay. Goodbye. Oh, wait till you see them, Dave. They're terrific. Society girls.
You know, she said she liked my voice.
Good evening, sir. Are you looking for someone?
Yeah, the Chuck Benson party.
Yes, sir. They're expecting you right this way.
Hey, David, my boy.
Hey, Chuck.
Well, here he is, girls, in the flesh. Hiya, Dave.
Hi, Chuck.
Girls, I want you to meet Dave. Dave, this is a girl.
Hello, big boy.
Hiya, Toots. What's been keeping you? Sit down and park the body.
Hey, Chuck, is this, are these...
Why, sure. This is the young lady who likes your voice, Dave.
Young lady. You can get 6-1 in the winter book. She doesn't finish out the winter.
Gloria O'Day and Gertie Schultz. Gertie's for you, Dave.
Oh, thanks.
Come on, Bob Dark and Ski Nose. Sit down, slap on the feed bag.
Well, look, isn't this a little crowded? Can't we go to some quieter place where it's darker?
Hold it, Cookie. We're eating first. Have you ever been here?
Often. That's why I want to go to a dark place.
I don't get it.
Well, food doesn't agree with my stomach, so I get even on it. I don't let it see what I'm eating.
Oh, you got an upset stomach, huh? I wonder what could have done it.
Are you kidding?
Hey, waiter, bring the bottle here and leave it, will you?
Yes, madam.
Some kid, huh, Dave?
Let him talk for himself. Well, why don't you say something?
I will. I'm trying to find a way to clean it up.
Say, take a gander at this menu.
Yeah, it's written all in French.
Just putting on the dog for the fancy prices. Look, oops, that's eggs.
What's that?
Oops, it's eggs. No kidding, I was here once before.
Say, it's awfully hot in here, Chuck. I know a place that's cool.
Now, listen, don't rush it. We're stuck for the cover charge anyway. Now, take it easy, Dave.
Jeff, isn't that David over there?
Where, Ann? Oh, yes, it is.
Who's he with? Is that girl a client of yours?
No, I never saw her before.
Cute, isn't she? A little muscular, but cute.
Say, he knew we were coming here. He's just trying to make you jealous. See, he's looking this way now.
Well, just ignore him. Laugh, Jeff.
What?
Well, laugh. Make him think we're having a good time.
Oh.
Oh, Jeff, you're wonderful.
Yeah.
I just adore things you say. Trying to make me jealous, is he? Oh, with that lady wrestler he's got with him. I'd like to tell him what I think of him.
But I thought you were going to ignore him.
I am, as a matter of fact. I'm going over there and ignore him with a large plate.
Ann, come back. Ann.
Excuse me, I've got to leave.
Oh, sit down, Dave. Sit down.
Yeah, sit down.
I can't. Look, my nose is bleeding. I have to go home. Get out.
Oh, his nose is bleeding.
Yeah.
He can't leave like
Now,
that.
take it easy, Dave.
Oh, let go.
I got a cure for nosebleed. Lay him out on the table.
Oh, no.
Yeah, on the table, Dave.
No, stop it. I
Give
got
me a cold
Yeah,
knife.
Let go.
Up you go. There we are.
Oh, listen.
What's the matter here?
Some chunk got punched in the nose. Oh, let me out of here.
Hello, David.
Ann,
Anything I can do for you?
it's all a mistake. You see, this girl...
Oh, yes, I think she's rather pretty. Is that her own hair, or has somebody been unraveling a cigar?
Stand back, sister. Who do you think you are?
Oh, listen, she's my...
I know what she is. Trying to move in on my guy, huh? Go on, beat it.
Of course. Good night, David. Have a nice hangover.
Oh.
Here you are, honey. This cold knife will fix you up.
Yeah, just cut my throat with it.
Pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Oh, you need to know. KNX 670 News Radio.
The curtain rises on the third act of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. For a solid week, David has been following Anne. By night, by day, by taxicab, by ferryboat, he's trailed her jealously. And now the trail has led, of all places, to David's office.
Good afternoon, Mr. Smith.
Hello, where's my wife?
Well, she
came up here. I saw her. Where is she, in my office?
No, sir. She's in Mr. Custer's office.
Oh.
Mr. Custer's parents just arrived from the South. They surprised him.
You mean they're in there now?
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
That's
really fine. Hello, David. Hello, Jeff. Hey, excuse me just a minute, folks. Jeff, what are we going to do about poor old Conley? His case is coming up
Why,
soon.
you must be David Smith.
Jefferson's partner.
Folks, this is David Smith. My parents, David.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
I'm happy to know you.
Pleasure's all ours.
And, dear, this is Mr. Smith, Jefferson's partner. Miss Ann Kraushaller, Mr. Smith.
Oh, we met some time ago.
Yes, we used to be roommates.
Sit right down, my boy. Sit right down. We'll get acquainted at once. You know, Mr. Smith, Mother and I just met Anne. And we find out now that she and Jeff are both mighty sweet on each other.
Ashley.
Why, David probably knows it better than we do, don't you, David?
Well, if it wasn't for me, they'd never even gotten together. I played Cupid. Caught cold doing it.
Oh, that's so romantic.
Any of your family from the South, Miss Kraushaller?
Well, no, not exactly. But the Civil War had a relative in the North, didn't fight at all. He was a slacker.
A great many Northerners saw it that way, ma'am, and I gave them credit.
You know what I was thinking?
What, Mrs. Custer?
If two people wanted to go on a honeymoon, they could take the boat to New Orleans and motor right up through the South to our home.
A boat's a wonderful place for two people.
Oh, that wouldn't be so good for Anne, would it, dear? Remember how sick you got when we took the night boat to Albany?
Shut up.
No, she's not a very good sailor, Jeff, and I can give you some practical advice. Just put her to bed and put a hot water bottle on her stomach and hold it there no matter how she hollers. That settles her stomach.
He considers himself quite a medical authority.
Yes.
Well, how do you like New York, Mrs. Custer?
Oh, all right for a visit, but I wouldn't want to live here.
Anyway, we're not staying here. We're on our way to Lake Placid.
Oh, great idea. I was thinking of getting away for some winter sports myself. That reminds me, Anne, shouldn't my laundry be back? I'm all out of shorts.
Are you?
Yes, and lately I've been caught in the draft.
Anne kind of took care of his things around the house.
Little household things.
Jefferson, may I see you in private, please? Come, Mother.
Jeff, dear.
Coming, Mother. I'll be right back, Anne. Excuse me. Now, listen, Dad. Listen to me. I know that's something I have to...
Hello?
Are you satisfied now? Are you satisfied to take two fine people like that whose whole life are wrapped up in their son and make them unhappy?
Well, what about me being unhappy? My whole life was wrapped up in you, then you, the paper, and the string all walk out on me.
All you ever think about is yourself. I can't see how you could have been associated with Jeff so long and not have picked up some of his fine qualities.
What's fine about them?
Well, he's simple and kind and gentle.
You can leave out those last two words. And since when were you so crazy about this gentle act? Shall I recall for you how I got the scar on my chin? With a bed lamp. Now listen, Anne.
I'm sorry, David, but you're wasting your time.
Anne, you can't marry that lawyer, not after what we've meant to each other.
I'm going to marry him. If you try to interfere again, I'll...
Anne.
Oh, Jeff, is it all right?
No, not yet, but it will be. We'll meet him at Lake Placid.
Oh, Jeff.
Now, don't worry. And as for you, David, you're not playing the game, old man.
I resent that. I am playing the game, old man. Of course, I'm using loaded dice.
Their cabins are right over here, sir.
Which is Miss Krausheimer's cabin?
Number 10, sir, there. Number 9 is Mr. and Mrs. Custer, and number 8 is Mr. Jefferson Custer. It's pretty far from the main lodge out here, but it's nice and quiet. Now, can I show you the other cabin?
No, thanks. That's all. I'll wait for Miss Krausheimer.
Yes, sir. But I think everybody's out skiing, sir, and...
Fine. Go ahead, son. I'll wait for them right here.
Mr. Smith, you're not going to sit down in the snow.
Why not? I like to sit in the snow. My whole family sat in the snow.
Your whole family?
Well, my brother was a midget. He sat on ice cubes. Go away, will you? This is a free country, isn't it? If I want to sit in the snow, let me sit in the snow. I'm a penguin. So what? Go on, beat it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, Jeff, it was glorious. The snow smells so wonderful.
No one can smell snow, Anne.
I can. Jeff, who's that?
Where?
Well, someone's lying there in the snow.
Oh. He seems to be sick.
Jeff, it's David.
Oh.
Oh, he must have fainted.
Stand back, dear.
Oh, look at him. He looks terribly ill.
He seems to have quite an even pulse.
Oh, well, don't let him soak there. Carry him into your cabin.
All right. Grab his legs, Anne.
Oh, I got him. Well, go easy now. Just easy.
Right.
Oh, what could have happened to him? Oh, look out for his head.
Yes.
Oh, poor David.
You'll be all right now. Don't worry.
Well, he doesn't seem to be breathing.
And control yourself.
Put him on the bed.
Lift now. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, he's frozen. Look at him. He's blue with cold.
He's breathing fine now. I think a few hours' sleep will bring him around.
Do you really think so?
Sure. Come on now, old man. Wake up, old man.
We'll go away the first 2 weeks in December.
What did he say?
I don't know.
The first 2 weeks in December.
What do you mean?
Oh, we were coming up here the first 2 weeks in December.
Oh, you'll be crazy about it, Anne. 2 weeks in the snow. We'll have a lot of fun.
Look out, Anne. Don't fall now.
Oh, he thinks we're skiing.
You're very graceful, Anne. Don't go so fast next time. I don't want you to get hurt.
Oh, isn't that terrible?
Watch out for the tree. Watch out.
Jeff, look, he's opening his eyes.
Hello, David. Hello, old man.
Hello, Anne.
No. No, David, this is Jeff.
I'm Anne, David here.
Oh, hello, Jeff. Don't you think Anne needs a shave?
Hey, he's in bad shape.
David, don't you remember me? Try and think, David. This is Annie.
This is Jeff, your old school chum, Jefferson.
Jefferson. I'll never forget you in that little blue dress.
I don't get it.
Well, that's the dress I was wearing when I met him. I told you about me. He liked me in that.
Look, he's closing his eyes again. I think we ought to let him rest.
What's the matter? That's not the rattle, is it?
I don't think so. I wish I could hear it again. No, he's just clearing his throat.
Oh, he looks awful. Oh, David.
Easy now, Anne. Let him sleep a few hours.
Well, do you think we ought to leave him?
Oh, he'll be all right. Come on outside. I want to talk to you. Anne.
Yes, Jeff?
Anne, a woman can't control herself entirely by her head. You've had 3 years with David, and whether you realize it or not, there's a bond between you that's not easily broken.
Well, people get divorced. Jeff, I'm
worried.
It's
true that I think you'd be better off with me, but, well, I'll tell you what I'd like you to do. Take back your promise to marry me and think about it for a few days.
Jeff, I don't think a person ever existed as fine and generous as you are. Don't you think we ought to see how David's getting along?
We'll only wake him.
Well, I'll see if he's still asleep. I'll look through the window.
Well?
Walter!
What's the matter?
Look at him. He's sitting up. He's a faker. I'll kill him for this.
Easy, Anne, easy.
Well, let me in.
Anne.
You wait out here. I want to take care of this alone.
Oh, wait a minute. He's lying down again.
Acting. I'll show him to that.
Anne, don't bother with him.
Let me alone. I'll be right back. David?
Oh.
Oh, poor David. You're so sick, aren't you?
Oh.
David, please look at me. I'm so sorry for everything, darling. I've treated you horribly. Your poor face is so thin and worn.
Oh.
That scar on your chin, I did that. I picked up a bed lamp and I hit you with it. Right there! Oh, yeah, that woke you up, didn't it?
My head, you've cut. What's the matter with
You've been found out, you beast. I should have known it was all too convenient your being up here.
Look here, Anne.
A big sympathy act, coming up here and pretending you're on a bat.
I love you, Anne.
Listen to me, David. You pick up and get out of here. I don't ever want to lay eyes on you again. You're just making a nuisance of yourself.
Oh, am I?
Yes, and get your hands off
Anne,
me.
I don't care what you say. I tell you, you're in love with me.
I tell you, you're crazy.
And I'm not going to give up till the last minute.
This is the last minute.
You're mine and you belong to me. You couldn't have anything to do with that pile of fried chicken out there.
Well, that's what you think. He's twice married, and we're going to get married.
Okay. If that's the way you want it, I won't stand in your way. I've done all I can. But now I'm through. I'm all washed up. Go ahead.
Marry the guy, and I hope you'll be very, very unhappy.
Thank you.
There's only one thing I'd like to say to you before I leave. You're a spoiled, selfish brat, and I'd like to take you across my knee and give you what you deserve.
Ha!
I should have done it years ago.
You just try it.
Maybe if I had, you'd know how to behave.
Get away from me.
Put that lamp down.
Make me.
All right, I'll make you.
Let me go. Put me down. Put me down. Do you hear?
I'll teach you, young lady.
Yeah.
Just what is this?
Put me down. Oh, Jeff, he was going to choke me.
He was. Come on, Jeff. Join the fun.
Here, you take a lamp too, Jeff.
I don't need a lamp. You'd better take it, because I'm thinking of taking one. I forgive you, David. I forgive you for everything.
Jeff, you're not going to hit him?
No, Anne. I've always thought that violence shows a lack of character.
You mean you're not going to do anything to him?
Would you respect me more if I knocked him down?
What are you, big blubber? What kind of a man are you? How could you be in love with a woman and let someone manhandle her?
Hello, son.
You ought to be ashamed.
Hello, Dad.
Did you have a nice day?
You call yourself a man.
Hello, Mother.
You're nothing but a coward.
What's this?
You and your fancy ideals.
Yes, dear.
That's what you are, a coward. Why, he's only half your size. I bet he could lick you with one hand behind his back.
Yes.
Anne, do you realize you're raising your voice?
Certainly I'm raising my voice.
Go on. I've been married to her. She starts at that pitch. I never saw you acting like this. I thought you were a gentle type of girl. Very gentle. All you have to do is hold her off with a whip and a chair.
Jefferson, I forbid you to marry this woman.
You forbid him to marry me?
No, Anne.
Listen to me, you stuffed shirt. Even a mouse has enough backbone to fight sometime. You know, taking your hat off in an elevator doesn't make you a man. You can teach a monkey to do that. And I'll take a monkey any day, whether he's a dipsomaniac or beats his wife in a lump of well-bred jelly.
Atta girl.
But I'm not taking you, brother. Now let me out. Let me out of here before I forget I'm a lady.
That was one of her quieter moments. Anne, are you in there? Anne, I'm coming in.
Get out of here.
Hello.
Did you hear me?
What are you doing with those skis?
I'm going skiing.
At this time of night, don't be silly. You haven't even got a rear light. Take them off.
They're on and they're staying on. I'm spending the night at the lodge.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why don't you spend the night here?
Not on your life, brother. Would you mind handing me that sweater, please?
I would. Get it yourself.
I can't. I've got my skis on.
Well, then get a ball of wool and start knitting one.
Okay, I'll get it.
Very graceful. You look like a stork that just came in for a forced landing.
Mr. Smith, good night.
Good night. You're not doing me any favor staying here. I'd just soon you'd get out.
Well, we see eye to eye.
Wait a minute. You can't ski with your strap loose. I'll fasten it for you.
Get away.
Don't be silly. I'm just going to help you get out. Here, sit down. That's right.
Well, now, just a minute.
Now, put your feet up here. Good.
Well, listen, I can't sit with my feet up in the air.
Why? I think you look very comfortable.
David Smith, let me up out of here.
Can't you move?
Of course I can't. My skis are crossed. Get me up out of this chair.
Troublesome things, those skis. You're quite sure you just can't get up by yourself?
I just told you.
Fine, then we can talk a while.
David Smith, I'm warning you.
In the first place, I ought to tell you that we're still married. Mind if I take off my tie?
Now, listen.
Gimbel versus the New Pennsylvania Coal Company doesn't hold in this case since we're concerned chiefly with the Idaho and Nevada statutes. So, you see, I'll hang my shirt over here.
Let me up.
So, you see, you're still my lawful wife. I looked up all this legal tangle, and that man Deaver was all wrong. Our marriage was and is perfectly legal. Now.
I'm warning you, I'll kill you in cold blood. Someday when your back is turned, I'll stab you. Let me up. I'll scream, I tell you.
Go on, scream. Louder. Go on, bang your feet. Go ahead, great. But you're my wife. And you're going to stay right here whether you like it or not. How do you like that?
Oh, my ski fell off. See that? You said I couldn't get away, see? My ski fell off.
Well,
David, put it on again.
Anne.
Two talented stars and two delightful people gave us a delightful evening in the Lux Radio Theater. And here they are, Carol Lombard and Bob Hope.
Oh, thank you, C.B. And Carol, would you mind giving me an autographed picture to take home? I want to prove to the gang in my program that I really wasn't to play with you.
Oh, glad to, Bob. How do you want it inscribed?
Oh, just something simple, like to the finest actor in Hollywood.
Oh, I thought it was for you. Do you really think you're Hollywood's greatest actor, Bob?
Well, I'd rather not answer that, Mrs. Gable. Say, that reminds me. That reminds me about the road to Zanzibar.
What reminds you?
Oh, anything at all, C.B. I've got a great idea. Would you like to hear some of the best parts of the road to Zanzibar?
But, Bob, I've seen the picture.
Well, then, would you care to reminisce?
Bob, I haven't seen the road to Zanzibar yet. Tell me, how is it?
How is the road to Zanzibar?
Yes.
You know, I've always dreamed about moments like this. Well, I really had a swell time here, C.B., and I'd like to have both you and Carol come over to my program and try the Pepsi.
Remember what I told you, Bob. This is the Lux Radio Theater.
Oh, but couldn't I just say...
But while you two are playing tag, I'd like to say just a word about Lux soap. I've used it for years, and I think it's grand. It's such a gentle complexion care and really a wonderful help in keeping skin smooth. Now, I may have told your audience this before, Mr. DeMille, but I haven't changed my mind one bit about Lux soap.
And you never will, Carol. Lux soap keeps its friends for life.
Well, now, before you tell us about next week's show, C.B., couldn't I get in one quick mention of Pepsi?
Now, Bob.
C.B., my sponsor's listening.
What about it?
Well, if I don't mention the product, he starts playing yo-yo with my option. So all I'm asking is just to say Pepsi.
Yes, Bob. Yes. I understand. And next week in the Lux Radio Theater, we go Western. With a current screen success and the original stars of the picture, Loretta Young, Robert Preston, and Edward Arnold. The play is The Lady from Cheyenne. It's adapted from Frank Lloyd's Universal production. A rousing story of the Wyoming frontier in the days before women could vote, and how a beautiful school teacher outwits the whole state legislature to win the ladies the right to vote.
You can count me in on the audience with a cast like that, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night, Carol. Your performance was really wonderful.
Oh, C.B., aren't you forgetting somebody?
Well, if I am, Bob, I'm just being kind.
Oh, wait a minute, C.B. I appeal to the women listeners. I leave it to Carol. Don't I, Carol, appeal to the women listeners? Well, I appeal to the men listeners, don't I, C.B.? Well, there are 16 million kids in this country. Good night.
Good night. Hollywood has a word for stars like you two. Colossal.
We hope you've enjoyed the KNX Drama Hour. Listen Monday night for Sam Spade, followed by The Lone Ranger, right here on...
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. It's 8:30. It's 8:30 New York time. Time to wake up, America, and stump the experts. Each week at this time, Lucky Strike acts as referee in a contest of wits between the Information Please experts and our coast-to-coast listening audience. You provide the questions, and our experts try to answer them. Remember, for every question used, Lucky Strike will give you not only $10 in war stamps, but a set of the 12-volume Britannica Junior Encyclopedia. If the question is muffed, you get the Junior Britannica, plus a $50 war bond, plus a 24-volume set of the regular Encyclopedia Britannica. The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
Send your questions to Information Please, 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. If our editorial staff edits your questions a bit, don't fret over it. In case of similarity, we'll have to be sole judge of who shall be paid. And all questions become the property of Information Please.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
And now light up a Lucky Strike as I present our Master of Ceremonies, book reviewer of the New Yorker magazine, Clifton Fadiman. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Ladies and gentlemen, spontaneous and unrehearsed as usual, Information Please brings its trio of regulars, Oscar Levant, Franklin P. Adams, and John Kieran, now presiding over a daily column in the New York Sun and other papers, and as its guest, that great Hollywood master, Alfred Hitchcock, whose new picture, Shadow of a Doubt, is thrilling large audiences now on Broadway. Now we're going to begin with a question from N. Ogintz of Detroit. What happened to a character, whether of fact or fiction, because of lying? He or she lied, and something happened to him or her. Who was that, and what did happen? Mr. Adams.
Well, it might have been Bluebeard's wife.
Did she lie?
She lied. Said she wasn't in that there closet.
As a matter of fact, well, what did happen to her as a result of it?
I think there was some mortality connected with it.
No, as a matter of fact, she got away with it, didn't she? Wasn't she saved? As I
She was
recollect.
saved, but she was in trouble. She was threatened.
Well, you're the master of threats, Mr. Hitchcock. What did happen to Bluebeard's wife, remember?
Which one?
I didn't know that your acquaintance was his wife, is that? Mr. Levant?
She wound up in a ballet last year. Bluebeard's Wives. It was a ballet.
That settles her. All right. I was thinking of the character from the Bible that
Yes.
Mr.
Peter lied twice, then went out and wept bitterly.
Yes, there is one. And who, Mr.
Ananias.
Ananias. What happened to him?
I don't know.
Would you like me to tell you?
Yes.
For the same money?
Yes.
He was struck dead because he lied unto God. And he was struck dead. What happened to Pinocchio, Mr. Levant?
He changed into a semi-animal form, a complete peculiar animal. I have at home, my baby's room. I don't know. What is that?
I don't know. Ask your baby. I'm sure she reads. Pinocchio's nose grew longer with each lie that he told. Now, what happened to a character of fact or fiction because he or she pried? We've had lying. Let's have prying now. Mr. Kieran.
Well, Alice in Wonderland cried. A mouse cried and Alice...
Not cried. Pried. P-R-Y-E-D.
I said cried. I'm
Prying. Mr. Hitchcock.
Peeping Tom.
Peeping Tom, what happened to him?
Well, when Lady Godiva rode through Coventry.
Yes. And what?
He happened.
He got his eyes stuck out.
Yes. He was struck blind. That's quite right. And, matter of fact, Mr. Adams, your first answer would have been correct for this one. Bluebeard's wife cried. Her name, by the way, in case you care to collect these things, was Fatima.
Fatima W. Bluebeard.
Fatima W. Bluebeard, yes. Her life was saved because she cried. How about it, Miss Hitchcock?
Has that anything to do with pride goeth before a fall?
Oh, that's Adams' specialty. You can't take that away from Adams. He needs this job.
Pride goeth before understanding, and a haughty spirit before a fall.
Hey, that's wonderful. The Reverend Frank P. Adams. I never suspected it of you, Frank. How about a character to whom something happened because he or she whyed? Now, that's W-H-Y-E-D. Did too much whying. In other words, asked why too
Fanny
often.
Bryce and Snooks.
That's right, Mr. Levant. Very good. And what happens to Fanny Bryce?
Well, if we can't answer her why, she'll get an encyclopedia. I don't know. She just says, why, Daddy? And,
yeah, that's right.
And then they renewed for 26 more weeks.
Yes, but not before she gets what?
What happens? A piece of candy.
Oh, no, just the opposite.
She doesn't get a piece of candy.
That's right. She gets spanked. She gets a spanking almost every week. How about this one? From Francis D. Moore of Brookline, Massachusetts. I think this will appeal to you particularly, Mr. Hitchcock, because as I understand it, you're quite an epicure. Or do you deny the soft impeachment? What part of an animal's anatomy is served when you eat the following things? Suppose you're eating tripe.
That's the inner lining of the stomach.
Yes. Is it any good?
I've never tasted it.
You would never have cared for it?
There's plenty of stuff on you can hardly notice it.
The inner lining of the stomach.
It's a good rubber substitute. They wouldn't take my advice on that. It would make very good bath.
What animal is it taken from? Unwillingly,
Sheep, I think.
Cow. Steer, cattle. Yes, that's right. Now, how about sweetbreads? If you're eating sweetbreads, what are you eating, Mr. Levant?
A brain.
Oh,
two
no.
brains.
The pancreas.
That's just wishful thinking, Mr. Levant.
The pancreas.
The pancreas. What are pancreas, Mr. Adams?
Isn't it something in the throat?
Oh, no, it's a liver thing.
Well, I believe pancreas are sort of glands, aren't they?
Around the liver.
A pancreatic gland.
Well, there is a gland in them. They're little odd things of no particular interest to anybody.
But very good.
Doubtless very good. That come from a calf or of a similar animal. Now, how about giblets?
With a meat shortage, we should be eating appendices.
Very possibly. Giblets, gentlemen. What are giblets? Mr. Hitchcock.
Giblets are the unused part of a chicken.
Well, they're not unused if you eat them.
From
They're
an
used.
edible standpoint.
They're used in our house.
We make gravy from them.
Well, if you don't make gravy from them, but eat giblets just so.
It's anatomically chicken liver. You can eat.
Well, liver, gizzard,
That's right.
and also the heart. All those things or giblets. And as a matter of fact, very good, too. How about this one from Grace Chiafalo of Brooklyn? This is a musical question, gentlemen. I want you to name the composer of these pieces of incidental music and the play that each adorns. Let's have the first. Got a hand at once from Mr. Levant.
Midsummer Night's Dream, Shakespeare.
Shakespeare.
Mendelssohn wrote the music.
Mendelssohn wrote the music for Midsummer Night's Dream. That's quite right. Now, how about the next? Mr. Hitchcock? That was your hand, wasn't it?
Yeah, Mr. Levant.
Mr. Levant.
Mr. Hitchcock knows it. I would... No, Mr. Levant.
He's awfully nice, Mr. Hitchcock is.
Well, it's Lars Lien Suite by Bizet.
Yes, that's quite right. La Legienne, the Prelude by Bizet. That's quite right. Now, the third and last. Mr. Levant again.
That's a September song by Kurt Weill and Maxwell Anderson.
Yes, what's the play called?
Something about Knickerbocker.
Holiday?
Well, that's it.
That's it. That's 3 out of 3, Mr. Levant, and good going. By the way, Mr. Hitchcock, weren't you going to say La Legienne by Bizet on that second one?
I was, but I didn't know the play to which it was connected. That's why I hesitated.
Oh, you're too cautious. On this program, we're never cautious.
You asked for the play to be named.
Well, isn't there a play called La Legienne?
Maybe I wasn't.
Mr. Levant, do you know?
Well,
or is it just an opera?
He didn't get paid off, Bizet. He wrote incidental music for the play.
Yes. How about this from Margaret B. Rawn of Lancaster, Pennsylvania? Again, on this one, get 2 out of 3. This is about famous cases, some of the murder cases. In which famous case was the guilt fixed by the purchase of hyacinth? The purchase of hyacinth. Mr. Hitchcock.
The Crippen case.
That's quite right. Will you tell us a little about that, Mr. Hitchcock?
Well, Dr. Crippen was an American dentist who lived in London, and he was married to a music hall performer, a woman called Belle Elmore. And he gave her hyacinth. He was in love with his secretary.
Hyacinth is a poison, of course.
Poison, yes. And then he eventually disposed of the remains of the body in his house in Islington in London. And then escaped with his secretary to Canada. And the case was one where wireless was used for the first time to apprehend a criminal.
That's a perfect answer, Mr. Hitchcock.
And Dr. Crippen was arrested in the mouth of the St. Lawrence by an Inspector Dew who came aboard disguised as a pilot officer.
How was the tide running at the time? That's first rate. Now, how about this? In what famous case was guilt fixed by a ticket to Syracuse? A ticket to Syracuse.
Will that be an American?
Yeah, it was. I have several hands. That's right, Mr. Adams. The Snyder Gray case. Remember how that happened?
Snyder Judge.
Mr.
Fathom, I was going to guess it.
Mr. Gray,
that's a shame.
Mr. Gray was on a corset-selling tour in Syracuse and went to a hotel there at the time.
Yes, so that was his alibi.
Fled there after the ex post facto.
That's right. He tried to establish an alibi by having the tickets discovered in Syracuse, indicating that he'd gone to Syracuse at the time that he was supposed to have done the murder, I suppose. Now, how about
Syracuse a couple months ago?
You were there?
Yeah.
Gloomy cuss, aren't you? Now, in what case was the guilt fixed by uniforms buried in sand? Uniforms buried in sand. The discovery of them established the guilt of people connected with them. Well, there's one you don't happen to know, apparently. The case of the Nazi saboteurs who were recently apprehended on Long Island and in the coast of Florida, too. They buried uniforms along with money and explosives and firearms, and uniforms were discovered, and they, as you know, were apprehended and executed. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3. How about this one from F. Cook of Berkeley, California? Where in literature or the theater does the action concern a glove? The action revolves around a glove. It might be in a poem or play, Mr. Adams?
No, I'm wrong. I won't do it.
Mr. Kieran?
Well, in Browning's famous poem about the woman who threw the glove into the den of lions, in fact, 3 different poets wrote poems about that.
That's right, Mr. Kieran. Who were the 3 poets?
Well, Browning was one. I believe Leigh Hunt was another, and I've forgotten who.
I think a German poet. Was it Schiller?
You forgot your glove.
I know there were 3, anyhow.
You forgot your glove. Da-da-da-da-da-da.
That makes 4. Yeah. That wasn't Schiller, that last one, though, Mr. Levan. I can tell that. Now, where does the action concern a garter? We move from gloves to garters. Mr. Kieran.
That's the founding of the Order of the Knights of the Garter in English court, I believe.
Yes, but that would be historical rather than in literature or the theater.
Oh.
Mr. Adams.
In a play called Getting Gertie's Garter.
Yes. Who wrote the play, Mr. Adams?
I don't know, but I think Mr. A.H. Woods produced it.
And that was written by Avery Hopwood and Wilson Collison.
But I don't connect any crime with that.
No. You want to get crime at every question?
That's the question before that.
No, there's no crime involved. This is a harmless, joyful, gay question. Mr. Levant?
There was a memorably funny sketch by Noel Coward called La Flamme, with Beatrice Lilly and Noel Coward, in which you see her garter from time to time. It's Lily's garter.
I don't remember that, but doubtless you do.
It was quite funny and other things.
Yes. Now we have a glove and a garter. Now, where does the action concern a girdle? This might be from mythology or the theater or poetry. Mr. Kieran?
Well, I think it was an attempt to get Minerva's girdle, wasn't there?
It wasn't Minerva, I don't think. Any of you remember a little more closely than Mr. Kieran does? It's almost impossible. I have to count that wrong unless you give us the exact data. Well, it was one of the tasks of Hercules. One of the 12 tasks of Hercules was to...
I thought it was Minerva.
To get the girdle of Hippolyta.
Oh.
Hippolyta, the queen of the Amazons.
Then there was Ziegfeld, who wrote this thing glorifying the American girl.
Is that the play called Boy Meets Girdle? Is that the one?
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, make no mistake. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. No wonder that with independent tobacco experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2-to-1.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
And now, with everybody's permission, we'll get back to the program. This comes from Mrs. Irving Goldman of Brooklyn, New York. I would like you to recite for us 3 proverbs or quotations, well-known sayings, that mention different servants or household workers. Not by name, but by grade. Yes, Mr. Adams.
Well done, thou good and faithful. Servant.
Yes, that's right. That's a dandy. That covers the whole field. And now let's name a specific kind of worker. Mr. Kieran?
The steward wrote, the butler squalled, and so forth. It's in Tennyson's The Sleeping Beauty, Princess, describing the reawakening of the household.
That's an unfamiliar one, or at least unfamiliar to me. Mr. Levant?
Waiter, water waiter. I don't know.
Yeah, there was a funny song about it.
Yeah, waiter, water.
Waiter, water. Yeah, that's right, Mr.
Well,
Adams.
that's ration now.
Mr. Adams?
Where are you going, my pretty maid?
Maid, yes, very good. What a bright wit you have, Mr. Adams. Mr. Kieran?
They also serve who only stand and wait.
Yes, doesn't mention the waiter particularly. Mr. Adams again?
How green was my valley?
Yeah.
Well, this program will be over in a little while. Now here's one from Anson Murray Harris of Washington, D.C. Here are some made-up headlines. What emperors, whether of the past or present, are involved in them? The first headline is, Duke gives Emperor shellacking. Now, this refers to a real emperor, Mr. Kieran.
The Duke of Wellington on June 18th, 1815.
Yes?
Daylight saving.
The Battle of Waterloo with a little aid from Lucan.
Yes, defeated?
Napoleon.
Yes, defeated the Emperor Napoleon. Very good. Now, how about this headline? Empress switches boyfriends. Empress switches boyfriends.
Catherine. That's played by Marlene Dietrich.
Yes, well, played by anybody.
No, you can understand it in her.
Catherine the Great of what country?
It used to be Russia of her time.
Yes, Russia of her time. And she was given to changing boyfriends, often in midstream. Now, here's a third and last. Emperor slapped down, king again after 5 years. Emperor slapped down, king again after 5 years. That applies to whom?
Carol of Romania was out for 5 years.
I don't know that he was ever an emperor, though.
He was slapped down.
True enough. But he never was an emperor.
All right.
There are some people who think
9
he never
days
was
of
a king.
queen. That doesn't...
No, it doesn't fit. Gentlemen, Victor Emmanuel was emperor of Ethiopia and Italy from 1936 to 1941. But when the British recaptured it, of course, he became king of Italy. Neither what I would call a durable job. Well, that gives us 2 out of 3 on that, and sends us on to a question from Donald Barr of New York City. In what movie about spies, all of these questions are about movies that involve spies, in what one is a spy plot overheard by a man who is trying to recover his lost golf clubs? A spy plot is overheard by a man who's trying to recover his lost golf clubs. Well, if you haven't seen the movie, you just won't know the answer.
What's the movie?
If I gave you the title, you could give me the name, doubtless.
Well, we give up. What is it?
Night Train. The one in which Rex Harrison and Margaret Lockwood appeared. Remember that, Mr. Hitchcock?
I never saw it. I never go to movies.
You never go to movies? Well, there are some very good ones produced by a man named Hitchcock, if you want to go to see every once in a while. You don't go to those. Well, the rest of us make up for you. In what movie about spies does the butler show he recognizes his master by serving him a glass of milk? The butler serves a man a glass of milk, and by this gesture he indicates that he knows who he is. Well, it's in a movie called Nazi Agent, in which Conrad Veidt appears.
Didn't see it.
Didn't see that? Say, that must be the only one you never saw, Oscar.
Well,
you must have had a cold.
That's 2 wrong. How about this one? In what movie is a spy ring discovered in a windmill? Spy ring discovered in a windmill.
Mr. Hitchcock's foreign correspondent.
Did you even see that one, Mr. Hitchcock?
A bit of it.
Yes, that's the only one we got right. And that sends a $50 war bond to Mr. Barr, courtesy of Lucky Strike, and a set of the Encyclopedia Britannica to boot, and sends us on to a question from Laverne Verplank of Rochester, New York. Who exposed whom in the following situations? A villain was exposed by his own wife. Mr. Kieran.
Well, I think in part, Iago was exposed by his wife.
Yes, he was. What was his wife's name, Kieran?
His wife's name, well, I can't think of it all.
Adams generally remembers the lady's names. Mr. Adams, do you remember?
I don't remember. Mrs. I used to call her.
Amelia. Amelia W. Iago. Yes, she explains the handkerchief plot after Desdemona's death. Now, how about this one? An ex-clerk, risen to the rank of partner, is exposed by another clerk. Mr. Hitchcock?
I'm not certain. I was wondering whether it was Galsworthy's Justice.
I don't think so, but I'm not certain, and you may be quite right.
Well, that situation did occur.
That's what I'd have said.
Well, that settles. It probably is right. Mr. Kieran, another answer?
I think that's in David Copperfield.
Yes, who was the one
Uriah Heep, who was exposed, of course, by the ebullient Mr. Micawber.
That's right. Yes, that was the one that I remembered, because that's the book I happen to have read, Mr. Hitchcock. Now, how about this one? An enemy agent is exposed by a fellow worker in an airplane factory. Mr. Levant.
Mr. Hitchcock's saboteur.
Mr. Hitchcock's saboteur, yes. Mr. Hitchcock, either you have no memory at all or you are unduly modest.
I'm afraid it's the latter.
Oh. Well, I would have thought so if you had answered differently. How about this one from Dean S. Smith of Minneapolis? Gentlemen, I want you to create for us, right on this platform here, a meal of at least 3 courses, each of which includes a wine or liquor in the cooking or preparation. Now, let's begin with a course that generally does begin a meal. How about it, Mr. Hitchcock?
Did you say which includes a wine or liquor?
In the cooking or preparation of the food.
Buffalo mode.
Buffalo mode would give us the main course. What wine would be used in buffalo mode?
I would say a Burgundy or any leftovers.
Yes.
Are used in the kitchen.
As long as it's a red wine.
Yes, a red wine.
That's quite right. Well, that gives us our entree, but usually before an entree we have what?
You can have grapefruit with anything you want in it.
Soup.
Say, that's right, you can. Mr. Adams?
You could
have a soup with cherry.
I was going to say.
What soup, though?
Very often mock turtle.
Yes, turtle soup with cherry. Mr. Hitchcock?
Mock turtle.
Not mock turtle.
Regular turtle.
Real turtle.
He has never had real turtle, Mr. Hitchcock. He only knows mock turtle. Yes.
Borscht. You don't put any wine in borscht.
No. There is no way of improving borscht. That gives us soup or entree. Now, we ought to get something to end our meal with, Mr. Hitchcock.
Or you can have cherries jubilee.
How is that
made?
made?
Liqueurs.
Yes.
In which you cook the cherries and pour the whole thing over some...
Pour over your face.
Ice cream.
Yum, yum.
You're making Mr. Adams faint.
You have crepe Suzette.
How do you make that?
You make this a small pancake cooked in liqueurs.
Just light a match any place you can make it.
Mr. Kieran?
You can have old-fashioned plum pudding with the brandy burning on it.
Yes, and to judge from that equatorial waistline of Mr. Hitchcock, he has all of them. From time to time. Well, that gives us 3 out of 3, and now here's Mr. Rysdale and Mr. Cross.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story of what makes a better cigarette can be told in just 2 words. Fine tobacco. For in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And smokers, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. At auctions all over the South, year after year, we consistently select and buy the riper, lighter, milder Lucky Strike leaf. No wonder that with independent experts, with men who know tobacco best, it's Lucky's 2 to 1. In choosing your own cigarette, take a tip from the experts. Remember, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
The best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall. Yes, the best tunes of all move to Carnegie Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Rysdale and Mr. Cross. And now a question from Leon Chase of Providence, Rhode Island. If a commanding officer were ordered to attack enemy positions with these forces, I'll name them for you, would he be operating with numerically superior or inferior forces? Now, suppose he were in command of a platoon against a section. Would he be superior or inferior to the enemy? He had a platoon, the enemy had a section. Mr. Kieran?
He would be inferior to the enemy.
No, as I understand it, he would be superior.
Well, I don't know what in the world a section is, but a platoon is pretty small, I can tell you that.
Yes, but a section is apparently smaller still. It comes between a squad and a platoon.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a new invention.
Well, I wouldn't have known it either if I hadn't had it on this card. He would be superior. Now, suppose he were in command of a battalion and were operating against a brigade. Mr. Hitchcock?
He'd be inferior.
He would be inferior, that's quite right, numerically inferior. And suppose he were in command of a field army operating against an army corps. Mr. Hitchcock again?
I would say he's still inferior.
No, he would be superior in that case. How did you know, Mr. Adams?
I could have guessed the same way.
Well, the corps is smaller than the field army.
Because a corps is smaller than a field army, that's quite right. Field army is the largest unit, as I understand it. Well, that gives us 2 wrong and sends a $50 war bond to Mr. Chase plus a set of the Britannica, courtesy of Lucky Strike, and sends us on to this question from Miss K.C. Adams of Montreal, Canada. This is a poetical question, gentlemen. I'm going to ask you simply to complete these quotations. Between the cradle and the grave, how can you complete the quotation? I mean, there is a real...
Between the cup and the lip.
No. Actually, the completion of the quotation gives you a rhyme. Mr. Adams? I should expect that was one of your favorite poets.
Do it again, Mr. Fenn.
Between the cradle and the grave lies a haircut and a shave. From Sam Hoffenstein's Songs of Fate in the Year After Next. That gives us 1 wrong. Now, how about completing this one? And so betwixt them both, you see, Mr. Adams.
They licked the platter clean.
Yes, how does that begin?
Mr. and Mrs. Spratt.
Yes, and what is the whole story of Mr.
Jack
and Mrs.
Spratt could eat no fat, his wife could eat no lean, and then your part.
They'd have a tough time these days. Now, here's another one to complete. Between the dark and the daylight. Mr. Kieran.
When the night is beginning to lower, comes a pause.
Lower.
All right, lower. Comes a pause in the day's occupation, which is known as the children's hour.
Yes. Got you there, Mr. Adams. So it is a lower instead of lower. Mr. Adams is quite right. What does it mean? What does lower mean, Mr. Adams?
Lower.
No.
You're lucky if it's
threatened. Something like that, yes. Well, I guess that's all we'll have time for. Thank you, Mr. Hitchcock, for adding to the entertainment this evening. Now, in a few seconds, I'll announce next week's guests. Tonight, Lucky Strike has paid out 2 sets of the Encyclopedia Britannica and 2 $50 war bonds. And speaking of bonds, here's one way to think about them. Suppose you knew that you could shorten the war by just 1 second. Suppose that second to have been the time it took for one of the Nazi child murderers to kill your own son, or brother, or father. Suppose you could abolish that fatal second by the purchase of a bond. You'd buy, wouldn't you? Well, your bond purchases do shorten the war. Each bond you buy makes it possible to destroy more Nazi child murderers. Each Nazi child murderer that you killed with your bond means that the chances are increased for your own American boy to come back to you safe and sound. You tell me a better reason for buying war bonds. Next week, in addition to Mr. Adams and Mr. Kieran, we will have as our guests the co-authors of that charming bestseller, Our Hearts Were Young and Gay, Cornelia Otis Skinner and Emily Kimbrough. Remember to send letters with questions and the correct answers to information, please, at 480 Lexington Avenue, New York City. And now a parting message from Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs, famous tobacco auctioneer from Goldsboro, North Carolina.
The makers of Campbell's Soups present the Campbell Playhouse, Orson Welles producer. Good evening, everyone. This is Edwin C. Hill, and I bring you exciting news. Tonight, Orson Welles takes over the direction of the Campbell Playhouse and offers you, as his first production, America's bestseller, Daphne du Maurier's Rebecca, with a great star, Margaret Sullivan. Exciting news indeed, for I am here to welcome the white hope of the American stage as the director and star of the Campbell Playhouse, who writes his own radio scripts and directs them and makes them live and breathe with the warmth of his genius. There is no time to adventure into the story of his life, and that's too bad, because it is a tale that combines the best features of Baron Munchausen and Alice in Wonderland. And if ever a boy was born for an actor, he was. At 13, he was directing the troopers in the Todd School for Boys at Woodstock, Illinois, where he produced 30 plays. At 16, he was playing leading parts in Dublin at the famous Gate and Peacock and Abbey theaters. His American career is really too recent and too well known to recount here. He's been the leading man with Catherine Cornell. With John Houseman, he founded the Mercury Theater and has operated it with magical success. He had 4 hits last year on Broadway, which beats Noel Cowell's record From Here to Kalamazoo. And he's generally recognized today as being the most gifted stage director and actor of our time. His radio productions have attracted universal attention. His broadcast of the War of the Worlds last month, which I dare say you remember, made radio history and a national sensation. Why did a fantastic story of an utterly imaginary invasion from Mars produce this totally unexpected result? A result Mr. Welles, of course, greatly regretted. It was because, as in all his radio productions, Orson Welles is a master of realism over the air, in radio, unique, exciting. He shocked you. He sent the cold shivers racing up your spine. But that is not the thing he does best, or best likes to do. He loves to tell a story, a great human story, welling up from the heart, brimming with deep and sincere emotion, and lively with comedy. And such are the stories, thrilling, delightful, amusing, he will bring to the Campbell Playhouse. And because of all his gifts, his genius at playwriting, his ambition, his dynamic direction, his amazing character acting, he has been selected by Campbell's as the ideal man to conduct the Campbell Playhouse. And so tonight, Orson Welles makes his bow as the outstanding program director of the air. And I have the very great pleasure of presenting him now, Mr. Orson Welles.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. It's a great big chance for me and a great big challenge. I have faith in radio, and the makers of Campbell Soups have enough confidence in me to give me the direction of the Campbell Playhouse. Let's hope nobody is mistaken.
Mr. Wells, could you tell us something of your aims? Perhaps something of the kind of thing you hope to do with the Campbell Playhouse?
Well, everybody likes a good story, and I think radio is just about the best storyteller there is. The Campbell Playhouse is dedicated to the radio production of good stories. Stories from everywhere, from the stage, from moving pictures, and from literature. Next week, for example, we're doing a comedy, Call It a Day, and then Campbell's annual Christmas present to America, Lionel Barrymore in Dickens' immortal A Christmas Carol. And after that, there'll be Counselor at Law, a very human portrait of present-day people, Aerosmith by Sinclair Lewis with Helen Hayes, William Archer's The Green Goddess, Hector MacArthur's hilarious 20th Century. In other words, all kinds of stories, mostly modern, and all of them chosen for their suitability to this medium. That's about all, except I'm going to try to tell them just as well as I know how.
Well, I know you'll ring the bell.
You know, the makers of Campbell Soups don't believe in all this talk about the radio audience having the average mentality of an 8-year-old child. They think the radio listeners are same people that go to the pictures in the theater and read books. They reason that even the most popular radio entertainment should be addressed to the adult citizenry of America. I can only hope that what I do with the Campbell Playhouse will prove how much they mean it and how right they are.
I know it will. And now, just before you ring up the curtain on the first act, will you give us a word or two about the play?
Gladly, Mr. Hill, but if you'll pardon me, it's not a play, it's a story. You see, I think that radio broadcasting is different from motion pictures and the theater, and I'd like to keep it that way. The Campbell Playhouse is situated in a regular studio, not a theater. We have no curtain, real or imaginary, and as you see, no audience. There's only one illusion I'd like to create. The illusion of the story.
But the star, too, is important, Mr. Wells. Is that not so?
Oh, yes, indeed. And I'd like to say how very fortunate I am in having with me tonight the loveliness and the magic gift of Miss Margaret Sullivan. For Miss Sullivan is my first choice for a great part, and a great part it is, too. The most coveted of the season. The Scarlett O'Hara of 1938. The heroine of Daphne du Maurier's best-selling novel, Rebecca. Rebecca is going to be made into a movie by David Selznick. It ought to be one of the 10 best. It's this year's contender for the 5-foot shelf. Your best bet for anything from a weekend to a desert island, and it's a book you should read. The ideal Christmas gift to yourself. Miss du Maurier has flattered me with her confidence in permitting the Campbell Playhouse the great privilege of making for radio the first dramatization of her book. I'm meeting her for the first time tonight, before this broadcast is over, by special shortwave communication. She'll speak to us from London. So, ladies and gentlemen, and Miss du Maurier, the Campbell Playhouse is obediently yours.
The Campbell Playhouse presents Rebecca, starring Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles.
We can never go back to Mandalay again. The past is still too close to us. The things we have tried to forget and put behind us would stir once more. But sometimes in my dreams I go to Mandalay again. I see the house, the gray stone shining in the moonlight of my dreams. The terrace slopes to the lawn, and the lawn stretched to the sea, like a sheet of silver under the moon. Light comes from the windows. The curtains blow softly in the night air. And there in the library, the door stands half open, as if we had left it, with my handkerchief on the table beside the bowl of autumn roses, and the charred embers of our log fire still smoldering against the morning. I wonder what my life would be today if Mrs. Van Hopper hadn't been a snob.
Mandalay, my dear. Why, even you must have heard of Mandalay. That's Max DeWitter at the table next to us, the man who owns Mandalay. They say he can't get over his wife's death, an appalling tragedy. The papers were full of it, of course. They say he never talks about it, never mentions her name. She was drowned, you know, in a bay near Mandalay.
Oh, Mrs. Van Hopper, I know he can hear you.
Nonsense, my dear. Go up to my room quickly and find that letter from my nephew. You know, the one written on his honeymoon with a snapshot? Bring it down to me right away.
Oh, Van Hopper, I don't
Go
really...
on, my dear. Do as you're told. Don't argue. Hurry.
When I came down, she had him sitting beside her on the sofa. He looked like no other man I'd ever seen. A man out of a long, distant past.
Oh, there you are, my dear. This is Mr. De Winter. Mr. De Winter's having coffee with us.
How do you do?
You know I recognize you, Mr. De Winter, just as soon as you walked into the restaurant, and I thought, why, there's Mr. De Winter, Billy's friend. I simply must show him those snapshots of Billy and his bride taken on their honeymoon. Look, here are the snaps. Here they are sunbathing at Palm Beach. He met her at that party where I first met you at Claridge's in London. But I dare say you don't remember an old woman like me.
On the contrary, I remember you very well. Excellent snapshots. Bride's very pretty. I don't think I should care for Palm Beach.
Well, of course, if one had a home like Mandalay, I'm told Mandalay's like fairyland. There's no other word for it. I wonder you can ever bear to leave it. Mr. De Winter is so modest he won't admit it, but he has one of the loveliest homes in England. They say that the Minstrel Gallery at Mandalay is a gem, and the gardens are simply the most perfect.
Next morning, Mrs. Van Hopper woke up with a sore throat and a temperature. At noon, I went down to the restaurant alone. I expected it to be empty. Nobody lunched generally before 1 o'clock. He was sitting at the table next to ours. I sat down looking straight before me. I unfolded my napkin and knocked over the vase of flowers on my table.
You can't sit at a wet tablecloth. Come on, get up. Waiter, the lady will have lunch with me.
No, I couldn't possibly.
Why not?
Well, you're being polite, but really...
I'm not being polite. I'd like you to have lunch with me.
You're very kind.
You don't believe me? Well, never mind. Come on, sit down. We needn't talk to each other unless we feel like it. Tell me your friend. She seems a good deal older than you. What is she? A relation? Have you known her long?
Well, she isn't really a friend. She's an employer. You see, I'm what's called a companion. She pays me £90 a year.
I didn't know one could buy companionship. What do you do it for?
£90 is a lot of money.
How old are you?
19.
And you're not afraid of the future?
No.
Haven't you any family?
No, they're dead.
Well, we've got a bond in common, you and I. We're both alone in the world. I have no companion. I shall have to congratulate Mrs. Van Hopper. You're cheap. £90 a year.
You forget. You have a home, and I have none.
An empty house, my dear, can be as lonely as a full hotel. Trouble is that it's less impersonal.
I remember the feel of the leather seats in his car as we drove in the afternoons along the Mediterranean. I remember still my ill-fitting flannel suit and how the skirt was lighter than the coat. I remember now, glancing at my watch, I would think to myself, this moment now at 20 minutes past 3, this must never be lost. Never.
You're a very silent companion. What are you thinking?
I wish I were a woman of about 36, dressed in black satin with a string of pearls.
You wouldn't be in this car with me if you were.
Mr. De Winter, you're going to think me impertinent and rude, I dare say. But I would like to know why you asked me to come out in the car day after day. You're being kind, that's obvious, but why do you choose me for your charity?
Because you're not dressed in black satin with a string of pearls, nor are you 36.
You know, it's not fair. You know everything there is to know about me. That's not much, I admit, because I haven't been alive very long and nothing very much has happened to me, except people dying. But you, I know nothing more about you than I did when we met.
And what'd you know then?
Well, that you lived at Mandalay and that you had lost your wife.
Yes. My memories are bitter. I prefer to ignore them. Something happened to me a year ago that altered my whole life, and I want to forget my existence up to that time. Those days are finished. They're blotted out. I want to begin living all over again.
I'm so sorry. You've been so kind to me. I didn't mean to remind you
Curse
of...
your puritanical, tight-lipped little speeches and talk about kindness and charity. I asked you to come with me because I want you in your company, and if you don't believe me, you can leave the car now and find your own way home. Go on. Open the door and get out. Well, what are you going to do about it?
Please, drive me home.
Suppose you're young enough to be my daughter. I don't know how to deal with you. Forget all I said to you just now. That's all finished and done with. Don't let's ever think of it again. My family used to call me Maxim. I'd like you to do the same. You've been formal long enough. What do you want? Something the matter?
I've come to say goodbye. We're going this morning.
Come in. Shut the door. What are you talking about?
It's true. We're leaving today. I was afraid I wouldn't see you. I felt I must see you again to thank you.
Why didn't you tell me this before?
Well, Mrs. Van Hopper only decided today. Her daughter sails for New York on Saturday, and we're going with her.
She's taking you with her to New York?
Yes, and I don't want to go. I shall hate it. I shall be miserable.
Well, why in heaven's name go? Sit down with me while I eat my breakfast. Have you had yours?
Yes, I really haven't time. I ought to be downstairs now, getting the tickets.
You can sit with me for 5 minutes.
Oh, I shouldn't.
So, Mrs. Van Hopper's had enough of Monte Carlo, and now she wants to go home. So do I. She to New York, I to Mandalay. Which would you prefer? Take your choice.
Please don't make a joke about it. It's unfair.
If you think I'm one of those people who tries to be funny before breakfast, you're wrong. I repeat, the choice is open to you. Either you go to America with Mrs. Van Hopper, or you come home to Mandalay with me.
Do you mean you want a secretary or something?
No. I'm asking you to marry me, you little fool.
I don't understand. I'm not the sort of person men marry.
What the devil do you mean?
I'm not sure. I don't think I know how to explain. I don't belong to your sort of world.
What is my world?
Well, Mandalay. You know what I mean.
You think I'm asking you to marry me for the same reason you thought I took you out in the car. To be kind, don't you?
Yes.
One day you may realize that philanthropy is not one of my strongest qualities. Are you going to marry me? My suggestion doesn't seem to have gone too well. I'm sorry. I rather thought you loved me.
I do love you. I love you dreadfully. I've been crying all morning because I thought I should never see you again.
Oh, so that's settled then. Instead of being companion to Mrs. Van Hopper, you become mine. And your duties will be almost exactly the same. I also like new library books and flowers in the drawing room and someone to pour my tea. Oh, I'm being rather a brute to you, aren't I? This isn't your idea of a proposal. We ought to be in a conservatory with you in a white frock with a rose in your hand and a violin playing a waltz in the distance. Poor darling, what a shame. Never mind. I'll take you to Venice for our honeymoon and we'll hold hands in a gondola, but we won't stay too long because I want to show you Mandalay.
Mandalay.
Now then, am I going to break the news to Mrs. Van Hopper, or are you?
Oh, no, you tell her. She'll be so angry.
I'll tell her. I'm not afraid. You wait for me here.
When he had gone, I looked around his room. There was a book on the table near his bed. I picked it up. On the title page was a dedication. Max. From Rebecca. May 17. Written in a curious, slanting hand. The ink had run too thick, so that the name Rebecca stood out black and strong. Rebecca. Rebecca.
We pause now on our Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rebecca. In just a moment, we will resume the story. But first, here is my associate of long standing, Ernest Chappell, with an important message.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. The time was, and it was not so long ago, when chicken was a rare and special treat. What magic the words chicken for dinner conjured up in our young minds, and how we looked forward to these great events. With proud gusto, Father would dexterously separate wings and legs and then carve tender white slices from the breast, while each of us silently prayed to be granted his special favorite part. And then on the second day there came another treat. The remaining meat and the carcass went into Mother's soup kettle, to be simmered slowly, seasoned gently, and served forth as a supper-time delight. Today, if you have wistful memories of that glorious old home chicken soup, then Campbell's chicken soup is just made for you. Because Campbell's chefs follow faithfully the good home recipe, only changing it to make an even better soup. They use, for example, all the good meat of the chickens, fine, plump chickens they are, too, such as you'd choose proudly for your own table. Such chicken soup with snowy rice and tender chicken pieces is a special treat indeed, but one you may enjoy on any day. Your grocer has Campbell's chicken soup, and it's yours for the asking. Remember, Campbell's chicken soup.
Now we return to the Campbell Playhouse presentation of Rebecca with Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles.
We came to Mandalay in early May. There it was, the Mandalay I had expected, lovelier than I'd ever dreamed, built in its hollow of smooth grassland and mossy lawns, the terraces sloping to the gardens, and the gardens to the sea. A servant was standing on the steps waiting, an old man with a kind face.
Well, here we are, Fritz. Everything well?
Yes, thank you, sir. Glad to see you home, sir, and hope you've been keeping well. And Madam, too.
Yes, we're both well. Thank you, Fritz. Rather tired from the drive wanting our tea. Hello, Jasper, old man. Who are all these people? Oh, the servants. I didn't expect this.
Mrs. Danvers' orders, sir.
Danvers? I might have guessed it. Come on, darling. Mrs. Danvers was Rebecca's housekeeper. She simply adored her. They're all curious to see what you're like. You won't mind, will you? Soon be over. My dear, this is Mrs. Danvers.
Mrs. Danvers took me to my room. She was a tall, gaunt woman dressed in black, with prominent cheekbones and great hollow eyes that gave her skull's face, parchment white, set on a skeleton's frame. Her eyes never left mine.
Mandalay is a big place, madam. Not so big as some, of course, but big enough. And a show place. Mr. De Winter lets the public in to see it once a month.
You can't see the sea from here, can you?
No, not from this room. You can't even hear it. You do not know the sea was anywhere near. Not from this room.
I'm sorry about that. I like the sea.
Mr. De Winter gave special orders in his letter that you would have this room, madam.
Oh, then this was not his room originally.
No, madam. He's never used the rooms in this wing before.
Oh, he didn't tell me that. I suppose you've been at Mandalay for many years, Mrs. Danvers. Longer than anyone else.
I came here when the first Mrs. De Winter was a bride.
Mrs. Danvers, you must have patience with me because this sort of life is new to me. You must just go on running things as they always have been run. I shan't want to make any changes.
I'm here to carry out your orders, madam. I hope I shall do everything to your satisfaction. Can I do anything more for you now?
Oh, no, thank you, no. I'm sure I have everything. I shall be very comfortable here. You've made the room so charming.
I only followed out Mr. De Winter's instructions. Of course, the most beautiful rooms are in the west wing, overlooking the sea. The bedroom is twice as large as this, and the windows look down across the lawns into the sea.
I suppose Mr. De Winter keeps the most beautiful rooms to show to the public.
Those rooms are never shown to the public. They used to live in those rooms when Mrs. De Winter was alive. That big room I was telling you about that looks down to the sea, that was Mrs. De Winter's room.
Next morning there was a heavy mist. It poured in through the open window. When I came down to breakfast, Maxim had already gone out.
Mrs. De Winter.
Yes, Fritz?
Mr. De Winter told me to tell you, madam, that he'd gone out with Mr. Crawley. Mr. Frank Crawley is Mr. De Winter's friend who manages the estate. Mr. De Winter said to tell you they'd be back for luncheon at 1.
Thank you. Oh, Fritz.
Yes, madam?
It seems rather cold this morning. I wonder if you'd please light the fire in the library for me.
The fire in the library is not usually lit until the afternoon, madam. Mrs. De Winter always used the morning room. She always did her telephoning and correspondence in there after breakfast. There's a good fire in there. If you should wish to have a fire in the library as well.
No. I wouldn't dream of it. I'll go into the morning room. Thank you, Fred.
If you will allow me, madam, I will show you the way.
This was a woman's room, graceful, fragile. The room of someone who had chosen every particle of furniture with great care. That a strange and startling kind of perfection. I opened a drawer at hazard, and there was a letter addressed to Mrs. M. De Winter.
Mrs. De Winter. Mrs. De Winter.
Who is it? What do you want?
Mrs. De Winter.
I'm afraid you've made a mistake. Mrs. De Winter has been dead for over a year.
It's Mrs. Danvers, madam. Mrs. Danvers. I'm speaking to you on the house telephone. It's about the menu. It's Mrs. Danvers speaking, madam.
After lunch, it was still raining. Frank Crawley and Maxim were in the library working. I got a raincoat out of the flower room and started out across the garden down towards the sea. Soon I was in the woods. The dog ran on ahead. The woods came right down to the water. At the fringe was a long, low building, half cottage, half boathouse. There was a buoy anchored there in the cove, but no boat. And there was Jasper wagging his tail at a solitary figure on the beach. As I drew near, I saw that the figure on the beach was a man with the small slit eyes of an idiot and a red, wet mouth.
Good day. Dirty, Irish.
I'm afraid it's not very nice weather. Jasper, come here.
Digging for shell. No shell here. Been digging all day.
I'm sorry you can't find any.
That's right. No shell here.
Come on, Jasper. Good dog. Come on.
He won't go.
Why not?
He ain't your dog.
No, he's Mr. De Winter's dog. I want to take him back to the house. Come on, Jasper. Come along. Good dog.
She ain't been here lately.
What do you mean?
The other one. You're not like the other one.
What do you mean? What other one?
Tall and dark, she was. She gave you the feeling of a snake. By night she'd come down the cove. I seen it. I looked in on her once in the boathouse. And she turned on me, she did. If I catch you looking at me through the window, she'll have you put in asylum, she said. I won't say nothing, ma'am, I said, and I touched my cap like this here. She's gone now, ain't she?
I don't know what you mean.
She's gone in the sea, ain't she? She won't come back no more.
No, she'll not come back.
You won't put me in asylum, will you? I never said nothing, did I? I never said nothing, ma'am. I never said nothing. I never said nothing.
Where did you get that piece of string?
I got it for Jasper. He ran away. I found it in the cottage on the beach.
Is the door open?
I pushed it open. The string was in the other room where the sails were.
Oh, I see. That cottage is supposed to be locked. The door has no business to be open. Did Ben tell you the door was open?
Ben?
Oh, never mind.
Maxim.
Yes, what is it?
I'm sorry I went down to the cove. If you didn't want me to go.
What makes you think I didn't want you to go down there?
Maxim, how should I know? I'm not a thought reader. I know you didn't want me to go. That's all. I could see it in your face.
See what in my face?
I've already told you I can see that you didn't want me to go.
You're quite right. I did not want you to go down to the cove. Will that please you? I never go near the place. If you had my memories, you wouldn't want to go there either, or talk about it, or even think about it. There. I hope that satisfied you.
Please, Maxim, please.
What's the matter?
I don't want you to look like that. Please, Maxim, let's forget all we said. I'm sorry, darling. Please let everything be all right.
We ought to have stayed in Italy. We ought never to come back to Mandalay. I was a fool to come back.
The weather that May was wet and cold. From the terrace I could hear the murmur of the sea below me, low and sullen. and every morning a heavy fog would come rolling in from the sea. I could not forget that cottage on the beach and the white, lost look in Maxim's eyes. Somewhere at the back of my mind, a frightened, furtive seed of curiosity grew slowly and stealthily. Frank Crawley was in the library taking tea with me, waiting for Maxim to get home. There were things that I had to know.
You'll be down to the cove, then?
Yes, Frank. Frank, in that cottage down there, are those all Rebecca's things?
Yes.
I wondered. Why is the buoy there in the little harbor place?
The boat used to be moored there.
What boat?
Her boat.
Oh. What happened to it? Oh, was that the boat she was sailing when she was drowned?
Yes. It capsized and sank. She was washed overboard.
Couldn't someone have got out to her?
Nobody saw the accident. Nobody knew she'd gone. She often sailed alone at night.
How long afterwards was it they found her?
Oh, about 2 months.
Where did they find her?
Near Edgecombe. About 40 miles up channel.
How did they know it was she? After 2 months, how could they tell?
Maxim went up to Edgecombe to identify her.
Oh. Frank, I know what you're thinking. You can't understand why I ask all these questions just now. You think I'm being morbid and curious, but it's not that, I promise you. Only when I go to call on all these people, his friends, I know they're looking me up and down and thinking, what on earth does Maxim see in her? Always I know that whenever I meet anyone new, they say how different she is from Rebecca. Frank.
Yes?
There's just one more thing, one question I must ask you. Will you promise to answer it quite truthfully?
I'll do my best.
Tell me, was Rebecca very beautiful?
Yes. Yes, I suppose she was the most beautiful creature I ever saw in my life.
Here it is, madam. This is it. One moment while I turn on the light. Come in, madam.
Was this her room, Mrs. Danvers?
Yes, ma'am. This is her room. Now you're here, let me show you everything. I know you want to see it all. You've wanted to for a long time. It's a lovely room, isn't it? The loveliest room you've ever seen. I haven't touched a thing. There are flowers on the dressing table, and that's her bed. It's a beautiful bed, isn't it? Here's her nightdress. This was the nightdress she was wearing for the last time before she died. Would you like to touch it? Feel it. Hold it. I did everything for her, you know. You look after me better than anyone, Danny, she used to say. I wouldn't have anyone but you. See? Here's her wardrobe. What's the matter, madam? Aren't you feeling well?
I'm all right. I didn't expect to see all the things this way.
I believe Mr. De Winter liked her to wear silver mostly. But of course she could wear anything. She looked beautiful in this velvet. Put it against your face. It's soft, isn't it? Scent is still as fresh as though she'd just taken it off. These are her slippers. Put your hands inside the slippers. They're quite small and narrow, aren't they? When they found her, the rocks had battered her to bits so no one could recognize her. You know now why Mr. De Winter doesn't use these rooms anymore. He hasn't used these rooms since the night she was drowned. I come up every day and dust them myself. If you want to come again, you have only to tell me. Sometimes, when Mr. De Winter is away and you feel lonely, you might like to come up to these rooms and sit here. They're such beautiful rooms. You wouldn't think she'd been gone now for so long, would you? You'd think she'd just gone out for a little while and would be back in the evening. Do you think she can see us talking to one another now? Do you think the dead come back and watch the living?
I don't know. I don't know.
Sometimes I wonder if she comes back to Mandalay and watches you and Mr. De Winter, you sitting in her chair in the library before the fire, stroking her dog, talking to her husband.
Stop it!
It's no use, is it? You can't do it. You'll never get the better of her. She's still mistress here, even if she is dead. She's the real Mrs. De Winter, not you. It's you that's the shadow and the ghost. It's you that's forgotten and not wanted and pushed aside. Well, why don't you leave Mandalay to her? Why don't you go?
What do you mean?
Why don't you go? None of us want you. He doesn't want you. He never did. He can't forget her. He wants to be alone in the house again with her. It's you who ought to be dead, not Mrs. De Winter. Come here now to the window. Let me show you something. When the window's open, you can hear the sea down there. Look down there. Look.
Let me go.
Don't be afraid. I won't push you. But there's not much for you to live for here at Mandalay. Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Then you won't be unhappy anymore. Why don't you try? Go on. Go on. Don't be afraid. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on. Go on.
And so we end the second part of our presentation of Daphne du Maurier's best-selling book, Rebecca, with Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. In a few moments, we shall return you to the Campbell Playhouse.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is Edwin C. Hill again bidding you welcome to the Campbell Playhouse on behalf of the makers of those fine Campbell soups. In a moment or two, we shall resume our presentation of Rebecca, the best-selling novel by Daphne du Maurier, and starring, as I've said, Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. And also, we shall hear from Miss du Maurier herself, direct by shortwave from London. But first, I bring you a message. For many years, I've been interested in the human side of the news. As a newspaper reporter for all those years, I've found that there's a very human side to business. And that is what I want to speak about for just a moment or so. All of us are familiar with businesses which provide us with something to eat or drink or wear, or we buy a radio or a suit of clothes or a can of soup. But the actual thing we buy is about the only contact we ever have with the people who make such goods. But the character of those people is of vital importance. If the manufacturer of a product is honorable in the conduct of his business, his product will be as trustworthy as his word. For in business, as in every walk of life, honesty pays real dividends. Honest enterprise is the only kind which has a chance to win and to hold the patronage of intelligent and discriminating buyers, whether it's a matter of a piano or a spool of thread or a trip to Europe or a can of soup. And that, as I see it, is the human side of business, of the products that last over the years, that serve you well and merit your confidence. I know the Campbell kitchens, the Campbell men, the Campbell soup. The fact that these soups are used more and more every year in most homes and are sold in more than 460,000 grocery stores throughout the land is no accident, believe me. It's due to the human side of this business, its aims, its policies, and its character. And now to the Campbell Playhouse, where we resume our story, Rebecca.
Go on. Why don't you jump now and have done with it? Why don't you try? Go on. Don't be afraid. Jump. Go on.
Mrs. Danvers was close behind me now, her hand on my arm. And before me was the open window and the white mist coming in from the sea.
Go on.
I shut my eyes. The mist lay upon my lips, rank and sour. My head began to swim. Then suddenly the mist had parted. There was a flash in the sky.
Get the shore! Keep the shore! Keep the shore! Keep the shore!
went down to the beach. There was a large ship on the reef, half a mile offshore, with her bows pointed towards the cliff. There were a number of small boats around her, and the Coast Guard cutter lying alongside.
I hear the rocket. We'll pass 2 of them one. Both broke the windows. You look like a Dutchman, I'd say. German or Dutch? Good thing there's no sea running. That shallow water she's in. Is she fast? I don't know yet.
There's a diver come over from Kerry.
He be going down to see if she's broken her back. She's on a reef. She's a goner.
Have you seen Mr. De Winter?
Not today, ma'am.
Good day,
Have you
ma'am.
seen Mr. De Winter?
Mr. De Winter? Yes, ma'am. He was one of the first down here after the rockets went.
He were down by the cove. Had the dog with him.
Do you know where he is now?
He went off to Kerry 20 minutes ago with one of the crew, the Rangers.
Oh, thank you. Good day.
Good day, Mum.
Good day, Mum.
I went back to Mandalay the long way through the woods. The fog had cleared. I looked down and saw the stranded ship offshore. The diver must have come up, for I saw a little group of people on the deck of the boat alongside, leaning over, staring into the water.
There's a man waiting to see you, madam. He says it's important. He asked for Mr. De Winter first, and then for you. He's in the library.
Who is it, Fritz?
He says his name's Captain Searle, madam, the harbour master from Kerrith.
Oh, yes, I'll go in and talk to him.
Yes, madam.
Mrs. De Winter?
I'm sorry my husband isn't back yet.
I know. I can't get hold of Mr. Crawley either. The fact is, I've got some news for Mr. De Winter, and I hardly know how to break it to him.
What sort of news, Captain Searle?
Well, Mrs. De Winter, it isn't very pleasant for me to tell you either. We're all very fond of Mr. De Winter around here. It's hard on him and hard on you that we can't let the past lie quiet.
Yes, go on.
Well, you know, we sent the diver down to inspect that ship there on the reef. Well, while he was down there, he came across something else. The hull of a little sailing boat lying on her side, not broken up at all. He recognized it at once. That boat belonged to the late Mrs. De Winter.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Is it necessary to tell Mr. De Winter? Couldn't the boat be left there as it is? It's not doing anybody any harm, is it?
The cabin door was tightly closed, and the ports were closed, too. The diver broke one of the windows with a stone from the seabed and looked into the cabin. And then he got the fright of his life. There was a body in there, lying on the cabin floor. Now you understand why I have to see your husband, Mrs. De Winter.
It's all over now. The thing has happened.
What thing?
The thing I've always foreseen. The thing I've dreamt about day after day, night after night. We're not meant for happiness, you and I.
What are you trying to tell me?
Rebecca has won. I remember her eyes as she looked at me before she died. I remember that slow, treacherous smile. She knew this would happen even then. She knew she'd win in the end.
Maxim, what are you saying? What are you trying to tell me?
Her boat. They found it. The diver found it this afternoon.
I know. Captain Searle was here and he told me. You're thinking about the body the diver found in the cabin.
Yes.
It means she wasn't alone. It means there was someone out sailing with Rebecca at the time, and you have to find out who it was.
There was no one with Rebecca. She was alone. It's Rebecca's body lying there on the cabin floor.
No.
The woman I identified wasn't Rebecca. There never was an accident. Rebecca was not drowned at all. I killed her. I shot Rebecca in the cottage down in the cove. I carried her body to the cabin and took the boat and sunk it there, where they found it today. It's Rebecca who's lying dead there on the cabin floor. Will you look into my eyes and tell me that you love me now?
Oh, darling, we can't lose each other now. We've got to be together always, with no secrets, no shadows. Please, darling, please.
There's no time. We may have a few hours, a few days. How can we be together now that this has happened? I've told you they found the boat. They found Rebecca.
What will you do?
I don't know.
Does anyone know? Anyone at all?
No.
No one but you and me.
No one but you and me.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? Why didn't you tell me? The time we wasted when we might have been together. All these weeks, all these days.
You were so aloof. You never came to me like this. You were strange with me. Awkward, shy.
How could I come to you when I knew you were thinking about Rebecca? How could I ask you to love me when I knew you loved Rebecca still? Whenever you spoke to me or looked at me, I felt you were saying to yourself, this I did with Rebecca, and this, and this.
What are you talking about? What do you mean?
It was true, wasn't it?
You thought I loved Rebecca? You thought I killed her? Loving her? I tell you, I hated her. Our marriage was a farce from the very first. She was vicious, damnable, rotten through and through. We never loved each other. We never had one moment of happiness together. Rebecca was incapable of love, of tenderness, of decency. She knew how I loved Mandalay. She knew how to hurt me most. She stood there that night in the cottage in the cove, smiling at me. I'm going to have a child, she said. It will grow up here at Mandalay, bearing your name. That's a joke, isn't it? And when you die, Mandalay will be his. You can't prevent it. Have you ever thought how hard it would be for you to make a case against me in a court of law, I mean, if you wanted to divorce me? We've acted the parts of a loving husband and wife rather too well, haven't we? They'll be happy, won't they? All those smug friends of yours, all your blasted tenants, thinking it's your child. It's what we've always hoped for, Mrs. De Winter, they'll say. I'll be the perfect mother, Max, just as I've never been the perfect wife. And none of them will ever guess. None of them will ever know. She turned and faced me, smiling. Then I killed her. She was smiling still. I fired at her heart. She didn't fall at once. She stood there, looking at me, that slow smile on her face, her eyes wide open.
You have heard all the testimony in this case, gentlemen. You have heard how the body of the deceased was found in the cabin of her boat. You have heard the testimony of the boat builder. You have heard Mr. De Winter's story. You have heard how on the night of the tragedy, Mrs. De Winter went down to the cottage where she was in the habit of staying. Gentlemen, how do you find?
The verdict is suicide. Suicide without sufficient evidence to show the state of mind of the deceased.
Court is adjourned.
It was almost dark when we started for Mandalay. He held my hand in his. He didn't speak for a long time. I must have dozed, for I woke suddenly with a start and heard the first sound of thunder in the air. The air was hot against my face. No rain fell.
What is it, darling?
Maxim, don't drive so fast.
I want to get home. I'm worried. I have a premonition of disaster.
When everything's over, I don't understand.
I want to get home. I want to get back to Mandalay.
What time is it?
Almost 9.
It's funny. It looks almost as though the sun was still setting over there beyond those hills. Can't be, though it's too late.
The wrong direction. You're looking east.
Why, yes. It's funny, isn't it? It's in winter you see the northern lights, isn't it? Not in summer.
That's not the northern lights you're looking at. That's Mandalay.
Maxim, what is it?
I don't know.
Maxim, look. A fire. Maxim, it's Mandalay. It's burning. Mandalay is burning. We have both known fear and loneliness and very great distress. But we have come through our crisis. Of course, we have our moments of depression. But there are other moments, too, when time, unmeasured by the clock, runs on into eternity. And catching Maxim's smile, I know we are together at last. No barrier between us. We can never go back to Mandalay again. The past is still too close to us. But sometimes in my dreams I go to Mandalay. I see the gray stone shining in the moonlight. Light comes from the windows. The curtains blow softly in the night air. And in the library, the door stands half open as if we had left it, with my handkerchief on the table beside the bowl of autumn roses, and the charred embers of our log fire still smoldering against the morning.
So ends our story. The Campbell Playhouse presentation of Daphne du Maurier's novel Rebecca. In a moment, I shall bring you Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles in person, and Daphne du Maurier on the long-distance phone from London. In the meantime, here's a man with a message worth hearing. A man who keeps one eye on the dining table and the other on the pantry. Ladies and gentlemen, my friend, Ernest Chappell.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. May I remind you once again of that grand dish, Campbell's Chicken Soup? Remember what I told you about it and make it a point to try it soon. Because until you taste your first glorious spoonful, you're really missing something. Imagine a rich golden broth slowly simmered from plump and perfect chickens, simmered with all the patience and skill of the most particular home cook. And imagine an abundance of selective rice, white and fluffy, drifting all through the broth, every grain saturated with its delicious flavor. Then add tender pieces of chicken meat, each a delight to your taste, and you have a picture of Campbell's Chicken Soup. But only tasting can really tell you how good it is. Why not plan to have Campbell's Chicken Soup tomorrow? You'll please the family, and incidentally make a busy day a little easier for yourself.
And now, here's Orson Welles.
Ladies and gentlemen, the star of Rebecca is standing beside me at the microphone. I'd like to tell her that one of my favorite characters in modern fiction was tonight forever endowed with the personality of Miss Margaret Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Wells. I hope that the novelist approved of me, too. I want you to know how much I've appreciated playing once more with the Campbell Playhouse tonight, especially in this story, which is one of my favorites.
Yes, it is a grand story, and I do believe the most important factor of radio entertainment is a good story.
I quite agree, too. You know, two things I like very much are good stories and good soup. And when I tell you my idea of a great soup is Campbell's Chicken Soup, that, Mr. Wells, is no story.
I'm glad you feel that way. Nice of you to say so.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Wells, I'd like to ask you a question.
It's very kind of you.
Can you tell me the name of the character?
Will you repeat that question?
What is the name of the character I just played?
Well, that's the major literary mystery of the year. Seriously, she hasn't any name. And our audience, Miss Sullivan, is probably just as curious as you are. And I haven't the answer.
Well, Mr. Maurier must know it. She's phoning us from London in a few minutes, so we'll ask her.
You know, Miss Sullivan, there's a question I'd like to ask you.
Yes, Mr. Wells?
Until rehearsal started for tonight's performance, I had never, to put it very bluntly, had the pleasure of your acquaintance.
Yes?
And, Well, now, in 6½ minutes, Miss Sullivan, you'll have gone out of my life. The point is, I am the director of a theater,
The Mercury Theater.
The Mercury Theater. Thanks. What I started to say was that I'd like to know you better. What are you doing next year?
Are you speaking as a director?
Yes, Mrs. Hayward, as a theater director, if you can be tempted.
Have you a script for me?
I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you'll forgive me for trying to date up one of the nation's most gifted and attractive young actresses. I'm sure you sympathize, and I hope Miss Sullivan understands.
We are ready with London, Mr. Wells.
Oh, thanks. Are you ready, London?
Good evening, Mr. Wells.
Good evening, Mr. Moyer.
It's nearly 3 o'clock here in London. It's not often that an author has the chance of hearing the voices of her own characters speaking to her from across the Atlantic Ocean. I've enjoyed it enormously.
Thank you. And Mr. Moyer, may I present Miss Sullivan?
How do you do, Miss Sullivan? I'd like to thank you and Mr. Wells for your splendid interpretation of Mr. and Mrs. De Winter.
Thank you. It's been a great privilege. Mr. Moyer, there are 2 questions I'd like to ask you. Your descriptions of Mandalay are so vivid that America is curious to know if there is anywhere in England a house on a state like Mandalay.
When you next come to London, Miss Sullivan, get into a train at Paddington Station and travel west. When you've been 250 miles, get out of that train and walk southeast for half an hour. You'll come to some iron gates, a lodge, and a narrow, twisting drive. If you ever find your way to the end of that drive, you may discover Mandalay.
One thing more, Mr. Moyer. Can you tell us the name of the heroine of Rebecca? You haven't named her in the book.
Thank you very much, Miss Sullivan, and thank you, Mr. Wells, for your production of Rebecca. It's been very nice speaking to you both.
Well, Miss Sullivan, I'm afraid that doesn't answer your question. Hello, Mr. Moyer. Mr. Moyer. Mr. Moyer. Is London off the air, Mr. Chaplin?
Yes, it is, Mr. Wells.
Pardon me, Miss Sullivan, but all we can salvage from the silence overseas is this cryptogram just brought in to Mr. Chappell by Carrier Pigeon. Would you care to read it?
Inter-office memo from Daphne du Maurier to Margaret Sullivan. The name of the heroine of Rebecca is Mrs. Max de Winter.
Thank you, Miss Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. Wells.
Next week, Miss Beatrice Lilly interrupts her rehearsals of Noel Coward's new musical to be my wife and call it a day. This is a discreet account by Miss Doty Smith of some indiscretions committed one bonny day in April by a nice family who might just as well be living next door to you, and you, and you. It is a composite case history in 3 stages and 6 symptoms of that perilous and delightful malady known so well to you, and you, and you, and me as spring fever. Until then, my sponsor and I and all of us in the Campbell Playhouse remain obediently yours.
Tonight's broadcast was Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier, starring Margaret Sullivan and Orson Welles. Featured were Mildred Natwick as Mrs. Danvers, Ray Collins as Frank Crawley, and George Couloris as Captain Searle. Frank Reddick was heard as the idiot, Alfred Shirley as Frith, Eustace Wyatt as the coroner, and Agnes Moorhead as Mrs. Van Hopper. Music for the Campbell Playhouse is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
The makers of Campbell Soups invite you to join us again next Friday evening at this same time, when Orson Welles will present his production of Dodie Smith's delightful excursion into the private lives of a typical suburban family. Call It a Day, one of the most successful comedies of its type, which was originally presented on Broadway by the Theater Guild. Our guest on this program will be the always charming and amusing Beatrice Lilly, with Jane Wyatt, a young lady who is marching quite swiftly along the road to motion picture fame out in Hollywood, and Jean Dante, who created the part of Anne in the original New York production of Call It a Day. This is Edwin C. Hill speaking for Campbell Soups. I thank you, and good night.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Ray Milland, Ruth Roman, and Frank Lovejoy in Strangers on a Train. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keighley. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Travel by train, ship, or plane usually puts us in the mood to be kind to strangers. A question which would ordinarily receive a courteous but unencouraging answer is almost welcomed when we find ourselves in strange surroundings without the security of friendly conversation. It's a commendable custom, but at times may lead to unexpected and terrifying complications, as our stars tonight are about to portray. Ray Milland and Frank Lovejoy, who are the strangers on a train, and Ruth Roman, who recreates her starring role. Not only was this Warner Brothers picture directed by that noted master of suspense, Alfred Hitchcock, but one of the major roles was played by his daughter, Patricia Hitchcock, and we're happy that Patricia could appear tonight in her original part in Strangers on a Train. I'm sure there are no strangers in our audience to the improving qualities of Lux Toilet Soap as a beauty care, because Lux facials are the daily companions of lovely ladies who know they can depend on Lux soap for the complexion care that leaves their skin lovelier. Here's Strangers on a Train, starring Ray Milland as Guy Haynes, Ruth Roman as Ann Morton, and Frank Lovejoy as Bruno Anthony, with Patricia Hitchcock as Barbara. A few moments ago, a northbound train left Washington, D.C. Among the passengers settling down in the club car are two young men.
I beg your pardon. Oh. I hate to interrupt your reading, but aren't you Guy Haynes?
That's right.
I'm quite a tennis fan. I saw your match last season in South Orange against Faraday.
Well, that was one of my lucky days.
I certainly admire people who do things. By the way, my name is Anthony, Bruno Anthony.
How do you do?
I guess you want to get back to your book. You go ahead and read.
Thanks.
You know, it must be pretty exciting to be so important.
What? Tennis player isn't so important?
Oh, but people who do things are important. Now, me, I never seem to do anything. I suppose you're going to Southampton for the doubles,
You certainly read the sport page, don't you?
I wish I could be there to watch you, but I've got to be back in Washington tomorrow. Cigarette?
No, not now, thanks.
You don't happen to have a match?
Yeah.
Oh, a lighter. Thank you. Oh, my, that's elegance engraved, too, from A to G. I bet I can guess who A is. Ann Morton.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, it's simple. See, sometimes I turn the sports page and look at the society section. The pictures, too. She's very beautiful, Senator Morton's daughter.
You're quite a reader, Mr. Anthony.
Yes, I am. If you ask me anything, I've got the answer. Even about people I don't even know. Like who would like to marry whom when his wife gets a divorce?
Maybe you read too much.
Well, there I go again. I meet somebody I like and admire, and I say the wrong thing.
Oh, forget it. I guess I'm just a little jittery.
Oh, well, there's a cure for that. Waiter. Scotch and plain water, please. A pair, doubles. That's the only kind of doubles I play.
Oh, I'm afraid you'll have to drink both of them.
And I can do it. When's the wedding?
What?
Oh, you and Ann Morton. The wedding. It was in the papers.
Well, it shouldn't have been unless they've legalized bigamy.
It's wonderful, having your company all the way to New York.
Well, as a matter of fact, I'm getting off at Metcalf.
Metcalf? Who would want to stop at Metcalf?
It's my hometown.
Oh, I get it. A little chat with your wife about the divorce. Well, here's luck, Mr. Haynes. Drink up, then we'll have lunch sent to my compartment.
Thanks very much, but I think I'll go to the dining car.
Oh, that's filled up. There's no seats for about 20 minutes.
Well, how about lunch in my compartment?
Oh, I wouldn't think of that. Come along, Mr. Haynes. This is a real pleasure. And all told, I went to 3 different colleges. I got kicked out each time. Drinking and gambling. Not like you, huh, Guy? All right, so I'm a bum.
Who said you were?
Oh, my father. He hates me. With all the money he's got, he thinks I ought to punch a time clock somewhere and work my way up selling paint or something.
Well, I think possibly he's...
I hate him, too. I tell you, I get so sore at him sometimes, I want to kill him.
I don't think you know what you want.
Well, I want to do something and everything. I've got a theory you should do everything before you die. Have you ever driven a car blindfolded at 150 miles an hour?
No, not lately.
Well, I did. Flew a jet plane, too. Man, what a thrill. Almost blew the sawdust out of my head.
Say, what are you trying to prove?
Well, I'm not like you, Guy. You're lucky and you're smart. First of all, you're a wonderful tennis player. On top of that, you've got a swell job. Assistant to a United States senator. And on top of that, you're going to marry the boss's daughter. Makes a nice shortcut to a career, doesn't it?
Marrying the senator's daughter's got nothing to do with it.
Oh, now take it easy, Guy. I'm your friend. Remember, I like you. I'd do anything for you.
Look, we'll be stopping soon, and I've got to change trains.
Yes, that's right, Metcalf. What did you say her name was? Your wife's?
Miriam.
Miriam. I suppose she played around a lot, huh?
Skip it, Bruno.
Okay. Say, want to hear one of my ideas for a perfect murder?
Murder? Look, I may be old-fashioned, but I thought it was still against the law.
Well, what's a life or two? Some people are better off dead. Someone like your wife and my father, for instance. Now, let's say that you'd like to get rid of your wife.
You've got quite a sense of humor, Bruno.
No, seriously. Let's say that you had a very good reason to want her dead. But you'd be afraid to kill her, and you know why? You'd be caught. What would trip you up? The motive. Now, here's my idea.
I'm afraid I don't have time to listen.
Oh, it's so simple, too. 2 fellows meet accidentally, like you and me here on the train. No connection between them at all. They never even saw each other before. But now each one has somebody that he'd like to get rid of. So they swap murders.
Swap murders?
Each fellow does the other fellow's murder. There's nothing to connect them. Each one has murdered a total stranger, like you do my murder and I do yours.
You're coming into my station.
For example, your wife and my father. Crisscross.
What?
Yes, we do talk the same language, don't we?
Thanks for the lunch, Bruno.
I'm glad you enjoyed it. Think my theory's okay, huh, Guy? You like it?
Sure. Got some great ideas. Nice meeting you.
Good luck at Southampton, Guy. Bet I got some great... Oh, Guy, your lighter. You forgot your cigarette lighter. Huh. From A to G. I'll send it to him sometime. Yes, I must send it to him sometime.
I hope you don't mind meeting you in the park, Guy.
No, Miriam. No, this is fine.
I couldn't very well meet you in the store, could I?
I arranged to take my lunch hour later.
You looking well, Miriam?
So are you. You got a nice tan playing tennis with all your rich friends.
When can we see your lawyer?
What's your hurry, Guy? You know, I think you're handsomer than ever.
You know, I think it's pretty late to start flirting with a discarded husband. Now, let's see your lawyer and get this over with.
Did you bring the money? Lawyers are expensive.
It's in this envelope. Here.
Thanks. You know, if I'd have known that you'd start doing so well, I wouldn't have run out on you.
What are you trying to say, Miriam?
I got a big surprise for you. I'm not getting a divorce.
But it's what you've wanted. That's all you've been harping about for more than a year.
It's a woman's privilege to change your mind. Now, I can buy some pretty clothes. I wouldn't want you to be ashamed of me in Washington.
What's that supposed to mean?
Don't look so mad, Guy. You always smile when you have your picture taken for the newspapers, especially when Ann Morton's hanging on your arm.
Let's not talk about Ann Morton.
Well, you can throw all your little dreams about her right in the ash can and make a real pretty story, wouldn't it? The senator's daughter all involved with a married man.
What's happened, Miriam? Your boyfriend run out on you?
No man runs out on me, Guy, not even you.
Just get one thing straight. I never want to see or hear of you again.
I could be very pathetic in a courtroom, Guy. The poor, deserted little wife. Better think it over, honey.
I'm warning you, Miriam. Either we go ahead with a divorce or
I wish I had time to listen to you, Guy, but I've got to get back to work. I'll see you in Washington in 2 weeks.
Hello? Hello, operator.
I have your party now, sir. Go ahead, please. Hello? Guy, is that you?
Ann? Hello, darling.
Where are you?
I'm in Metcalf.
Oh, then you've seen Miriam. Guy, did everything go all right?
No, everything went all wrong. She doesn't want the divorce.
Guy, it's unbelievable. I mean, after all these months, but what did she say?
Does it make any difference what she said? Oh, I'm sorry, Ann. It's just that I feel
Yes, darling,
so...
I know how you feel. But you sound so savage, Guy.
I'd like to break her neck. I'd like to break her foul, useless little neck.
Oh, there's no use talking like that, dear.
I know. I suppose I'd try to see her again, but I've got to get to Southampton. My train will be here in a moment.
Then write me. Please write me.
Sure, I'll ride on the train.
And don't worry, darling. We've waited this long. We can wait a little longer.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
I love you, Guy.
Well, I've got to rush, dear. My train's coming.
I'll see you on Thursday.
Yeah, sure.
Good luck, darling.
Hello?
Guy, this is Bruno. How are you, Guy?
Who? Who'd you say this was?
Bruno Anthony, don't you remember, on the train?
Oh, yes.
I would have called you sooner, but the operator had a little trouble finding you in Southampton.
Look, would you mind telling me why you're phoning?
How are the matches going, Guy?
I don't play until the morning.
Oh. Guy, about your visit in Metcalf. Are you getting a divorce?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Bruno.
She won't give it to you, right? Miriam won't give you a divorce?
No.
She double-crossed you. You going to see her again?
Now, look, Bruno, why don't you just...
I told you I liked you, Guy. I'm your friend. Should never forget that. You just leave Miriam to me.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out, Guy. Just be patient, that's all. You just be patient.
I don't care what Bruno was doing. I said I wanted to talk to him.
Well, if you're talking about me, Father, I had to call a friend of mine long distance.
Really, Charles? Must you always take this tone with Bruno?
Oh, it's all right, Mother. I'm used to his tone by now.
You can wipe that injured look off your face right now. You were out last night, weren't you?
Well, I'm a big boy, Father. I go out at night all the time.
You had another accident. You hit another car.
Charles, really?
Now it's hit-and-run driving, and you knew about it all the time.
But, dear, it was a parked car. No one was in it.
Why don't you tell that to the police?
Well, they won't do anything to Bruno.
This was the last time, Eunice. So help me, I'll never lift a finger for him again.
It's all right, Mother. Now, dear. You know I can't stand to see you crying. There anything else you want to say to me, Father?
Yes. Get out of my sight. Get out of my sight before I...
I'll be back tomorrow, Mother.
Bruno, where are you going?
Oh, just a little trip, Mother. It's something for a friend of mine.
Oh, you just don't understand him, Charles. You just don't understand him.
What's he going to do next? Tell me, what's he going to do next?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all.
It's not normal. If it's the last thing I do, I'm going to have that boy taken care of. If necessary, put under restraint.
I'll never permit it. Never. Never.
It can't go on, Eunice. Things like this just can't go on.
here, Guy. Well, hello.
Bruno?
That's right, Guy. How are you?
What are you doing here? At this time of night?
I was waiting for you to get back to Washington. I thought of meeting you at the station, but then I figured this might be better here in front of your apartment.
Now, look, it's 1 o'clock in the morning,
you
and
don't
I'm...
seem very pleased to see me.
Would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Oh, I just come back from Metcalf, Guy. I brought you a little present. See, it's a pair of glasses. You didn't tell me that Miriam wore glasses.
You've seen Miriam?
Oh, it was very quick, Guy. She wasn't hurt in any way. It was all over in no time.
What are you trying to tell me?
I knew you'd be surprised. Nothing for us to worry about either. Nobody saw me. Only Miriam. I was very careful, Guy. Even when I dropped your cigarette lighter, I went right back and picked it up.
Cigarette lighter? Why, you maniac.
Look, Guy, we planned it on the train together. You wanted it, you remember? Where are you going?
Where do you think I'm going? I don't believe you, but I'm going to call the police just the same.
Oh, you can't, Guy. We'd both be arrested for murder. You're just as much in it as I am. We planned it together, crisscross.
Oh, you crazy fool. Do you think you can get away with that?
Oh, come now, Guy. Why should I go to Metcalf to kill a total stranger unless it was part of the plan and you were in on it? You're the one who benefits, Guy. I didn't even know the girl. But if you go to the police now, you'll just be turning yourself in as an accessory, you see. You had the motive.
You crazy fool.
You must be tired. I know I am. I've had a strenuous evening. I got to talk to you about my father. I've done my part. Now you'll do yours.
Shut up.
We have to arrange things.
Get away from me before I...
Oh, Guy, you're not yourself. Now, when you think things over, you'll see that I'm right. Tomorrow we can...
I don't know you. I never saw you before, and I never want to see you again.
Your lighter, Guy. The one that Anne gave you. You left it on the train. Don't you even miss it?
Give it to me, Bruno. Give me that lighter.
I don't have it, Guy. That is, I don't have it with me. Well, as I said, we can arrange everything tomorrow.
Hello? Anne? Oh, I'm sorry, darling, but I just got in. Well, of course I'm all right, but you sound upset. Anything wrong? All right, darling. Yes, I'll come over right away.
Thanks for coming over, darling.
Anne, what is it? You're trembling.
I wonder if you know how much I love you. Come along, Guy. Father and Barbara, they're waiting in the library.
Thought we might be alone, Guy, but Anne insisted, and so did Barbara.
Now, really, Daddy, if I'm going to be Guy's sister-in-law, the least I can do is stay.
Sit down and keep quiet. Guy, we wouldn't have called you at this hour if it weren't important. It's about your wife.
Miriam? What about her, sir?
I'm sorry to be the one to tell you. She's been killed, Guy. Murdered.
The police have been trying to locate you everywhere.
You ought to call headquarters in Metcalf.
Miriam. Murdered.
Tonight about 9 o'clock, she was strangled.
In a few moments, we'll return with Act Two of Strangers on a Train. But now, here's our Hollywood reporter, Libby Collins, with the Lux movie news of the week.
The big news here, John, is the premiere of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's Technicolor production of Quo Vadis. Most every celebrity in Hollywood was there.
All Hollywood is still talking about it.
And everyone thought Robert Taylor was magnificent as Marcus, the pagan Roman warrior. His love scenes with Deborah Carr playing Lydia, the gentle Christian hostage, provide some of the most compelling drama ever seen on the screen.
And Leo Genn as Petronius turns in a terrific performance.
Every moment of Quo Vadis is really epic drama. The chariot races at the Colosseum, the spectacular burning of Rome, the martyred Christians that the mad tyrant Nero orders thrown to the lions.
I understand that Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer built an entire city outside of Rome for the picture.
And spent 2 years filming it.
Lovely Deborah Carr's costumes are certainly gorgeous. Just right for her exciting kind of beauty. Her milk-white skin against her copper-colored hair is something.
Well, John, Deborah Carr's complexion is something special. It's truly Lux lovely.
Yes, when you see a lovely complexion like hers, you realize why screen stars are devoted to the gentle, protecting care of Lux Toilet Soap.
They know it's easy to be Lux Lovely, John. Daily Lux Beauty Facials do wonders for the skin. Really make it softer and smoother.
Lux Soap has active lather that ensures gentle, thorough cleansing.
Yes, you simply cream the rich lather well in. Rinse with warm water and follow with a cold splash. Then pat dry with a soft towel. This simple care does wonders. Leaves skin fresh as a flower.
Yes, there's a reason why Lux is Hollywood's own beauty soap. If you haven't tried it, why not start your active lather facials tomorrow? Be Lux Lovely, like 9 out of 10 screen stars who use fragrant white Lux Toilet Soap. Now our producer, Mr. William Keeley. Act 2 of Strangers on a Train, starring Ray Milland as Guy Haynes, Frank Lovejoy as Bruno Anthony, and Ruth Roman as Ann Morton. "20 minutes ago, on a street corner, Guy Haynes listened to Bruno Anthony tell an incredible story of how he had murdered Guy's wife. And now, in Senator Morton's home, Guy learns that Bruno's fantastic report is completely true.
It happened in an amusement park, Guy. Some sort of lover's lane, I believe. Terrible.
Apparently, she'd gone there with some other people. 2 of the young men found her. It was done by someone else.
They don't even have a suspect, Guy, except you, probably.
Barbara, I wish you'd keep quiet.
But the police will say that Guy wanted Miriam out of the way so he could marry Anne.
She's right, Senator.
But if you have an alibi, you have nothing to worry about.
You can tell them where you were at about 9 o'clock tonight.
Well, I was on my way here. I was on the train.
Well, there you are.
Who saw you? Did you speak to anyone? You need a witness.
Yes. Yes, I did speak to someone. He was the only other passenger in the club car.
Someone you know?
No, he said his name was Collier or Collins or something. Said he was a professor at Delaware Tech. He'd been drinking.
Drinking?
Yeah, had been to some meeting, had a couple of drinks.
But he was on the train. He saw you. Then everything's all right.
He'll still have to answer some questions.
It's a dreadful business. Dreadful. Poor, unfortunate girl.
Miriam was rotten.
She was a human being.
Father, it's getting late and Guy looks so tired.
Of course.
Well, you two, now you can be married right away. Think of it. You're free.
You won't forget to phone the Metcalf police, Guy. Captain Turley.
Yes, sir. Good night, Senator. Good night, Barbara.
I still think it'd be wonderful to have a man love you so much he'd kill for you.
You know, I kept saying over and over again I was being silly, Guy. But there was one horrible moment tonight when the news came through. I kept remembering what you said on the phone for Metcalf after you'd seen her.
That I could break her neck?
No, don't even say it. Forget you ever said it. And there was something even more terrifying than the murder itself. The horrible thought that if you had anything to do with it,
Anything to do with it?
We'd have to be separated, perhaps forever. I couldn't stand that, Guy. I couldn't bear it.
Anne, you don't think that I...
Oh, no, darling, no, of course not. Just hold me, Guy. Just hold me.
Captain Turley, Mr. Haynes, it's good of you to come down here so quickly.
I'm just as anxious as you are, Captain.
Well, we've managed to locate the gentleman you spoke with on the train. Well, Professor, this is Mr. Haynes.
Well, I can't tell you how foolish I feel, Captain. I really don't remember meeting this gentleman.
You don't remember? But you...
Just a moment, Mr. Haynes.
Unfortunately, I remember very little of my trip. You see, we had a little celebration. I'm not a drinking man, and... Well, just 1 or 2 drinks.
But we were sitting opposite each other. You were going over some speech you made about calculus, mathematics or something.
I'm very sorry, Mr. Haynes. I certainly must have been celebrating.
If you'll wait outside, Professor.
Yes, of course.
Is it so important whether he remembers me or not? Surely the important thing is that I've been able to name a man who was on the train with me. Now, you've been able to find him. Isn't that proof of where I was last night?
Yes, I'd say you were in the clear, but there is a little more checking I'd like to do.
But if I'm in the clear...
Take it easy, Mr. Haynes. You're free to go back to Washington right now.
Thank you, Captain.
Then the police verified his alibi, Father, and said he could go. Isn't that about it, dear?
Except that... when an alibi is full of scotch, it casts a little doubt.
Then the professor was boiled.
He didn't remember me.
But he knew you were on the train. Wasn't that enough to prove that that's where you were?
I wish I knew. For sure, I mean.
Oh, everything's all right, Anne. The police are just being thorough. What's your next move, Guy?
Well, whatever it is, the police will know about it. Take a look out the window. My guardian angel.
Why, Guy, you're being tailed.
That's Detective Leslie Hennessy. He works 16 hours a day. Someone named Hammond takes over for the next 8. As a matter of fact, Hennessy seems like a pretty nice fellow.
For your own peace of mind, Guy, perhaps if you worked here at the house for the next few days, it would be less embarrassing for you.
It would be less embarrassing for you, sir, if I resigned as your assistant.
That's ridiculous.
Of course it is.
Besides, don't you have to play in the tennis tournament?
I'm withdrawing.
But wouldn't it look awkward if you suddenly canceled all your plans?
Father's right, Guy. You've got to go on as though nothing had happened.
Escorted by Mr. Hennessy.
I beg your pardon?
What is it, Bessie?
A telephone from Mr. Haynes, miss. They say it's urgent.
Oh, you can take it right there, Guy.
Huh? Oh, yeah. Hello?
Hello, Guy. This is Bruno. I was hoping you'd call me before I had...
What's the matter?
Must have been some mistake. Wasn't for me.
I'm learning more and more things about you, Guy. I never dreamed you were so interested in painting.
Well, I feel a very warm attachment for this art gallery. For the first time all week, we've actually been alone for an hour.
By the way, where's Hennessy?
Waiting out front.
Hadn't we better be leaving?
I suppose so. I wonder if we'll ever...
Guy! Have a minute, Guy?
Come on, we'll find Hennessy and get a cab.
But that man, he's calling you, Guy.
Oh, excuse me, dear. I'll see what he wants.
Sorry to have to follow you here, Guy.
Will you stop pestering me?
You never even answered my note.
For the last time, Bruno.
You're spoiling everything. You're making me come out in the open. Why didn't you call me? My father's leaving for Florida next week. There's not much time.
The detective outside. He'll see us together.
Isn't that Ann Morton that you're with? Slight improvement over Miriam. Eh, Guy?
I'm telling you to stay away from me.
Who is he, Guy?
Oh, just some tennis fan. Never saw him before.
That's funny.
Funny?
I mean, I saw him yesterday.
Where?
Well, he was at the tennis club watching you practice.
Oh.
He was sitting with Mr. and Mrs. Darville. He must be very amusing. He had them in stitches most of the time.
Who were the Darvilles?
Oh, he's connected with the French embassy. You'll meet them tomorrow night, darling. They'll be at the party.
Oh, yeah. Yes, the party. And do you really think I should be there?
But I thought we settled that, dear. Of course you should be there. He's watching us, Guy, that man.
Come along, dear. Let's go home.
Is he, Barbara? That young Frenchman with the David?
Oh, he's not French, Daddy. They just introduced me to him. His name's Anthony, Bruno Anthony. Doesn't he look interesting?
Why is he looking at you?
Daddy, not so loud. He's coming over here. Oh, this is my father, Mr. Anthony.
Well, I'm delighted to meet you, Senator.
How do you do?
Oh, it's a wonderful party, sir. You know, sometime I'd like to talk to you about my idea for harnessing the life force. It'll make atomic power look like the horse and buggy.
Well, I'm sure
I'm already developing my faculty for seeing millions of miles. Senator, can you imagine being able to smell a flower on the planet Mars? I'd like to have lunch with you someday soon, sir, and tell you more about it. I'll see you later, won't I?
That'll be fine. Later, yes. I still don't remember inviting that young man.
I told you, Daddy. The Darvilles just brought him along.
Just a minute, Barbara. Where are your glasses?
My glasses?
You're supposed to wear glasses, Barbara.
Oh, but Daddy, even at parties...
Not another word. Get your glasses and put them on.
What are you so concerned about, Guy? If the Darvilles brought him, well, what difference does it make?
He shouldn't be here.
But you said you don't even know him.
Well, I just don't like his looks. I don't like the way he's been staring at Barbara.
Well, I'm not so sure I blame him. Barbara's very cute, especially when she wears glasses. Besides, he seems to be talking to Judge Donahue right now.
Judge Donahue?
Oh, now, come on, let's go to dinner.
There's something else that I want to ask you, Judge Donahue. After you've sentenced a man to the chair, isn't it difficult to go out and eat your dinner after that?
Really, young man. Well, when a murderer has been convicted, he must be sentenced. When he's sentenced to death, he must be executed.
Oh, quite impersonal, isn't it?
Besides, it doesn't happen every day.
Yeah, so few murderers are caught.
If you don't mind, I believe I'm being paid.
Well, Mr. Anthony, you seem very interested in the subject of murder.
Well, no more than anyone else, madam. No more than you, for instance.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I'm not interested in murder.
Oh, come now. Everyone's interested. Surely you're not going to tell me there hasn't been a time that you didn't want to dispose of someone.
Good heavens, no.
You mean to tell me there wasn't a tiny moment when you were made very angry?
Well,
What did you say? Well, there you are, you see? There you are. Now you've decided to commit a murder. How would you plan to do it? I didn't get your name.
Mrs. Cunningham.
Well, Mrs. Cunningham, how will you do it?
Well, I suppose I'd have to get a gun from somewhere.
Oh, no, Mrs. Cunningham. Bang, bang, bang all over the place and blood everywhere?
Well, what's your idea, Mr. Anthony?
Well, I have the best way and the best tools.
Yes?
My two hands. It's simple. Silent, and it's quick.
Why, of course. Oh, you must be very strong, Mr. Anthony.
Now, let me show you what I mean.
Uh-huh.
You don't mind if I borrow your neck for a moment, do you?
That's so silly. Very well. Go ahead.
You now watch what I'm doing.
Uh-huh.
And when I nod my head, you just try to cry out.
Yes.
And I'll bet you won't be able to make a sound.
I'm ready.
All right, now. Just wait till I nod my head.
All right, Father. Mrs. Anderson's with her and Judge Donahue. They're up in the bedroom.
But, Mrs. Cunningham, what happened? How could he have choked?
Well, I don't know for sure. Mrs. Anderson thinks they were playing some sort of game, and then when Bessie screamed, he fainted.
Where is he, Anne? Where's Anne?
Guy took him into the study.
Then tell Guy to get him out of here as soon as he can. This is a nice item for the gossips. Well, I better get back to the guests.
Anne. Oh, Anne.
Barbara, what's the matter?
It was awful. I saw him. What was he trying to do to her?
You saw him?
I was standing in the doorway. His hands were on her throat, but he kept staring at me. And he was strangling me.
What do you mean?
He went into sort of a trance. Oh, it was horrible. He thought he was murdering me. But why, Anne? Why me?
Don't be silly, dear. You're upset. That's all. Now go find Father.
What happened, Guy? I fainted, didn't I? I started getting so dizzy.
You mad, crazy maniac. You ought to be locked up. Will you get out of here now and let me alone?
But, Guy, I like you. Now we've got to talk about my father. You promised to... You shouldn't have done that, Guy. You shouldn't have hit me.
Maybe that'll knock a little sense into you. You have a car here?
Yes, it's outside. It's down the block.
Come on, we'll go out the back way.
Guy, did he leave?
Anne?
I didn't mean to startle you, dear. He has left.
Yes. Anne, why'd you come out here?
I had to talk to you. Yesterday at the art gallery, that wasn't the first time you met Bruno, was it?
What makes you say that?
I don't know. Guy, what did Miriam look like?
But I've told you.
I want you to tell me again.
Well, she was dark, not too tall, sort of pretty.
What else?
What else is there?
She wore glasses, didn't she?
Yes.
Barbara wears glasses, too. And Barbara looks something like Miriam, doesn't she? Doesn't she?
No, not at all.
How did you get him to do it, Guy?
Get him to do it?
He killed Miriam, didn't he? Tell me. Didn't he?
Yes. Yes, he's a maniac. I met him on the train going to Metcalf. He had some crazy scheme about exchanging murders. If I do his murder, he'd do mine.
What do you mean, your murder?
Well, he'd read about me in the papers. He knew about Miriam, about you.
You must have known he was talking nonsense.
But he wasn't. And now a lunatic wants me to kill his father.
Too fantastic. You've known about Miriam all this time.
Yes.
Why don't you call the police?
And have them say what you did? How did you get him to do it?
If we could only talk to Father or someone about it.
It's no good, Anne. I can't drag anyone else into this.
Guy, what are we going to do?
I don't know. I don't know. Bruno, this is Guy. I've decided to do what you want about your father. Yes, I want to get it over with. Detective? Oh, don't worry about Hennessy. There's a way out across the roof here to the next apartment. Does anyone know you've come home? Then you'd better go out again and stay out until after daylight. I'll be there in 40 minutes.
Before we return with Act 3 of Strangers on a Train, I'm going to introduce my guest for tonight. She's very special, a blue-eyed blonde who's to be congratulated on playing the leading role in the very first picture she's made. And when I tell you her name, you'll know she sings, she dances like a dream. Here she is, Miss Aileen Stanley, Jr.
Named for my aunt, Aileen Stanley, who starred in so many Broadway musical comedies. I only hope that
you'll live up to the Aileen Stanley name. You've certainly made a fine start.
Well, I have Warner Brothers to thank for the opportunity and for casting me opposite a star like Gordon McRae.
We'll all be watching for you, Aileen. Aren't you sorry you won't be in New York on Thursday for the world premiere of Warner Brothers' new musical?
Oh, you mean, I'll see you in my dreams.
That's it. That song is the title of their new picture, portraying the story of the famous songwriter Gus Kahn. The cast has Danny Thomas playing Kahn, Frank Lovejoy as his collaborator, Walter Donaldson, and Doris Day as his wife, Grace Kahn, sings his wonderful songs, Making Whoopee, Pretty Baby, Nobody's Sweetheart.
And there's something more to make I'll See You in My Dreams a picture to watch for. That's Patrice Wymore's dancing. Patrice is lovely as the dancing star of a Ziegfeld musical that features Kahn songs.
Patrice Wymore is always someone to see. She has that fresh, Lux Lovely look.
Yes, she's a Lux girl, all right. In fact, Patrice tells me that after a day of strenuous dancing rehearsals, she really appreciates her Lux beauty bath. And I certainly agree. It's the most refreshing pickup I know.
Yes, a daily Lux beauty bath is Hollywood's way to all-over loveliness. Lux Active Lather makes your daily bath a real beauty bath. It leaves skin so soft and smooth. The delicate Lux fragrance really clings, makes you sure of skin that's sweet. Thank you, Aileen Stanley, Jr., for coming here tonight. Now, here's a suggestion for lovely women everywhere. Tomorrow, get this generous satin-smooth bath cake. You'll delight in the creamy, rich lather, abundant even in hardest water. It leaves your skin really fresh. Lux Lovely all over. 9 out of 10 screen stars use fragrant white Lux toilet soap. We pause now for station identification. This is the CBS Radio Network. The curtain rises on Act 3 of Strangers on a Train, starring Ray Milland as Guy Haynes, Ruth Roman as Ann Morton, and Frank Lovejoy as Bruno Anthony. To Guy Haynes, there is only one way out. Now, in the quiet of the night, Guy has entered the Anthony home. With the key and the map of the house that Bruno sent him, Guy has no trouble finding Mr. Anthony's bedroom.
Mr. Anthony. Mr. Anthony. Don't be alarmed. I must talk to you about your son. About Bruno, Mr. Anthony.
Wouldn't you feel more at home with the light on, Guy?
Bruno?
My father isn't home. I was about to tell you that over the phone, but you made such a sudden decision. I wondered why.
Well, I thought your father'd be interested to know he has a lunatic son.
Then you have no intention of going ahead with our little arrangement?
I never had. Bruno, look. You're terribly sick. I don't know much about these things, but why don't you go where you can get some kind of treatment? Not only for your own sake, but you can't go on causing more and more.
I don't like to be double-crossed, Guy. I have a murder on my conscience. I killed your wife. But it's not just my murder. It's yours, too, isn't it?
I guess it's no use trying to talk to you, Bruno. I'll leave.
Yes, that man from the police who's supposed to be watching you. You mustn't let him get suspicious, Guy.
You can put that gun away, Bruno.
Oh, don't worry. I'm not going to shoot you, Guy. It might disturb my mother. I'm a very clever fellow. I'll think of something much better than that. Good night, Guy.
Hello?
Hello, I'd like to speak to Mrs. Anthony, please. Bruno Anthony's mother.
This is Bruno's mother.
I'm Ann Morton, Mrs. Anthony. Senator Morton's daughter.
Oh, Miss Morton, good morning. How nice of you to call.
I'd like to see you, Mrs. Anthony, just as quickly as possible.
Why, that would be lovely. Do come over, do.
Thank you. I'll leave right away. No one knows I've come here, Mrs. Anthony, but I simply had to tell you.
Oh, Miss Morton, really. I know Bruno's been in some very awkward scrapes, but nothing so ridiculous as a murder.
But you have to make him do something about this. Don't you see that just one word from him would get Guy out of a dreadful situation?
Well, but how can you take this seriously? It's just some practical joke, dear. Bruno's so terribly irresponsible. Oh, he gets into all sorts of escapades.
But you don't seem to understand. Your son's responsible for a woman's death.
Did Bruno tell you this?
Well, no, of course not.
Well, there you are. Well, now, it was very nice of you to call, Miss Morton. Do come and see us again sometime, won't you?
I'm afraid Mother wasn't very much help, was she?
If you don't mind, I think I'd better leave.
Mother hasn't been too well for some time. She's a little, well, how shall I say it? She's confused. You know, I'm very upset with Guy. He shouldn't have sent you.
Guy doesn't know I'm here, Mr. Anthony.
He's at the tennis club, isn't he?
He will be.
Yes, he's playing Reynolds this afternoon. It's a very important match. He must be very desperate to try to involve me.
Try to involve you?
Well, I've been protecting Guy ever since he told me how much he hated his wife. Do you know, Miss Morton, that Guy tried to get me to go back to that amusement park some night after dark and look for his cigarette lighter?
What's a cigarette lighter got to do with it?
Well, he dropped it there right after he... Well, after that night. You see, all the police are waiting for is one piece of evidence to convict Guy for the murder. I can't tell you how worried I am.
Please stop.
Miss Morton, I do sympathize with you, but I just couldn't do what he asks. Why, that would make me an accessory.
I left his house and came straight here to the club, Guy.
You shouldn't have gone there, darling.
Well, Bruno told me if the police ever found your lighter there, that's all they'd need. Something to prove you were there when she was murdered.
Bruno has my lighter.
I know, you told me.
That lie about my wanting him to get it back. That means he's going back to Metcalf, back to the amusement park. He's going to drop it there, somewhere where they'll find it.
Oh, Guy, I wanted so to help, but I'm afraid all I did is make things worse.
He said last night he'd think of something. Well, give him credit, he certainly has.
Well, you've got to get to Metcalf before he does. You haven't time to play. You better tell them now.
No. If I try to avoid this match, Hennessy's bound to get suspicious. I have him out of his sight all day.
Then I'll go. There's a train in the hall.
You stay right here. I'll try to give Hennessy the slip right after the match.
But, darling, that'll be too late.
Didn't Bruno say I wanted him to go there some night after dark?
Yes.
Well, he won't expose himself in daylight. If I can finish off this match, I'll still have time.
All ready, Guy. You go on in a few minutes.
I'll be right out there. Now, look, Ann. Here's what you better do. Get hold of Barbara. Just as soon...
Isn't he wonderful, Mr. Hennessy?
Huh?
Oh, how are you, Barbara? Oh, this here's Mr. Hammond. Mr. Hammond, this here's the senator's other daughter. Hi.
Oh, yes, I've seen Mr. Hammond outside the house. He's a detective, too. You and he take turns, don't you?
Yeah, something like that.
But if he's your relief man, why would the two of you be here together?
Look, you're a nice kid, Barbara. Now, watch him hit the little ball and don't ask so many questions.
I've got it all arranged, Anne. The cab's outside waiting to take Guy to the station. I gave him $10.
But what about those two detectives?
They're still over there near the dressing rooms waiting for Guy to finish the match. Gosh, I've never seen Guy play so fast in my life.
Well, he's got to get on that train. Barbara, now, once again, as soon as the match is over, Guy's going to run out through the clubhouse. Just do your best to delay those detectives from coming after him. All Guy will need is a few seconds.
Oh, just leave it to me, Anne. Oh, I'm real good at getting in people's way.
Looks like we're out of luck, Hammond. Haynes beat us to it by about 2 minutes. The guy says he bought a ticket to Metcalf.
Well, what are we waiting for? The train just pulled out. We can still have him flag it down before...
Relax. Let him go to Metcalf. We'll phone Captain Turley and let them take over at that end.
That nutty little thing.
Barbara's a nice kid. Maybe it was an accident.
Pushing you in the fish pond?
Just one thing that puzzles me. What's Haynes' big rush to get to Metcalf? What's he going back for?
Come on, Hennessy. Let's phone Turley.
Here you are, folks. Here you are. Get them while they're hot. They're fresh roasted. They're jumbo. Peanuts like this.
What time does it get dark around here?
What's the hurry, Jack? Here you are, folks. Those fresh roasted peanuts.
What time does it get dark, I said?
So hang around, bud. Hang around. You'll find out. Get them right here, folks. They're all roasted peanuts.
They're sure doing business down at this end of the park.
Are they?
Oh, day and night. Ever since that girl got murdered. People want to see the scene of the crime.
Oh. Well, where did it happen?
Right over there. Them picnic grounds across the lagoon. Lover's Lane. Yes, sir. They sure been cleaning up.
I don't think it's a very nice way to make money.
Well, these folks got to eat too, ain't they? For a while, the smoochers wouldn't go near the place.
I'm afraid I don't know what a smoocher is.
Okay. So I ain't educated. Wait a minute. Let me see. You got a match?
No.
Well, you got a lighter. Keep fooling with that lighter in your hand.
Oh, it's just a... Here, buy yourself a box of matches.
Characters. Place is full of characters.
Hello, this is Sergeant Adams. I'm phoning from the station. Put Captain Turley on the phone.
This is Turley.
Haynes just got off the train, sir. He took a cab. He told the driver to take him to the amusement park.
All right, good. Pick up your men and go to the park. I'll take a group from here. We'll be waiting for him. That's all, Adams.
Hello, Bruno. I've been looking all over for you.
Shouldn't have come here, Guy. This could be very dangerous for you.
It'd be more dangerous if I left you here alone, wouldn't it, Bruno?
But this is where it happened, Guy. This is really where it happened. They try to make people believe it happened near the concessions. They figure it'll make more money that way.
I came after my cigarette lighter. I want that lighter, Bruno.
Don't be foolish, Guy. You're just proving a theory for them. Murderer returning to the scene of his...
Give it to me. Give it to me before I...
Stand where you are, Haynes. Stand where you are.
I've got the man you want right here. He's... Stop him. Stop him. He'll get away.
Don't make a move, Haynes, or we'll shoot.
He's getting away. I can't let him get away.
This way, Captain Turley. The roller coaster. They ran toward the roller coaster.
All right, just watch your fire. There are too many people here. Keep those people back.
Captain Turley. All right.
One we want. It's the other one, the one who ran.
What do you mean it isn't Haynes?
I remembered him. I seen him here that night when the girl was killed. 2 young fellas was with her. And this one, he kept following. He kept looking at her. I remember real plain.
You realize what you're saying?
I was talking to him before. I asked him for a match. It's the same one.
All right, 2 men, surround the area.
Over here, Captain. The roller coaster. They're under the roller coaster, under the track.
Well, shut it off! Turn off the roller coaster!
That's out of order. It's closed down.
Who turned it on?
He did. The one who was running away. Turned the switch and kept the key.
That's one way of keeping us out of
But
there.
the track is being repaired. When those cars come down there, they're scattered all over the place.
All right, find the main switch and turn it off.
Stay where you
are, Guy. Don't come any closer.
Well, you run to now, Bruno. They're all around here. The police, Bruno.
He won't get me, not alive. I've got a gun.
That's not for you, Bruno. You're much too clever to use a gun.
I'll kill you, and then I'll kill myself. I'll kill you first, and then I'll...
You better start talking, Haynes. What's this all about?
Well, he had my cigarette lighter. He came back here tonight to plant it, to pin the whole thing on me.
Cigarette lighter, huh?
Let me talk to him, please.
All right, take it easy now. Over here.
He's in a pretty bad way, Captain.
Can't you lift that stuff off him?
We'll do everything we can until the crane comes.
Hello, Guy. Who was that with you?
This is Captain Turley, Bruno. Police.
Oh, they got you at last, huh, Guy?
Tell him, Bruno. Tell him you have my lighter.
But I haven't got it, Guy. It must still be over there where you dropped it that night.
He dropped it, huh?
Sorry, Guy. I want to help you. But I don't know what I can do.
Captain Turley, may I go through his pockets?
No, of course you can't. Besides, he says he hasn't got it.
But if he dies before he...
There's no more if... This man's dead, Captain.
His hand. He's got something in his hand.
See what it is, Mac.
It's a lighter, Captain. A cigarette lighter.
Here, let me see that. From A to G.
From Ann to Guy.
Looks like you were right, Haynes. Well, I better keep this for a while. How about staying in town overnight? I imagine there's a lot you may want to tell me.
Yes, I imagine there is. Captain, may I use the telephone?
Sure, go ahead.
There's one up near the entrance. Say, who was he, mister? That guy.
His name was Bruno Anthony. A very clever fellow.
Oh, yes, Guy. Yes, darling. Well, of course I'll be there. I'll leave right away. Father, Barbara, it was Guy. He's safe and he's free. Guy?
Yes, dear?
That man across the aisle, he keeps looking at you.
Oh?
He's a minister. I didn't know you knew any ministers.
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Guy Haynes?
I'm sorry, sir, but when I was a very little boy, my mother warned me never speak to strangers on a train.
We want you to meet our stars in person, and Mr. Keeley will tell you about next week's show. In the meantime, here's a tip from lovely Maureen O'Hara. With her shining dark hair and flawless white skin, Maureen is a real Irish beauty. She says, yes, indeed, I'm a Lux girl. I've found regular Lux Care does wonders for my complexion. Makes it softer, smoother, really lovelier. Why don't you take Maureen O'Hara's advice? Here's all you do. Simply work Lux Soap's rich, active lather well in. The lather's so creamy it agrees with delicate skin. Then rinse with warm water. Splash of cold. Right away, your skin looks fresher, prettier. So try Hollywood's own beauty soap tomorrow. You'll find it's easy to be Lux lovely. 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls. Now, here's Mr. Keeley with our stars. And we call them back for another bow. Ray Milland, Frank Lovejoy, and Ruth Roman. Ray, what have you been doing since we worked together on our latest picture?
Well, I liked it so well at Warner's that I've just finished a Cagney production there called Bugles in the Afternoon.
In the afternoon, I thought bugles were for early morning.
Well, Frank, stories about the U.S. cavalry's continual fights with the Indians, which caused a great deal of bugle blowing back in the 1870s.
How about you, Ruth? What part of the Warner Brothers cast you in recently?
A rather unusual role. I could play myself. And so does Frank Lovejoy. The picture's called Starlet.
Oh, of course, based on the actual trips Hollywood stars make to the airbase where the boys take off for Korea.
Yes, that's right. We play two of the stars who go to the base to entertain the boys.
They really should have called it the Lux Starlift, Bill, because the actresses who go in the Starlift are naturally Lux girls.
Including
yourself, of course, says Ray.
Certainly, I'm a Lux girl. It's my favorite beauty care.
You know, by a happy coincidence, Ray is just about to leave on a Starlift of his own, all the way to Alaska to entertain our troops for the holiday.
Well, it's a privilege to do so, Bill. The only trouble is, what if they're expecting a Lux girl? Won't be a bit of a disappointment?
Well, you would be to me, Ray. But remember, the boys are starved for entertainment. They'll really appreciate you.
And speaking of entertainment, how about next week's show?
Oh, it'll be great entertainment, Ruth. Starring on one of our most popular comedians, a fellow who also spends a great deal of his time entertaining the armed forces, Bob Hope, and as his co-star, glamorous Marilyn Maxwell. We will present them in the Paramount picture Laugh Riot, The Lemon Drop Kid.
I hate to miss that one, Bill. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and don't talk to any strangers.
How would you like double the wear from every pair of stockings you own? Then take this tip from the people who make them. Always wash nylons in Lux. Yes, over 90% of the makers of stockings recommend Lux. Why? Because the Lux way makes stockings last twice as long. Strain tests prove it. No other soap, no suds of any kind, can make stockings last longer. And what's more, new Lux enriched with color freshener keeps colors clearer, makes stockings look sheerer than ever. It's the stocking care famous Hollywood screen stars insist on for their own glamorous nylons. Get a big box of new Lux with color freshener tomorrow. Give your stockings, all your lovely washables, that bright as new Lux look.
Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Bob Hope and Marilyn Maxwell in The Lemon Drop Kid. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood. Frank Lovejoy can soon be seen in the Milton Sperling production for Warner Brothers entitled Retreat Hell. Heard in our cast tonight were Patricia Hitchcock as Barbara, Ed Begley as father, Martha Wentworth as mother, and Gene Bates, Herb Butterfield, Norma Varden, Bill Conrad, Norman Field, Ted DeCorsia, Wally Mayer, Bill Johnstone, Olin Soule, Ralph Moody, Eddie Marr, Margie List, Brad Brown, and Alan Wood. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear The Lemon Drop Kid, starring Bob Hope and Marilyn Maxwell. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Once Upon a Midnight, a presentation of the American Broadcasting Company dedicated to the hardy listener who favors a tale spiced with mystery and imagination. What time is it in your house? 8? 9? 10? Set the clock ahead. Make it 12. Midnight's the time for these stories. And now here's your host, the noted director and producer, an expert guide along the path of dark adventure, Mr. Alfred Hitchcock.
It was not until several weeks after he had decided to murder his wife that Dr. Bickley took any active steps in the matter. Murder is a serious business. The tiniest slip may be disastrous, and Dr. Bickley had no intention of risking disaster. This was to be the most delicately perfect of all perfect crimes.
Suspense, shock, murder, all the makings of a spine-tingling mystery drama in the hands of a past master of theatrical illusion, Alfred Hitchcock. We of the American Broadcasting Company believe this new series has the opportunity of becoming the most important and distinguished of its kind in radio. Mr. Hitchcock will appear in every program as the narrator and will personally supervise the writing and direction of each highly dramatic tale. It is our good fortune that Alfred Hitchcock has an enormous interest in radio. In fact, the idea of this series originated with him. This is important because it means we have the great asset of a star with a personal enthusiasm in making the series a true milestone in radio. The musical score is handled by Felix Mills in a new and effective way. Instead of using music simply as a bridge between scenes, each episode will be especially scored for dramatic value. The music used to make plot points, to add impact to the action and sharpness to the dialogue. We feel that in every way, this new radio series offers an unusual opportunity to combine broad popular appeal with truly distinguished radio treatment. We leave it to you to judge. You were saying, Mr. Hitchcock, that murder is a serious business.
Oh, yes, and murderers are serious people. You know, one thing that has always fascinated me about criminals is that when you walk down a street, any passerby might be a murderer. They don't all wear black mustaches. I imagine most murderers behave just like mild, ordinary people, until suddenly one day they turn and stab you in the back, or drop a lump of cyanide in a friend's tea. I think this idea must have intrigued Francis Iles too, for the murderer in his story, Malice Aforethought, the Dr. Bickley I mentioned, was certainly an ordinary person. A little fellow, lightly built, around 38, I imagine, sandy hair, a bit thin on top, small sandy mustache. You've seen him. On top of a bus, perhaps, or you've met him on a train. Or if you lived near Wyvern Cross in England a few years back, you might have met him in the village, starting out on the morning rounds of his patients.
Good morning, Dr. Bigley.
Good morning, Mrs. Templar.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning, Miss Dean. Lovely morning.
Lovely.
Oh, Bickley. Mr. Torr, good morning.
Oh, morning.
Good morning, Dr. Bickley.
Good morning. How's your mother?
Better, thank you.
Ah, splendid.
Morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Morning, Mrs. Cheevy. Mrs. Harvard. Lovely morning. Lovely.
Listen to the way he says lovely morning. I must say I do enjoy a cheerful murderer, although when he got home, Dr. Bickley wasn't always quite as cheery. I suppose his wife, Julia, was what you would call a battle axe. Anyway, she was a lot older than Bickley, almost an old maid type, I suppose. Probably would have been if Bickley hadn't married her.
Really, Edmund, really. You might have been considerate enough to come home a little earlier, today of all days. How can Florence get on with her work if you keep her waiting to wash up your lunch things like this?
Sorry, Julia. Had to get through my patients, you know.
Well, of course. Do you want some more of that cold joint?
Just a glass of beer, I think.
Edmund, you have far too much to do to sit here drinking beer. Have you forgotten we're having guests?
No, my sweet.
Besides, you know how beer makes you perspire. Oh, the Torrs will play tennis, of course. You better put the net up first. You know how it sags during the first half hour.
Mm-hmm.
Then there are the 2 tables to be taken out and the chairs. And I think you better put the awning up in this sun. And after that, you'll have to...
My dear, I don't think I should be able to get all those things done.
My dear Edmund, they've got to be done. Have you finished? I'm waiting.
A bit of cheese, I think.
There's no time for cheese.
Oh, then I suppose I'm finished. Just as well we don't give tennis parties every day, isn't it?
Oh, I'm glad you mentioned it. The court will have to be rolled.
What?
The tennis court, Edmund. Wet it down and roll it.
But then I'll have to remark all the lines.
Well, of course, Edmund.
But I don't...
Now, Edmund, don't stand there. Get about it. Dear me, it's a pity I can't be in a dozen places at once to see to everything myself.
Yes, dear.
Well, that was a typical day at the Bickleys. Except on this particular day, the weather and tempers were hotter than usual.
Game, isn't it?
Edmund, Mr. Torr has nothing to eat.
Oh, here we are. Sandwich, Mr. Torr?
Oh, I believe I will. And how is old Mrs. Parrott these days, Doctor? I guess she's been ailing, eh?
Well, Mrs. Parrott, I might say.
Edmund, Miss Rattery will have a sandwich.
Of course. Miss Rattery?
Thank you, Doctor.
You were asking about Mrs. Parrott.
Oh, yes.
As a physician, it's my opinion...
Edmund, not there, please. Don't sit there. That's Winfred's seat. She'll be back in a moment.
Oh.
Don't step back.
Try another. Edmund, they're a ball short. Benji's hit one into the gooseberry bushes.
Oh, did he?
Well, go and look for it, Edmund. Don't let your guests do it.
It's all right. I'll get it, Mrs. Bickley.
No, Benji. Let Edmund. Oh, hurry, dear.
Yes, dear.
And so Gooseberry Bush looking for a tennis ball. Just as he was about to grab it with a hot and clammy hand, he heard himself a subject of conversation.
Did you hear the way she orders him about?
Awful, isn't it?
I'm hanged if I'd speak to a dog like that. But then I imagine a fellow like Bickley rather enjoys it, eh?
Oh, Benji.
Well, you know as well as I do, he didn't enjoy it, especially when people laughed. All he could do was to clench his teeth and stare down into the bush.
I can't stand this. Not much longer. Can't stand it. I wish Julia were dead. I wish I could kill her.
By the way, I'd like to stop a moment and tell you about a secret little weakness Bickley had. Every night he would soothe himself to sleep with what he called his visions, little extravagant pieces of imagination in which Bickley was always a person of supreme importance. Sometimes it was Bickley the great painter, or Bickley the great composer. Regardless of the role, he was always great, always a hero. He'd pull up his knees under the blanket, snuggle his head deeper into the pillow, and then say to himself, well, what shall we do tonight? I think I'll play for England. I think I'll beat Australia. Bickley, the great cricket player, was his favorite vision. At bat for more than 10 hours. Amazing. Australia trying every bowler they had. No use. The man's too good. The match went on and on until Bickley had broken the world's record by scoring 501 runs. Stupendous. At the finish, he was carried from the field on the shoulders of his fellow players. The idol of the cheering thousands. The man of the hour, but always smiling and modest. When the Prime Minister said solemnly, Bickley, you have saved England. Well, naturally, by this time, Bickley was fast asleep. But those wild thoughts he had when his head was in the gooseberry bush formed the basis of a new vision. He saw himself, the respected physician of Wyvern Cross, dignified, light-hearted, strolling happily down the highway of life without a care in the world, without worry, without Julia.
But how could I manage it? How could I kill her? How? Without risk. How could I kill her? How? How could I kill her?
For nights and nights he did not play cricket once. Then an extraordinary thing happened. A thing that got poor old Bickley mixed up more than ever. He fell in love. She was a newcomer to Wyvern Cross, a Miss Madeline Cranmere, who'd taken up residence at the old hall, a huge castle-like affair on the hill. She was a girl of about 23, not pretty in the least, except for her blue eyes, which were quite beautiful. Bickley had never met her. Until the afternoon he was summoned to the hall professionally and very hastily.
Dr. Bickley, I'm Madeline Cranmere. So sorry to keep you waiting.
Not at all, Miss Cranmere. I spent a very enjoyable few minutes looking over the hall. I've never been up here before.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Lovely. Perfect example of old Tudor.
Oh, yes? I wouldn't know.
Oh, absolutely. That carved overmantel, for instance, quite authentic. And, fortunately, not spoiled by restoration.
How interesting. You seem to know a lot about that sort of thing.
Oh, no.
Before you leave, I must show you the whole place.
That's very kind.
Not really. Actually, it'll be you who'll be showing me. Will you have tea, Doctor?
Tea? Well,
Please do. Vera.
Yes, sir?
Dr. Bickley will stay for tea.
Dr. Bickley stayed quite late for tea. They talked of 100 things, art mostly. It came out quite naturally that Dr. Bickley sketched a bit, or tried to. And Miss Cranmere was positive he must do wonderful work. From art they passed to other topics, and it was amazing how identical were their views. There wasn't a lull in the conversation until almost 6 o'clock.
Well, I suppose I should be running.
Yes.
I've had a most enjoyable afternoon.
Shall I confess something, Doctor? I haven't spoken to anyone like this in weeks. You see, I live here by myself, except for the servants, of course. Already I'm finding life a little lonely.
Oh.
But you're coming back to sketch the hall, you promised.
It's a privilege, Miss Cranmere.
Well...
Miss Cranmere, you called this afternoon. I mean, the message you left at the house.
Oh, yes. I don't sleep well, Doctor.
Any particular reason you can think of?
No. Just nerves, I think. You know.
Of course. High-strung.
I suppose I am.
Well, we shall certainly have to take care of that. I'll write a prescription at once.
Thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Bickley came away from the hall that evening, and other evenings too, feeling 10 years younger. These nights as Bickley snuggled into his pillow to begin the happy journey into imagination, he had a new vision to lull him to sleep. Not merely life without Julia, but life with Madeline Cranmere. Madeline Cranmere always at his side. Madeline Cranmere smiling beautifully, always helpful and understanding. Madeline Cranmere, his life companion, his soulmate. Madeline the fair, Madeline the lovable, Madeline the lily maid.
That girl, Madeline Cranmere, is getting herself talked about.
What's that, Julia?
You must have heard me, Edmund. You weren't asleep. You were sighing. Are you in pain?
No. I suppose I've been thinking.
I said that Madeline Cranmere is getting herself talked about.
Really? Well, people around here will talk about anyone.
I don't mind them talking about her. But I don't like to see the Bourne family name dragged in the mud.
Bourne?
Denny Bourne. He's been seen up there several times lately.
You mean they're talking about her and Denny Bourne?
Don't shout at me, Edmund. What's the matter with you?
Well, I think it's abominable. Just because a young man has tea once or twice with a young lady. Lord, beats me how these things get about.
But they do get about, Edmund. And other things, too.
Huh? So it seems.
Is Miss Cranmere in good health, Edmund?
Why, I imagine so.
Then why do you have to see her every other day?
Now, look here, Julia. If you're insinuating
Keep
that
your voice down. I have a violent headache. You needn't bother to pretend with me, Edmund. I know you too well. Normally, I don't interfere with your amusements. But in this case, I warn you, I will not permit it.
Julia, I won't stand this sort of thing, even from you. You don't know the first thing about Miss Cranmere. If you think for one moment that
Edmund, do you imagine yourself in love with this girl?
No, I do not. I think your beastly insinuations
Thank you, I have no wish to hear. Now, will you kindly give me something for this headache? It's horrible.
Julia.
And in future, will you please stay away from the hall?
This was awkward. Bickley had to go up to the hall that next afternoon. Otherwise, he couldn't finish that portrait he was making of Madeline. He certainly found himself between the devil and her deep blue eyes.
Is it finished yet?
In a moment. Just turn toward the light again, Miss Cranmere. Now, that's it. Now, if I could just... Oh, Lord.
What is it?
It's no good. I can't get at you. Not the real you. I'll throw it in the fire.
No, please. May I see it?
If you want to. But it's not good, really.
Clever.
Do you really think so? I say that. It's wonderful to hear you say that.
Very clever.
Oh, I say.
I don't see what you mean by not being able to get me. I think it's exactly like me.
Oh, yes, it's like you, but that isn't the point. I was trying to get at you. I mean, show where you differ from everyone else. I mean, your expression, the way you hold your head, that lovely, deep look in your eyes, your wonderful...
I think I understand.
Madeline, I suppose you know what I'm doing?
Yes, I know.
I'm making love to you.
Yes.
Madeline.
Oh, Edmund. Edmund, please go. Go at once.
Not now.
Oh, please. Don't you see how wrong it is? How stupidly, inalterably wrong. You have a wife, Edmund.
Yes. Yes, I have a wife.
That night in bed, Bickley had the most important of all his visions. He began to see very clearly how Julia would die. Murder is a serious business. The tiniest slip may be disastrous. It was Julia herself who put the final plan into his mind. For the past 5 years, Julia had been subject to headaches, which the doctor sometimes treated with a mild injection of morphine. The first part of his plan was almost childlike in simplicity. He would give Julia her headaches with the aid of a drug he had read about in a medical journal.
Corrective for uric acid diathesis. Drug is no longer used, not only because of its prohibitive price, but because it tends to produce violent headaches.
Next morning and every other morning at breakfast thereafter, Julia received a generous dose of this drug sprinkled lightly over her grapefruit. It was certainly a bit of luck that Julia had a passion for grapefruit.
Oh, dear, 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 dear.
Well, I'll have to get along. Lots of cases this morning. Goodbye, Julia.
Oh, dear.
What's the matter?
Headache.
Oh, bad?
Blinding. The worst ever.
Oh. Well, perhaps you'd better lie down for a while. I'll look in on you at lunch.
I can't lie down. It'll only be worse. You better give me something before you go, Edmund.
Give you what, my dear?
Whatever it is you always give me. I can't stand this.
Julia, I've thought for a long time that these headaches of yours were just the result of being, run down. Now it looks to me like something organic.
Well, what?
That I can't say. But if they go on, I shall have to take you to see a specialist.
You'll do nothing of the kind, Edmund.
The headaches went on and the treatment went on. Headaches, morphine, headaches, morphine. By the middle of January, Julia was getting a good 5 grains a day. So far, so good.
Come in, Doctor.
Is Miss Cranmer at home, Vera?
Yes, sir. She's in the drawing room with Mr. Bourne.
Bourne.
Dr. Bickley, good afternoon.
Miss Cranmer?
Well, how are you, Bickley?
How do you do?
Denny's just leaving. You won't stay for tea, Denny?
I'm sorry I can't. Well, Miss Cranmer's been showing me your sketches, Bickley. They're not bad.
Thanks.
You must like the old place up here.
Very interesting. Architecturally. Only trouble with these old places is that they're not very sanitary.
How's that?
Plumbing's very bad.
Oh, Dr. Bickley, really?
Well, it is. Regular typhoid trap up here.
Doctor.
Well, thank you, Miss Cranmer. I've had a marvelous afternoon.
Come again soon, Denny.
Right. Dr. Bickley?
Afternoon.
Edmund, that wasn't very clever of you.
Wasn't it? What's he doing up here? I don't like him.
Come and sit down, Edmund.
You haven't answered me, Madeline. This is the 10th time I've run into him in the last month.
Edmund, are you so blind?
Blind to what? All I see is that you've constantly encouraged Denny Bourne to make this place a sort of...
Of course I've encouraged him. Because of you, Edmund, don't you see? I have to let him come. I don't mind people talking about him and me. Let them say what they want. But I couldn't stand it if they talked about us, Edmund.
Madeline, forgive me.
Darling, don't ever be cross with me, please, darling.
Madeline.
I don't think you realize how difficult it is, Edmund. A girl like me in love with a married man.
I know. It's difficult for me, too. I've tried to think it out clearly. I even spoke to Julia.
When?
Oh, a long time ago.
You told her about us?
Oh, no, certainly not.
I should hope you wouldn't. What did you say to her?
I asked her for a divorce.
She wouldn't give it to you.
She refused absolutely.
You see, Edmund. You see how hopeless it is.
No. No, it isn't hopeless. Give me time, that's all.
Time? I seem to have a great deal of time, don't I?
Madeline, look at me. You love me, don't you?
You know I do, Edmund.
How much do you love me?
Edmund, what a strange question. How can you ask?
Because I've got to know. I've got to know, Madeline.
I love you more than I could ever tell.
Thank you, Madeline.
Well, that satisfied Bickley, but he realized now he'd better get a move on.
My dear, I can't do it. I just can't.
I merely asked for relief, Edmund.
But I gave you a grain, my dear, just before dinner.
I know. Now my head's worse than ever.
But it can't go on, Julia.
What can't?
All this morphia. Very bad for you, you know. You're coming to rely on us.
Will you kindly put what you mean into plain words, Edmund?
Well, to put it bluntly, it'll become a habit.
If you're hinting that I'll become a drug fiend, really, Edmund, what nonsense. Kindly come to the surgery and give me an injection at once.
No. If you want any more injections, you'll have to change your doctor. I can't administer any more. For your own sake, Julia.
Well, that night, Julia slept very soundly. Bickley crept slowly down the stairs to the surgery. Quietly, he opened the drawer which contained the morphia syringe. It had recently been used. Julia was following the course prescribed. She was now addicted to morphine, self-administered. Part 1 of the plan was complete. Now for Part 2. He sent a letter to Julia's brother and sister in a nearby town.
Just what is this all about, Edmund? Is Julia ill?
I'm afraid it's more serious than that, Hilda.
Well, let's hear the worst and get it over with. What's the matter with Julia?
Well, it's not easy for me to tell you this. But I felt as her brother and sister, you had a right to know. She's addicted to morphine.
Morphine?
What? You mean Julia takes dope?
While you're visiting here, make some excuse to see her forearm. You can manage it, Hilda. You'll notice that the arm's almost covered with tiny punctures.
Morphine. It's incredible.
A dope fiend. Well, that would be a nice thing to get around, wouldn't it? We'll have to keep this hushed up, Edmund.
Naturally. But I wanted someone else to know. I feel better somehow.
You must admit that Bickley had done a very neat job up to now. By the time the brother and sister left, they were ready to swear that Julia was a drug addict. As he saw them to their car, Bickley was rubbing his hands in cheerful anticipation of the next step in the murder. He called it Part 3, the overdose. A few mornings later, Julia rose from breakfast with the worst headache ever. Bickley's face was almost comic in his effort to conceal his delight. This was the time. This was the day Julia would die. He locked up the morphine carefully, then went out on his morning calls. At noon, he returned home secretly to find Julia still suffering horribly. Good. He went to the surgery, unlocked the medicine cabinet, counted the grains of morphine into his hand.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 15 grains. Half would have been enough.
Hurry, please, Edmund, hurry.
Yes, dear.
With his gloved hands, he filled the syringe, surprised at the steadiness of his fingers. At the last moment, he had another flash of genius.
Will you hold this syringe a moment, Julia? Thank you.
Oh, the clever devil. Her fingerprints on the cylinder. And then, in all fairness, we must say it, Bickley gave his wife one last chance.
I'll take that syringe now. Julia, for some time past, I've wanted to ask you something. Will you reconsider your decision about divorcing me?
No, Edmund, I will not.
I'm not a child, Julia. I know my own mind. I'm in love with Madeline Cranmer.
I've known it for months. And nothing would persuade me to divorce you for her. The girl's no good, Edmund, no good at all.
That's absolutely final?
Absolutely.
Hold out your arm, Julia.
Oh, thank you, Edmund.
Go upstairs, Julia. Go up and lie down.
Now, let's see, says Bickley. Julia will be dead in 20 minutes. No one knows you came home. Leave the house, go on your rounds, be seen on the street, and establish that you were not here when the tragedy took place. Be seen, Dr. Bickley. She'll be dead in 20 minutes. Be seen in the village.
Afternoon, Dr. Bickley.
Good afternoon, Mrs. Wright.
Dr. Bickley.
Ah, Mrs. Temper. Lovely afternoon.
Lovely.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Benji, how's your leg?
Oh, perfect.
Good. Afternoon, Mrs. Cheevy. Mrs. Harford. Lovely day, isn't it?
At the precise moment that Julia left this world, Dr. Bickley was at the other end of the village, sounding old Mr. Tracy's heart. He wished Mr. Tracy's heart didn't sound so much like a clock ticking. It made him nervous.
20 minutes from 12:30. That's 10 minutes of 1. She's dying. She's dying right now. Julia's dying. His heart is beating, living, beating. And hers is stopping. Dying. Stopping.
What's wrong, Doctor? Is the old ticker on the blink, huh?
Oh, no. No, Mr. Tracy. It's fine. You'll live, I think.
Bickley didn't go home. Better let his maid make the discovery. What to do in the meantime? What about going up to the hall to see Madeline? When he arrived, he found another guest barring the doorway. It was Denny Bourne.
I don't understand this, Denny. Where is Madeline? Isn't she here?
Well, she isn't feeling well, that's all. She's up in her room, lying down.
Well, go up and see her.
I don't think you should. As a matter of fact, old boy, I think you'd better not come up here at all from now on.
Really? Then why not?
Well, it's only decent, you know. After all, with Madeline and I just becoming engaged.
Engaged? You and Matt... engaged?
Well, then she didn't tell you. Oh, she promised she would.
I don't believe it. Why, you young fool.
Now, let's not, after all.
Get out of my way.
Now, see here, Bickley.
Get out of my way. Madeline.
Edmund, you shouldn't have tried to see me.
Madeline, look here. This is all nonsense, of course.
No, Edmund, it isn't. I've thought it all out. We couldn't go on.
You don't love Denny Bourne. You couldn't.
Edmund.
Listen to me. This is what you're going to do.
Edmund, my shoulder. You're hurting me.
Listen. You're going downstairs this minute and break this thing off. Tomorrow I'm going to London to buy a special license. You come with me. We'll be married. In 3 days, we'll be married.
Let me go. Are you mad, Edmund? You have a wife. A wife.
My wife is dead.
Dead. Danny? Danny? Danny?
Shut up.
Danny?
Shut up, do you hear?
Dr. Bickley! Dr. Bickley!
Vera, Miss Cranmer's hysterical. Get me some cold water.
Yes, sir, but the telephone, sir. I want it at once. Mrs. Bickley, sir, she's... Oh, it's very bad news, sir.
I'll take the call.
Oh, Dr. Bickley, what have you done? Have you put a noose around your neck, Doctor? You were not supposed to know your wife was dead. You hadn't been home. Are those nights and nights of wonderful visions to be wasted? Thrown away by one careless word? Dr. Bickley, oh, how could you?
There you have the first episode of Malice Aforethought. We'd like to leave you with one more fact which makes us feel that this series is destined for a really outstanding success. That is, the popular appeal of the psychological mystery, the box office success of his psychological mystery films. Here are some of them: Rebecca, Spellbound, 39 Steps, Suspicion, Foreign Correspondent, The Lady Vanishes. All names known throughout the country to millions of movie-going Americans. The consistent success of the Hitchcock films is not accidental. It is based on two things. One, Hitchcock's creative genius as a director and interpreter. Two, and this we believe is important to you, the obvious trend of public interest today in the psychological mystery.
Well, I'm terribly sorry we're not able to finish the story this week. As Bickley might say, telling a murder story is a serious business, and it takes a little time. Please bear with us and just wait until next week, and let's see what happened to old Bickley. You think he'll get away with it? I wonder.
This is the Blue Network of the American Broadcasting Company.